Why, hello everyone, and welcome to the official Action RPG live stream. My name is Aaron, owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG, and today we are back playing a little LE. I was looking at different builds as I have been doing, trying to see something I haven't played in almost a year, and then I was like, hey, we have not played Forge Guard Forged Minions. This is also my lowest level character at level 95. Granted, we're about to hit level 96. So I thought, why not make some forged weapons, Forge Guard today. And today we will be watching the highly anticipated Tavern talk with Darth Microtransaction, Gazzy, and Jonathan Rogers. So we're going to play some LE. We'll watch some Tavern talk later. The stream kicks off in an hour and 20 minutes. And yeah, that's the plan. I also got this done today. Huh? It's raining right now. You can kind of see the rain. I got the nature cam. I'm working on the settings. Honestly, it just looks better today because there's no sun right now. And yes, I know I need to get the weeds. You know, it's been snowing and we haven't started weeding yet. So you can just keep your weed comments to yourself. Okay. Where is the real backdrop? It's flat out there. Need a banner for the fence. Weeds aren't too bad. I've seen worse. Right? Right? I don't know. Have you seen worse? Either way, Aaron smokes weeds? No. Continue to work on the nature cam. You can see the rain and yeah. You guys get snow till about May in the Midwest there? No, normally we're all done with snow around April, but now we got a little rainstorm that came in. But anyways, I got the nature cam set up. We're going to try and do some fun stuff for Subathon 3. How's everyone doing? Who's here? VC, White Tiger, Frey, what up? Zatheus, Deb, yo, Max, hi, Wayne, hello, hello. Galactic Myth, what up? Zeus, yo. Ghost, hi. LOL, what's up? Love this start time. Get to catch the full stream. Woohoo! I'm here for the brainstorming. Then I'm gonna hell dive. I see. What's up, Al? Medic, what's up? Controller. Last time I played Forge Guard, it was quite unimpressive. That's what a lot of people say. Edgy, what's up? Ben, hello. I've been hopping between Throne and Liberty and Dwarven Realms, killing time till LE. Hey, White Tiger, while I'm saying hello to everybody, what are your thoughts on Dwarven Realms 3.5? Is there anything juicy in there, or is it just pick your race and claws? Forge Guard, Forge Minions on Controller. Yeah, we'll play some Controller today, I promise. Start planning for that new set. What new set? What set are you? A set? All right, never mind. John, what's up? Good evening, sir. Hello from Germany. Hello. How's the weather in Germany? Another Avi kill coming. What's up, Toxic? Beardman, hello. Where's the real? Where's your real backdrop? It's right here, sir. Frosty's mad at me because in my video yesterday, the ARPG overload, I said co-host friend Frosty LaRue cannot wait for Diablo 4 Season 8. He can't wait. He can't. He's the #1 super fan. All right, who else is here? Toxic, what up? Diesel, hello. Go for it, sir. Weeds could be as high as the fence, see? See? Bulldog, hello. I live in the great state of Idaho, Slippy. Kiko, hello. Sorry about your tree. Cajun, what up? Iron Forged. Maybe raise the angle a bit. Build a bird feeder and a squirrel house. That's literally the exact plan. That is literally the exact plan. Let the dogs go crazy. Pretty sure I got a few concussions this weekend. What were you doing? So my big question is Machine Gun Spriggan or Lightning Werebear? Lightning Werebear should remain unchanged. JH, where Machine Gun Spriggan will have some fun new additions for Season 2. Are you doing Warpath and Forged Weapons? Yes, sir, Jack. Hello. My Serona. What's up? Haven't played this in so long. Been trying to relearn LE, and crafting is making my head hurt. Crafting in LE is making your head hurt? That's easy. Dying a lot, even with high res is cap. What is the most tanky build I could try? What you need is damage from dot. So normally when you're dying, it'll be like, I've got high armor, I've got high resistances, I've got endurance, I got crit avoidance. How am I dying? It's because damage over time does not care about any of that. It eats through it all. So you're probably dying because of either not having any just flat damage reduction or not having damage reduction from dot. But believe it or not, tanky classes, Warlock, Falconer, Rune Master, the newer classes that have been put in recently have more ways to keep you alive. Or you can go into a ward class. I didn't even go Fist. I went Mage. X went Claws, though. Love 3.5. They really made some nice improvements. So cool. How's controller support on this game? Excellent. Excellent. Called out. I know, right? Frosty got called out. Hey, Frosty. I'm playing D&D chat with Chat GPT. Yeah, I don't have friends. Anyways, how are you? Are you winning? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Got a nice little rainstorm. It's going to turn everything green in Idaho. Yesterday, again, my wife is like, I think there might be something wrong with you. I tore apart the entire system again, and I rebuilt it. And then I ran into another problem, so I had to order a part. But I'm ultimately trying to, like, really get things situated for the subathon. And get settings right and everything. Tavern Talk kicks off in an hour in 12 minutes. 72 minutes. I was helping a buddy of mine get ready for his UFC fight in the next couple weeks. Oh, that's, yeah. Beach, what's up? Looks like your backyard without the mountain in the distance. Love the wildlife cam. Yeah, we're working on it. We're working on it. I had a beefy paladin that could tank T4 tree bosses hits, Julra hits, and heal back immediately. That's nice. That's big. Rutari, what's up? Hello. My corruption dots rip. Correct. I'm about to give up on LE with having issues with low frame rates on my gaming laptop. I came across choose a power plan and increase the power performance and solve the problem. So now I'm ready for season 2. Woohoo! Good. Afternoon, Aaron and chat. Hope everyone is well. I got it. Merge, thank you. You think WASD support will work well? I have played WASD support and it works fine for its first iteration. You just cannot expect POE2. If you go in thinking, hey, this $100 million game that was designed with WASD will work just as well as last Epoch that said they would never have WASD, but is trying to listen to feedback from the community. This is beta integration. Beta integration. Aaron, I have your streaming backdrop as my own. I'm now ready to do the best Aaron impressions. Oh my gosh. Why are you always stealing my stuff? Which class in PoE are you going to do, Mr. LaRue? He's going to play... Frosty can't play PoE. He's got a baby coming. If you guys don't know, Frosty LaRue is going to be a daddy. He's welcoming a baby girl in the end of April. Very, very cool. Infernal Odin, can you map joystick buttons for WASD? Was that a hog question? Was that a Hog question? Hog was telling me I needed to talk to EHG about getting his joystick to work because it recognizes it, but he can't respec or redo his buttons. Woohoo! Congrats, Frosty. Look at that. It's cool, huh? Have fun. We'll catch the rest later. Just want to say hi before bed. Good night, Kiko. Get some rest. I would recognize Hog's joystick anywhere. Frosty, I didn't say that. Frosty said that. Don't clip that. Why did I say that out loud? Oh, don't. No, don't clip that. Oh, gosh. Forged weapons. That's not funny. Get out of here, Nature Cam. You just made it into Frosty's video. Oh, brother. Oh, I wanted to mess around. I started out with speccing Manifest Armor into this Forge Breath, because I've never seen it. Just to see what the hell it does. I'll be waiting for that video. When's Tavern Talk? We will be watching Tavern Talk in 68 minutes. So we will do a live reaction to the Tavern Talk. Your armor is now a mage. What do you know? Where do you find the test dummies? I'll show you. Look at those damage numbers. All right, that's pretty good. It's a good start. How long is Tavern Talk usually? They will go until they like need to cut them off. So I would guess that it's gonna be I would guess they're gonna go for probably try and extend them, I don't know, a couple hours. The hell is that sound? Oh, every time I'm updating my Manifest Armor, he's changing his, he's respecking. All right. Saw 91,000 there. That's pretty nice. Yeah. So the reason why we're messing around with forged weapons, just so everybody is aware, is obviously we know Sentinel's getting a complete rework, right? It's getting a refresh, and every skill and every passive tree is getting changed a little bit, which would mean that I'm sure forged weapons will get some love. But something we know that is 100% coming is that forged weapons currently has its own set. You've got the Sun Forge set. And what's cool about the Sun Forge set is that it gives you 3 additional minions. So right off the bat, you know that this build is getting a buff because you're going to be able to design your own set. So, yeah, that's what we're doing right now. We're messing around with forged weapons, see where it's at, knowing it's going to get better, and we are not starting at 500 corruption. That's better. Have you build Falcon Fists on Forge Guard to give 27% attack speed and 27% fire damage to the minions? No, I have not. The unarmed Falcon Fist? The gloves? What are my gloves right now? We're giving armor shred, health, attunement, and attack speed to our gloves. All right. Brand Spirit, I'll look at that. I was thinking of going Smith for POE2 League, so I tried a bit of Warrior. Yeah, never mind. It's not fun. Frosty, stop clipping crap. Hello, Aaron and everyone. What's up, Wookie? Long night here, then okay. Yeah, it's going to be a long night. You got to watch it. Tavern Talk starts in 65 minutes. Aaron, are you going to play Season or are you sticking with Legacy? No, I'll be playing Season for last Epoch. The more I've been researching and the more I've been hearing about POE2, I'm almost positive at this point I'm just going to stick to Standard. I was even seeing yesterday on X that when you log into POE2 Dawn of the Hunt, it's going to default you to the Standard League. You have to, like, opt into the reset. It just seems every time I play it through in my head, it's like it seems so ridiculous starting over. So I don't think we're going to start over. But obviously last Epoch, we will start over. Okay, maybe we shouldn't be playing 100 Corruption. This is ridiculous. Our weapons are flying everywhere. And just so everybody's aware, I only have about 30, maximum 40 hours I can invest in POE2's new update. So, because I am so strapped for time, I think we're just going to play Standard to explore all the new stuff before... didn't you get this to 300? No, I think it was higher than 300. Before all the craziness of last Epoch. Forged weapons have a shorter duration, deal much more damage, and explode when they expire. We've never played with blowing up forged weapons. Duration 75%. Why not? By the new stuff, you mean specters. Yeah, I just keep playing it. I keep talking to different people like, what do you think? What do you think? And ultimately, it's it just doesn't make sense. It just feels like it doesn't make sense. You only got 30 or 40 hours, and it's not really a challenge league, so you could play everything new with your existing characters. It seems silly to start over in my circumstance. I can't wait to mess around with Lightning Meteor. Yep, we were already messing around with Lightning Meteor. We literally already have that stream. I doubt you have time to level a Lich or any other Ascendancy. Exactly. We're going to get these leveled, and then we're going to head back to the training dummy and see where we're at. How do you know what my joystick... Oh, my... I didn't finish reading it. Frosty can't clip it. I didn't finish reading it. Doesn't count. Welcome, Hog. Frosty's got me reading stupid stuff so he could clip me out of context. Don't listen to him. Don't listen. Nope, not reading it. Nope, you are a liar. Hey, Hog, you gonna hang out here? We're gonna watch some Tavern talk. Get the 411 on what's happening in the world of POE2. I know you were talking about it during your boat stream, how you're excited to watch it today. So we're gonna watch it live. I'll be watching it too. Look, I'm playing like you, spin to win. You're so excited? I figured. We're definitely going to need some kind of leech. Hey, by the way, everybody, I am currently playing COF. Ah! No Merchants Guild today. I want to play Merchants Guild, but I'm not going to. We are playing COF. COF for life. What did you don't say stuff like that. Don't do that. Don't do that. I got a gaming laptop for convenience and traveling. I started to regret getting a gaming laptop for its not being as powerful as the desktop. Tried everything to fix performance. I knew something was off. And it was saying it wasn't using my GPU. That definitely seems to be the trick. Show Hog your controller. This is the controller Medic got me. Medic wanted me to play controller so bad. He literally, I have my P.O. box in there. He sent me the Vader 4 Pro and then ordered custom action RPG grips on it for my channel. Damn, Medic, where's mine? See? Oh, Hog, you're also going to hate this. Hog, I bet you could get one. Hold on a second. Oh, you're going to friggin' hate this, too. Because of me supporting Nacon for Dragonkin, Nacon is sending me their new PC controller to try. I was like, do you guys want a video or a, like, they're like, no. Just thanks for supporting Dragonkin. Nacon sending me their, what the fudge? I don't even use controllers. Nacon sending me their new customizable controller. Anyways. I'm quitting gaming. What? I'll get you one. My favorite build was Lightning Paladin. Oh, Claim Scepter. People still play Forge Guard. These companies make me so mad. I'll send you my P.O. box to help me with my controller burden. There you go. Aaron's controller RPG. How's Dragonkin doing? I talked to them recently. They're working on their first big update. They put out a post saying that they don't want to like drop small patches. They want to do big updates. So they're currently in the process of their first big update. They're trying to convert you to play controller. I know. I know. I play their stuff for free and push their stuff in. Nothing. Game's dead. No, you gotta, no, that's not true. You didn't get nothing. You got early release. Something like that. You got to play the game before everybody, see? Because you got me on the podcast. Well, that's, you know. Oh, that's weird. I forgot what that looks like. No, you did a great job, sir. You earned it. I have to use keyboard. Sorry, guys. I mean, we're playing keyboard and mouse right now. I play keyboard 95% of the time. During the last subathon, Medic did have me using controller pretty often. And honestly, I felt like I got pretty damn good at it. It's just like anything else. I need to use it more. One of the video game companies gave me a cease and desist order. That's good. Was it Blizzard Entertainment told you, hey Frosty, we know you're not you're not the biggest super fan. Please stop. Dude, how terrible was it when what was that short where they were all at like Blizzard headquarters and they're like, hey, we should let Frosty into the program. And they're like, no, we can't let What was that? Frosty, something like that, right? Oh no, I don't know if we could trust Frosty. It was Blood Rage or someone. Like, no, no, no. All right, everybody, we are 54 minutes from switching gears a little bit. Well, a lot of bit. We're going to watch Town Portal podcast for the POE2 reveals. I will be standing up and probably on my treadmill during that. And I just pray it is not like Ziggy D's. And that's no shade at Ziggy D. It was just the Q&A after the reveal was really hard to keep my eyes open. So I'm hoping this one's better. Started using keyboard on Guild Wars 2, and now I'm stuck. Frosty later probably contained a line saying, please refrain from sending anyone glitter bombs to our corporate office. That sounds more accurate. That sounds more accurate. All right, what do we got here? Guessing we probably want these 5. They flew Ziggy to New Zealand and bought him a steak dinner. That's probably true. All right, let's see what our little... He was doing about 30,000 damage, was the best he could do when we turned him into a mage. Let's see what he's like now. Youper, howdy, what up? Hello. Hello. Look how fast he is. Man, he runs so fast and he attacks so slow. 41,000. Yeah, he could do 100,000 hit. Oh. We definitely need to boost minion crit. The minion that only does leg day. No necromancer. Definitely no necromancer. All right, let's bring in some of his friends. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. And here we go. Ready? Supercharge. I saw a 144 in there. Get over here. Oh, I know the problem. Like, why the hell are they dying so much? Stupid. I took this stupid blow-up node. All right, that's better. Now they'll live longer. So there's no DPS check like in Torchlight. No, unfortunately not. How funny is it when you look at a game like POE, right? POE, most people consider the best, right? Obviously, everyone has their own opinion, but a game like Path of Exile, considered the best. No training dummy whatsoever. Game like Last Epoch that I love has a training dummy, but no like real DPS meter. And then you got games like Dragonkin Torchlight, where you can like check absolutely everything. All right. When you take off Detonate, we get an extra 3 forged minions. Saw 180,000. Pretty big attacks right there. Super frustrating, to be honest. Yes, it is. We do have this 2 LP Phantom Grip, and it's got a 4% minion crit on it. Minion. A ring. Strength. No, this is attunement. Minion health. No. Attunement, minion damage, threshold life. Sure. Still indifferent about Dragon King. Let Dragon King cook. It'll be fine. It was boring to watch the sit-down session last time with Ziggy. Maybe I thought it was less boring the last time because it was like all very new and relevant and exciting info. Maybe this time it was just hit different. I don't know. I kept sending Rod cookies. That makes sense. I think they said patch notes after the chat tonight. Oh, is that what's... I don't even... Is that what's happening? I can't believe they didn't send you a controller. Oh my gosh. I'll use this one and then I'll send it to you. You could have the one they sent me. I was like the only streamer for a week. Maybe you just got to request one. Be like, hey, let me get one of those controllers. You know, talk to your agent. Maybe they hate fishing. Ah, I shouldn't have showed Hog that controller. It was Medic's fault. Medic brought up the damn controller.
Are they manipulating time?
70 to 121 melee critical strike multiplier. Wait, what are you talking about? From what? Oh, Sauron's steps. I gotcha. For the manifest armor. This really isn't a manifest armor build more than it's a forged weapons. But yeah, I guess manifest armor does its thing. Controller player. Is that still... That blurp's still there, right? No, I'll just uninstall and not give them any more attention. Will you stop it? Oh, would you stop it? So let me get it. You're done with Dragon King. You're done with POE.
That is a...
Hog, I'll give you this controller. You could have it. I don't want some hand-me-down controller. Oh my gosh. He's just, you can't, nothing makes him happy. How about this? I won't even open it out of the box. You could just have it new. How's that? Ellie makes me happy. All right, that's good. Is the wife still liking it too? Guys, if you're just getting here, we got our nature cam we are setting up for the coming subathon. This is the view outside my window to my left. We're gonna set up a little squirrel or bird or some crap. I gotta go pull all those weeds too. Yeah, setting up a little nature camera. Polka dancing squirrel, bingo, exactly. Yeah, she's in monos now. She's playing right now. Awesome. Yeah, I'll sign it. Oh my gosh, that would piss him off even more. All right, Hog, I'm gonna sign the controller and put it back in the box, never use it, and then give it to you. That would piss him off even more. No, that's yours. Oh, jeez. All 4 of these are good. I'd probably... It doesn't really matter. If I had to pick... It's only... it's tier 7. Ooh, maybe I should... No. I'll take Attunement and Endurance Threshold. Attunement and Endurance Threshold. Was EHG listening? Oh, minion damage and endurance threshold. That's not too bad. Aw, dang it. Now he won't even take the controller. I tried to give it to him. Everyone will be switching over to Tavern Talk in 43 minutes. 43 minutes.
Oh, farewell.
You forgot to turn on streamer mode. Salty talk in 43 minutes. In order to slam, you need to do jeweler on any level. Each level allows you to put a higher end item in it. So the higher level requirement for the item, the higher level of jewelry you have to kill. So if your item's like level 85 requirement, you got to kill jewelry at tier 4. Tomorrow's start of the best month of ARPGs in years. How are you going to fit them all in? Is there a way to put what transfers on a tier 1? Nope. Nope. You just gotta get lucky. That's the trick. You play LE for 30 straight days at minimum, then you're good to go. It's hard to put down LE. Man, this month, I feel I will continue to feel frustrated just because I want to play Torchlight Infinite's new season. I want to play V Rising. I want to play No Rest for the Wicked. I want to play LE. I have to play D4 for a little bit. I mean, I want to play D4. I want to play D4. Check out all the whatever the boss powers. Damn it. I gotta check out the boss powers. Boss powers. Finally, the bot adds me. Well, you're finally good. Torchlight Infinite's new season starts on the 17th, same day as last Epoch. I played the demo beta for Diablo 4, didn't feel like it was worth the 100. Then it went on sale like 1 month later, yep. D4 bad, and you got I died. Damn it. We need... I feel like I need these points here. Pull out the movement speed. We need leech. Like, I don't have a way to, like, get my life back. I always play D4 for max 2 weeks and get bored, and then back to last Epoch. I like that. My problem is the second I get to Nightmare Dungeon pit grind, I'm like, at that point I'm normally like toast. I'm bored. We don't do enough damage to leech back, really. You died, Aaron. Time for a leak. All right, time for a leak because of my death. Last Epoch Season 2 will be a lot of fun. Huh? Does that count? Guys? I don't know if it changed for Diablo 4, but Diablo 3 never added new content. NDA busted? That's right. No, it doesn't count. I thought it counted. Oh. How do we stay alive? Another leak. Last Epoch Season 2 is a big update. Not play Forge Guard, that's how. Okay, the minions do sufficient damage. I feel very positive about that. The minions do sufficient damage. I was looking at that. So we've got Leech here at 10%. And then on Void Knight right here, you have additional Leech, an additional 6%. And you got to invest 11 points. So you just put 5 here, 6 there. All right, we could try that. Let's try that. Youper is gifted a membership. Man, thank you so much. Thank you. Void Knight tankiest class in LE? No, it's like Falconer, as weird as that is.
Hello, traveler.
We need 15 here for sigils. That's good.
Hello, traveler.
Need health on melee hit, maybe? We're going to try Leech. So I've got 10% global melee Leech right here with an axe. And we are using an axe. And then we just added an additional 6% here with World Eater. So we're now got 16% Leech.
Do not dwell on the regret.
Your weapon probably stinks. It's not very good. Mana damage over time, minion damage over time, melee minion. Why did I go damage over time? This isn't a dot build. My weapon does suck. It's probably because I'm COF and I can't go buy a new one. Not that I would go buy a new one. I didn't mean it like that. I just meant normally I could have, you know, I could get whatever I want. by buying it. You guys know what I mean. Yeah, 50 stacks of Ignite. It's nothing. Aaron is admitting he's paid to win. What? I saw 140 in there. 170. Oh, you know what it probably was? I probably needed an axe. I literally probably needed an axe because of this Cyclone of War. It was probably the best axe I had. Look at the first frickin' axe I see. Oh no, it's necrotic. Melee minion. Minion fire penetration? That's better. Minion physical. Minion fire. Minion melee. Aaron, my comments are not yet on the website. We just got to go through and approve them. I'll have them look at them tonight. Somebody, the day that I announced the website, there was somebody that just put woohoo on every build guide. There's like 5 pages of woohoo. They're like, was this a good idea? I was like, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You get a weapon, you get a weapon, you get a weapon. That's right. Everybody, we are 32 minutes from Tavern Talk. We'll watch Tavern Talk. No, not 500 Corruption. Will we be able to have the user's name on? No, I don't think so. Since they're not signed in, I don't know if we like want to post their name. We're like undecided on the comment section. I swear the leech does nothing. I swear we're not leeching life. I don't know. Maybe I'm losing my mind. We're just not doing any damage. I'm concerned about spam on the website if it gets more popular since you don't have a sign-in. What do you mean spam? Oh, you mean like ads and advertising, like garbage like that? We had a meeting today. We met some new engineers and some new designers that are coming on to the project. So that was exciting. So that was today. And today there was some problems, 5 or 6 different bugs that they are working through on the Diablo 4 CMS. And then we designed out the new team section. Or the haters from Reddit and trolls. Well, the comments are all approved. So there's nothing, you know, like there's not. The whole point of the website is we want it nice and clean. Like if you know, I don't know if you could cause a problem even if you wanted to. No, well, maybe but the more so people will post thousands of comments with bots because the internet is like that. No, yeah, you won't have to worry about that because the website, all the comments are approved by the team. So they're not, the comments are not supposed to be like, great build, you know, like, it's not supposed to be just like that. I mean, maybe a little bit like, I've used this build and it was great, maybe, but it's more like, why did you take this note? And then we could go in and reply to the comment why. Like, it's supposed to be more informational than, you know, like comments on a regular video. I mean, yeah, if it's the team will be inundated with too many to go through, that is a possibility. I think I want to get the channel cost down to 8. The channel cost says 14. My mana doesn't move. It literally doesn't go down at all. Do I have any mana regen on the whole damn build? Amulet, there's 1. 17. So it offsets it. Mana regen 17, cost 14. Yeah, so you're outpacing it. But you don't regen mana while you're... Oh, no. You can regen mana when you're spinning, but when I use sigils... it barely moves. All right, we need one more point here to get this so we could keep our mana positive. Leech isn't doing crap anyways. I need more warpath points. We're also too slow. I need the nodes for movement speed. Everybody, 26 minutes till we move over to Tavern Talk, just FYI. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Like a record, baby, right round, round, round. Is there anything we're supposed to expect from Tavern Talk, by the way? Gazzy talking about Spectres. Darth talking about Warrior. Druid when. Auction House when. Map size when. Sort button when. Forged weapons are pretty aggressive. I feel like they're aggressive minions. Actual crafting when. I think didn't they say that as they add more end game mechanics, more crafting will slowly be added, something like that. They already talked about map size. They said they'd rather add more stuff. That's right. Yeah, they talked about they're gonna put more stuff in the maps instead of making them smaller, right? Minions can go through doorways when. Have they not fixed that yet? There'll be another section for additional links for builds. For example, Frozen talks about the pure Frozen Claw, but no need to link to that one. Sorry, keep up the website. Any build that Frozen Sentinel, Babbling Bike, or the Curse have made a video on, made a build planner, broken down on their stream will be eligible for the website as creators that we have agreements with. And I trust them as creators, so it's not like I'm gonna poke at their builds at all or anything like that. It'll be all their stuff. But like if you're talking about just like small different iterations to builds that are existing right now, no. But what we can do is we can hyperlink it in like the frequently asked questions. So right now what we could do is like frequently asked questions. Pure frozen sentinels, pure cold build, and then hyperlink it, something like that. But we can't just we'd have to create a whole nother build. Any chance for ranking / voting / views system on the website builds? No, not right now. We have a lot of like, it's actually fun. We compare ourselves to like early last Epoch. We have a list of like 500 things we want to do, but right now it's really focused on core systems. So we're working to make hover faster. We're designing the team section. We're going to put in all the creators like socials in there. We're finishing D4. We're designing POE2. We're going to have a little live button at the top. In the back end, we are restructuring a lot of the CMS elements to make them quicker and easier. We're putting in rich text boxes in everywhere they're not. A rich text box allows you to break up paragraphs, add images, add hyperlinks, things like that. A lot of the spots of the website right now are just like, imagine it like notepad text boxes where you could just put like one solid thing of info. So we're really like, that's why I said it's really launched into kind of its beta phase right now. And before we do any of like the real fun stuff like Frosty and Hog's parody sections and little mini games, and there's another partner that reached out that wants to set up like forum and discussion groups and a sign-in. And if everything goes well, then financing, we can get like API and builder tools. But it just takes time. It's so much work. We have a design meeting and implementation update every 10 days. That's the current goal. So the idea is that hopefully you'll continuously see updates to the website every 10 days. It won't always be 10 days, but that's what we have kind of contracted right now. Last Epoch date screw up. Why? Wait, what do you mean? Hover faster was my main complaint. Load all the assets with the page so it's instant. Rax owns Maxroll. He wouldn't do it. You should poach Rax. No, that's not possible. Maxroll got sold. I don't know if everybody heard that. IGN is now the owner of Maxroll. If you guys did not hear that, they are now in IGN Media Group. Poach Elon while you're at it. I'll go get Elon, Rax. I'll go get Crip. I'll just snag everyone. Yeah, the Maxroll news is crazy. 20 minutes till Tavern talk. Oh, with Gazzy and Darth is a question. Oh, man, they would Actually, I don't know. I don't know. Man, that would be sweet. I would be very happy if Darth or Gazzy, which again, I don't see it coming. Hey, Jonathan Rogers, is there any truth to the rumor that GGG dropped Dawn of the Hunt on 4-4 to kind of squash some competition from last Epoch. Oh my gosh, I would fall out of my chair if that question was asked. He'd probably do this. I know a lot of people think that we're just trying to step on the little guy, but no, we knew we had to get the content out as soon as possible, and our designers and developers, this was the best date for us. And, you know, it'd be some, I hope they ask it, no chance. No way. I don't know. I would be very happy. Yeah, Gazzy's Icy Veins. What does Warpath drop on? Is that a chest level to Warpath? What does that drop on? I need more Warpath points. Would love it. Me too. Yeah, it's chest. That's what I thought. Let me go over to Mert. Oh, never mind. How the hell do you guys play COF? It's crazy. When you need an item, you have to go find it. Never dealt with this before. Super Soaked Aaron, I'm probably 2 months out, maybe sooner, from opening my gold company again. I've got 2 investors blowing up my phone, telling me we need to get the company up and going ASAP. That's great. I think Gazzy said he talked to some GGG devs about it, and they said it was just the only date they could release it. We want a public answer. Hello, lovely people. We have to leave soon, but wanted to come in and give you some good vibes. Panda, I appreciate the good vibes. Because of that, you get to look at my new nature camera. Ooh, hey, there's a car driving. I saw a bird too. But we're gonna set up a little bird feeder for the subathon and have a little nature camera. It was a community member's idea. Is that a golf ball? I don't know. One day you're gonna see me on camera taking a dump in the field behind the house. Oh my gosh. Good, I'll sick my dogs on you. Go get him. Go get him. Wait, Aaron is going MG? Of course. Of course. Do you mow that field with your lederhosen? Yes. With the electric lawnmower, just so Hog can see it. Yeah. Vessel, all of my Sentinel characters are COF. My other 12 characters are all Merchants Guild. They used to be 50-50, and they've slowly become more and more Merchants Guild. I thought you were going COF in season 2. I was, but then there was some gas that reflected off Venus, which caused the and then there was some swamp gas that got in my eyes.
Get in, loser. We're going
I couldn't
shopping.
figure out which button to click, and it ended up Merchants Guild. So I don't know. Aaron is telling the truth. Yes. Correct. I think he'd rather blow his brains out than go COF. Dude, when we went COF the last time, oh my gosh, I was losing my shiz. This is what a lot of people don't understand. And I know this sounds very silly because I'm about to start a subathon. So obviously, yes, I have a lot of time. Okay, obviously. But normally, I have a wife and 4 children. My number one commodity is time. Time is my number one commodity. I'm building a website. I'm doing a subathon. I got a wife and 4 kids. I make a YouTube video every day. I go to the gym. Time is very important to me. And one thing I really enjoy about Merchant's Guild is it saves me incredible amounts of time. You could disagree, which is fine. That's why there's multiple factions. Blah, time, blah, blah, blah. It's true. What, it took us 2 weeks to find one exalted shield or axe to slam into our dual shield build. Oh man, that was like that was horrible. To be fair, GGG, they need to take a break after releasing POE2 so they could start focusing on new patch February. Wait. To be fair, GGG, they needed a break after releasing POE2. Yeah, I should read it correctly, Martin. So they probably only started on the new patch February. They had to focus on crashes and other hot fixes, so they couldn't wait longer. Yeah, you know, this is a tougher one for me. I don't know. Martin, I look at it like this. This is Martin on YouTube, everyone. If I came to you, you being GGG, privately, and said, hey, GGG, hey, big brother, hey, mentor, we're going to be releasing our update on April 2nd. It's 9 months in the making. It's financially unbelievably important to the studio. April 2nd's our date. We're about to drop our massive trailer, which, by the way, is at 3 million views right now. We just want to make sure we want to talk to Big Brother first. And Big Brother says, you're good. Do your thing. And then Big Brother, as you're standing on the cliff, drop kicks you off into the Grand Canyon. That two things could be true at once. It could be true that they had to pick 4-4 because that's the only thing that made sense, and it's the right business decision. And the other thing can be true that it absolutely sucks and feels bad. So that's it. Maybe their brother ain't even working at GGG anymore. Yeah, that's also possibly true. So that's what I try to tell people is like, I don't fault them for making the right business decision. Like, I mean, they're a massive company. It just still sucks. Like, it still sucks and feels bad. So. And you could read it. We read it a couple of times. EHG's response was unbelievably pointed and pretty, I mean, it was pretty aggressive. We read it enough times, I was like, oh yeah, they're pretty pissed off. GGD doesn't give a crap, of course. You can't stream the beta, unfortunately. I can't stream the beta, unfortunately. They be mad at me. Why not Shield Bash? We just made Shield Bash. We just did a Shield Bash build. So now we're getting ready for Forged Weapons, which is getting some love in the next update. This is my #1 most hated enemy in the game. That stupid can hit you from 3 screens away lightning guy. I just want to look at my idols, please. Spire, stop shooting me. Sucks for hardcore. Yes. Yeah, we're going to watch the interview. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. We're going to watch Tavern talk. I'll get it set up after this. Yes, we're going to watch the interview. I do plan to skip the POE2 patch as there isn't enough to bring me back, and I'd rather play Last Epoch and other games that come out around the same time. Yeah, a lot of competition this time around. Jeez. Oh, forget. I don't even know where the lightning guy's shooting me at. He's so far away. No idea what direction. Oh, you don't see that one very often. I'm about to freak out. You don't see that one very often. That color on my loot filter. That is triple exalt. Okay, really quickly, just because we're on the conversation. This is the response from the game director, Top Dog, CEO of Last Epoch. Hello, travelers. We recently learned that our friends, starts off by saying friends. We've recently learned that our friends, Grinding Gear Games in the ARPG space, have chosen. Our friends, GGG, have made a decision to release a date a couple of days after ours, which would divide the player base. Our friends, GGG, have made a decision which would divide players and hinder the success of our Season 2 launch. Our friends, GGG, have made a decision which would divide players and hinder the success of Last Epoch. Last Epoch is still a smaller studio. We're the little guy in this space and looks towards each of its launches as a way to continue to sustain the studio financially and work on things we are most passionate about. We learned recently that our friends Grinding Gear Games have made a decision to divide the player base and hinder our success Last Epoch. Last Epoch is still a little studio, and they are going to kill our financial outlook. It is with a heavy heart that we are forced. They literally put the word forced in the statement. It is with a heavy heart that we are forced to move our release date, Season 2, Tombs of the Erased, to April 17th. As we adjust our launch date, we invite our community to help us spread the word so that everyone can join the Season 2 experience. A massive update to Last Epoch that we're thrilled to share with you. Woo! That was the official response from EHG. Grinding Gear Games GGG, again, the bigger studio, has not formally commented. So, yeah. All right, Tavern Talk time. That's on, is that on DM? It's on DM's channel. Yeah, it's right here. GGG sucks. Watch that. Divide, hinder, forced. It's brutal, their communication. It's brutal. Damn, was leveling one of your builds and got hit by the hefty storm. Now no power. Oh man, I'm sorry. You see that color very often in COF. Is that what it is? I don't play COF very often. I'm not used to triple exalts. Melee, critical strike chance, shock chance, slow chance. It's a 666. Slow shock. Man, that is a lot of affixes. There's a lot of affixes. My problem is that GGG pushed 0-2 first. So everyone adapted, and then GGG randomly delayed 0-2 till early April. Feels bad, yeah. Last Epoch does have a better item design, in my opinion. I love the items that slowly get better as you level. Yeah, Weaver's will. Tink, what's up? No Man's Sky has done a lot of work. A Demon Scepter. This is the Harbinger Scepter. It's the highest base spell crit. No. Sure. All right, let's do this. Actually, I think I don't need to move anything spacing wise. All right, let me update the stream title. Tavern Talk. And we'll put a picture of a skull. For minions. For minions. Let's hope this is better than the one with Ziz. You mean, oh, Ziggy. Yeah. I agree. All right, I actually don't want to sit here and just... We're going to watch it, I promise. Their audio's on. Yeah, as soon as they come back, we'll hear it. I love your build guides in LE. I'm super hyped for the new season, but could you include a starter and budget gear in your guides? Ugh. Like you want, when I make the build guide, to have multiple build planners? I would love to see a... Oops. By the way, I still need to do my stream where we clean out our inventory. I don't want to do it. It's like cleaning the garage, Tink. I don't want to do it. They can't make me. Oh, trust me, I understand. Please. Also, a time-friendly build. I need that too because I'm not getting all the way to 100. I just broke everything down. Log out, about, died. Oh, man. Audio. Ah, does it get it? 0. I just broke everything down. I don't want to go to the garage. Can you move the tabs in the quick view as well? No, I don't think so. Isn't that one of the big complaints? Can you? No, it just drags it. You have to move them up here, which is agitating. Yeah, we're gonna go through each tag and rebuild everything the right way. I've also got my new tabs. This is all new stuff from the cycle 1. So I got to like filter all this into new spots. I got eggs, and then we're going to go through and do stash tab priority. If you guys don't know, in last Epoch, stash tab affinity is what's in POE, and they're paid stash tabs. In last Epoch, you get 200 free tabs that are stash tab affinity, but with more options. It's pretty cool. So you got full stash tab priority in LE. LE straight W, it's huge. It's huge. Flat armor, armor shred. Melee physical frailty. I hear something.
All right. Can everyone see us? Can everyone hear us? Chat, how's it looking? Get the feedback from there before we get started.
Dude, my camera is in the
audio's all good.
perfect
Yeah, everyone's
spot.
good. We'll just do the standard audio test on this side of things. Guys, you go ahead and say something.
Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Jonathan, go for it.
Hello. Nice to see all you guys here today.
Mark, go for it.
Hello, chat. This is your mic check from Mark. Test, test, hello.
There we go. Well, without further ado, welcome to the Dawn of the Hunt version of the Tavern Talk podcast, chat, whatever you want to call this thing here that we do. And the very first question that we have, sort of the icebreaker here, the one that you've probably been spammed about in every single way you can, is patch notes when, my friends?
Damn it.
Well, I guess the thing Mark said earlier today is we'll post the patch notes when we're done making changes. There's still some last minute changes coming in. At this point, we're kind of like, yeah, we just want to get a few more of them final before we post the patch notes. There's certainly a lot of balance changes coming in hot on this one for sure.
Damn,
but,
no
I mean,
patch
look,
notes
be,
after
towards the end
Tavern
of the
Talk.
week,
Everyone was wrong.
Maybe Thursday, sort of ish time, I suspect. We still have some things to do.
That's New Zealand Thursday.
That's New Zealand Thursday, so Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah. Wednesday for you. Yeah.
Fair enough. So we structured this little interview with some headers. So we're going to move on to starting this interview with some follow-up questions from previous interviews you've done on news articles and also our Tavern Talk podcast, Destin, Siggy, and so forth. One of our first questions was actually about parry. The topic of buffing the block mechanic was brought up, and the desire to shoehorn this in for upcoming patch was stated. So the question is whether or not this made it in or not.
It hasn't made it in yet, but we're still working on it. I just have to see whether it feels good. In order to make it actually right, we had to do some animation stuff, which makes it take a little bit longer because there's some, But effectively, we want to have something that makes block a bit more special than it currently is now. If unfortunately I don't think I can talk about it until I'm a bit more sure it's going in because I don't want to excite people and being like, oh, then it just didn't work. And I believe it's going to work. I've tested with it with bad animation and I can kind of see I'm pretty sure there's something here. We'll see once the animation is actually in whether or not it works well. But it needs it does need something to improve with it, and I'm pretty sure it will still get in for 0-2.
Okay. Just a quick follow-up to that. Is the desire for block is to make people actually use the race shield mechanic? That's the part of the block that you guys want to focus on, or is there more to it?
So in my opinion, I can tell you what's wrong with that block, I think. So one of the issues that we have in PoE is that you're only going to actually bother using a mechanic like that if you can then follow up with something that's reasonable to do. And there was a theory before we tried parry that you're just never going to use a mechanic like that except in a boss fight because you've got a bunch of monsters hitting you. If you're going to follow up to one of them, you might sure, you block an incoming hit, but then there's another one coming another 500 milliseconds right behind it from a different monster. So effectively what that would mean is that, you need something to be able to do that actually allows you to respond in a way that isn't going to get you killed, right? So in a boss fight context, you can use block effectively, but the problem there is just that changing your build just for a boss fight is kind of not something most players are really willing to do in that regard. So it kind of ends up just being not used in both cases, because block can actually be quite useful in a boss fight if you know to use it and if you're actually used to using it. But as I said, most people don't bother because they could just be doing something else and they've been doing something else during clearing. So we need to make block good enough to use in clearing to be able to make it something that people will use in boss fights. And in order to do that, it needs something extra, as I was saying. So you need some way to deal with the fact that you've got other monsters hitting you. So there just needs to be more mechanics around that. So as I said, we're in the middle of testing something, it'll have there'll be something there that'll sort of ideally make it so that you can follow up more easily to attacks and that kind of stuff. So that's kind of the goal with that mechanic.
So in one of the previous interviews, you said a very interesting line that kind of with you a follow-up question. I believe it was the Destin interview that you did. And you were talking about how you were balancing around, or you have multiple axes of randomness is how you're sort of getting your difficulty layers effectively. And so my question for you is, how do you manage to balance around having multiple interacting levels of randomness while also putting a limit on player power at the same time?
Right.
They have an
Well, I guess
echo,
what I would
that's
say with
not
that
me,
is that
that's them.
usually the axes of randomness get boosted by your Atlas tree and like how many mods you're putting on maps and all these other things. So effectively, and that the player will tend to adapt based on their ability to be able to do things. So while the overlapping axes of randoms can result in obviously much harder fights that can be very difficult, generally speaking, the degree to which that will occur is sort of controlled by the economic element of setting up your mods correctly on your maps and your Atlas, and other stuff like that. So effectively, like we are a game that allows you to set your own difficulty using these mechanics. And I would expect that you won't get too many outliers with regard to difficulty, even when you're getting these overlapping mechanics like that, because obviously the less they're overlapping, the less chances there are for the really crazy ramps. Now we do still have to be careful about life pools of monsters getting out of control and stuff. Like there was the issue in POE1 a long time for like completely unkillable rares and that kind of stuff. Like we still have to be careful about that. And so like we're a little bit more strategic these days with how we kind of approach like adding life to monsters and stuff like that. Like we're doing that in a better way than we previously were doing. Which isn't to say it doesn't still happen occasionally. Like I ran into a rare myself, even just like in a playthrough, even just in Act 3, which had life regen, and I was just having a real tough time with it. So it does happen sometimes. But I mean, like on some level, you want there to be challenges like that. You just don't want them to be so unkillable, and you don't want to run into them so frequently that you get issues. So
we have learned a few lessons from POE1 actually in that regard,
yeah.
which is because we ended up having all of the bosses and stuff have effectively life overflows to the point where they couldn't go anywhere. We've swapped to using this in POE1 as well, where we use, instead of scaling the life of the monsters, we now give them this toughness stat, which effectively has diminishing returns. So when you get too many sources, they don't get multiplicatively more difficult.
Right.
And that also, we do that with the same thing with like the rarity and the rewards as well. It has a thing where it's not. There was a point where, yes, everything would just multiply, and then literally the entire drop pool of a monster would be saturated to entirely unique items. Can someone ask them what chose the date? Still can happen in POE1, in POE2, and in a lot of cases in POE1, we're using like buckets of rarity that are additive with each other, and there's this kind of league rarity we use, and then that's got diminishing returns as well, in the sense that it will never get so high that it will just multiply endlessly into some, ridiculousness going on. So we are approaching the like difficulty from many sources better, and we're certainly approaching the rewards from many sources better to not turn once again into this thing that we have to end up all of a sudden re-engineering a bunch of stuff to solve. So
right.
That kind of rolls into one of our next questions here, which is you did an interview with, I believe it was GameSpark, a Japanese website, where they were talking about Magic Find and the state of Magic Find, and you mentioned there could potentially be some Magic Find changes coming to the game. Did you want to elaborate?
I'm trying to remember exactly where we landed on it, but Magic Find, it is nerfed. But the details of that are kind of arcane and internal in a way that's like kind of hard to even describe. I don't know how much we should even go into like the specific details around that.
I reckon we can talk about where we were going. So we are nerfing it in 020, firstly. Like it is worse. When looking at it, the impact it was having on the shared like number and quality of items you're getting is just too high.
I just want to bring up one thing as a starting point though with this, which is that one of the things with any mod on an item is that you have to be able to feel the mod. And so the concern that I had going in was that you should still be able to feel Magic Find when you get that as a mod for the first time at early levels, which is why it's kind of balanced the way it is right now. And clearly that balance is bad at endgame with the way that it is. So there has to be on some level a thing where as you go through the game, the effect of that mod goes down. Because right now, the increase that you get at endgame is like, I can't remember what you were saying that it was like that you worked out. It was like the increase for having a Magic Find versus not was like something kind of crazy, right?
I mean, it's hard to. I mean, you were pretty easily getting 40-50% more rare currency, the currency you care about, just by running not even that many Magic Find pieces, to be honest. Like, I would say an actual inconsequential loss in character power to gain effectively what would be 40% more quantity of the currency you care about. And this is bad. Like, this is just too much for like the amount of power you're losing to the amount of gain it's an obvious trade. Now there were obviously on live there are some issues with like the however you pronounce it, Val Shield that has the effect of Soul Cores. And then the Soul Cores, and it's like, oh, sweet, well, there's 240 rarity for just everyone running that one item. And, there are issues like that 100% that we're mitigating, like getting rid of those extreme cases. But ultimately, it's just like, I think it was, as you guys pointed out last time, rarity is effectively now acting as what quantity did in POE1 for the sake of currency and thus waste, don't sustain, etc. So we've had like a ridiculous number of conversations about this.
Well, the first thing we even discussed that we wanted to do was just to remove currency from from being given by rarity, but it turned out that was actually like a complete and utter disaster as far as complexity goes, just for various reasons, to do with the way the drop system works. Like, it wasn't as easy as that sounded. And then we also then came to a realization that we weren't even happy with that anyway for various reasons, and so then I think we just came down to, okay, we just have to nerf it some other way.
Well, yeah, I mean, we had so many conversations, and engineering issues were coming up and complexity ones with the drop system, and then it was like, okay, well, we can't just leave it because we're unable to solve that. So we decided, at least for now, we're going to nerf it, especially on the diminishing returns axis, and then remove a lot of the outlier items that are just giving an insane amount of it for effectively, I don't want to say free, but not a huge trade. So yeah, I would expect, you should be expecting a lot less power, certainly by at least...
All right,
influence
magic
and thus
find
less necessity
not
to use
required.
it.
Well, less power. Nerfed.
That being said, I would say we have not come to our resolution on this one, honestly.
Right.
We need to find out. We need to either figure out how we're going to implement it the way we want, like it affecting... I guess, the last thing was not just not affecting currency. We were talking about it only affecting things that can be either normal, magic, rare, and unique was another option. So things that have a rarity. But yeah, I don't know. Even then, there was some back and forth, and then it came again in the last conversation. It came up, what if we remove it again? And like everything's on the table at this point, and we just need to keep discussing it. And hopefully, by the end of early access, we actually have an answer that we're all happy with. So
I'm trying to remember. Did we agree to do the escalating diminishing thing with level, or was that not in?
No, that was another.
They're nerfing magic.
For some reason I thought we landed on that one, but
no,
maybe
we didn't. No.
Okay, it was.
It's my
one?
nature camera I turned on.
Yeah, it's getting nerfed basically, and so hopefully the problem is not a big problem in 020. But
hey, no offenses. Sorry.
Potentially more changes need to come. It's honestly surprisingly hard now, with the way the drop system fundamentally works, to be able to make it so that a single drop pool, as they're known internally, is affected by certain by the stat like that. Yeah, and like the solutions that we were trying to get around that were becoming increasingly more hacky and horrible. In order to be able to do that, like there started to be discussions of like, oh, do we generate the currency anyway and then delete some of it and like random shit like that? And it was just kind of like, you know what? There's a dark path.
I have
down
a window right here. It's the shot from my window.
Let's not do all of that. Yeah.
Frosty says instead of 150 rarity, now you need 300.
Return cards. Like the shield specifically, you talk about the Vol shield could apply such ridiculous amounts of magic fine. Would it be safe to assume, or if you could share the details on this diminishing return implication, does that go in a ramping scaling? Like the more you have, the higher the diminishing return, or is it just a certain amount of diminishing return that kicks in after certain thresholds?
It's not thresholds.
There's no threshold in the equation.
It just narrows to a certain value.
The equation is effectively has an asymptote at a certain number.
Nerf the magic
and
fence.
Then the more you add, the closer you get to the asymptote. You know, it's a curve like that. You know. So there is a point at which adding more is not doing much for you, but everything you add always adds a bit more. It's just that but you never actually reach a certain value. So that's it's always been that way, by the way. Magic Fund.
There are I don't actually know if these are the right numbers, but like the difference between like 400 and 800 rarity is probably a difference of like 3% or something. Like it's actually. There's a point in where it is ultra inconsequential, getting even more of it. So you have these guys who are even in POE1 where they're running like 1,000 rarity. It's like there's probably 60% of that is absolutely just a waste.
Okay, that's fair. I want to move on to another question that we had, which is a follow-up to our previous Tavern talk, and that is a question that's been spammed and it's about tier of modifiers. In POE1, tier 1, or actually tier 0 is the highest. It's flipped in POE2. We discussed some venues in our last Tavern talk whether or not you're going to flip it back and or maybe make it show like it's a tier 6 out of 12 tiers so people could determine which one, if they have the highest tier or not.
800
Where have you guys
rarity, 3
landed
extra
for point two
percent.
for this
Well,
one?
we haven't had, honestly, this has not been a thing that we've been thinking about probably since the last time we talked about it. Like, it's one of those things that we should look into. I just honestly
Flexible,
have
no.
not had time. So yeah, no changes there. The state is exactly the same as it was previously.
Yep. We're going to move over to another generic question we have, and that is whether or not you guys are happy with the current state of the trials, or if there's any changes you'd like to see coming.
Well, one change that happened, which I think we mentioned somewhere else, was that we found that accidentally the end bosses had double the amount of life they were supposed to have, which was a bit of an issue. So that wasn't great. What actually caused that bug? Because you told me that it happened, but I wasn't actually sure.
No. I would not use the word bug.
Okay, that's kind of the way you phrased it to me.
I would use the term human error.
Okay, sure. Okay.
A mistake. There was a point in where towards the end, a lot of the pinnacle bosses got their life changed, like just before release, and those two got missed somehow, and their life was way too high.
Right.
That being said, changes to the trials. I do want to change. I don't have anything fundamental in terms of the actual full structure of them personally. I more so have a change in the content itself. Like it is worth, like, okay, for example, in Ultimatum, you have the 3 random bosses, not excluding the Trial Master, the 3 random bosses. One of those is actually a placeholder, like it's not actually meant to be used there. You wouldn't know because, well, maybe you would know. But for those who went to, like, XLCon and played in a certain act, you might have recognized that boss from one of those acts. And it's just that we reused that temporarily since we didn't get the other one finished in time. And then a lot of the monsters in Sanctum and like encounters and the different, I guess the amount of randomness I would say is not high enough. Like it gets a little bit repetitive after a while, and we need to extrapolate on all that. And honestly, I would say that we didn't get the monsters to the quality I wanted. Especially probably just a number of the skills and the balance and a lot of what they're doing. I would say personally, structurally, overarching, I don't have a fundamental issue with them. I definitely have problems with the boss of Sanctum. Like that whole hourglass mechanic is just absolute garbage and just needs to be redesigned. Like there's nothing. Honestly, having had a bit more time beforehand would have changed that already, and I have every intention of fully just changing that whole mechanic because like it is just like
Never had problems with
now
the
there's these
bosses,
things
just
on the
the damn
ground that if
traps,
you don't
yeah.
pick up, you're gonna
Don't know
die,
that.
and how do you know that? And it's just obviously bad, right? So they're changing that 100%. And then the way people got around that in 010 is effectively kill the boss before it can do anything, and then you're good. So yeah, there's certainly changes to the actual monsters and individual bosses that I have in mind, but I haven't really thought too much about
Hourglass
changing
is
everything.
fine, yeah. Gauntlet
across,
is the worst.
actually how the mechanics work necessarily.
Fair enough. I remember me dying first time on that fight, going in blind. It was because of that mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
And the
I mean,
speed
it's
at
just
which
terrible.
scales with players as well. Like if
it's-
you have a
I don't-
party.
It's just actually bad. Like I there's no there's no excuse there or anything. It's just bad. Like it needs changing 100%.
I try to imagine if me and Frosty LaRue did this interview, how it would go. That'd be really wild, Frosty.
So my question is more about the state of bosses going into 0.2, because I know you guys are worried, and you've said multiple times one of the things that you were bummed to see was like people killing pinnacle bosses in like 14 seconds. So it's going into 0.2. Do you believe this is going to be different with the rebalancing that you currently have? What's your expectations? Because I know you also said you lowered the tier 0 of these bosses by, did I hear it correctly, half HP?
Correct. So my hope is that it will be fixed because we fixed all the things we knew to fix. My worry is that more things will be discovered that mean that it is not fixed. But it's honestly incredibly difficult to actually find every single thing like that.
Have a good one,
So
Xavier.
what I would hope that happens is that people don't find anything too outrageous before the point when people get into the pinnacle bosses, so that there can actually be a reasonable challenge for the first people who get there. But yeah, I mean, look, people do tend to find stuff. Obviously, there's a new class as well, and so a bunch of new support gems and interactions and things that have been added. So there'll be things probably there that will just happen. So yeah, like I don't know that I can expect that. Like I'm certainly not going to sit here and say, oh yeah, like everything like that's not going to happen again, because it probably will happen again.
Yes, freedom.
But so we're just making every attempt to make sure that it doesn't. And yes, this was an exact thing that Mark said when he said, okay, we're lowering the life of these bosses. This might make this problem even worse. Because if people do find anything,
I wanted to lower all difficulties, right? Because it's effectively the situation we have right now is that by not lowering it, we're effectively saying that if you're playing a more average build, then you are not capable of doing that content. Right. And by not changing it because there are a bunch of broken builds is just unnecessarily punishing average users or more. I don't want to say necessarily casuals because we're still at the end of endgame here, but like within that spectrum of players, casuals are not even able to do the difficulty 0 pinnacles because it's balanced around an extreme that is just way too high. And so I'd rather just have it be easier for broken builds and at least accessible to people who are playing more like average or our ideal DPS kind of builds. And yeah, sure. And then the broken builds can go up to difficulty 4. And again, now with at least all the uniques dropping from the pinnacles, you got more stuff to at least look forward to if you're killing difficulty 0. Sure, the chance to get it on difficulty 4 much higher, by the way, but it's still at least not just the good uniques are restricted from those players. And I mean, another thing as well, I know this is like technically unrelated, but talking more about that accessibility for players to that content, we have made all the pinnacles are now not only half the life, they're also twice as easy to access. So we had this whole you should have to do 60 maps of Breach or Delirium or whatever to access the pinnacles. That's just too much. It's way too high. It was a kind of conservative number, and we've changed that. We've now made that 1 in 30. I know that's not actually how it plays because with juicing and all the mechanics and how well characters do. So it's just a rough number. But effectively, yeah, we've doubled the frequency in which you can access that content as well. And again, that's the same thing where it's like we're unnecessarily restricting that content, even trying that content, behind a bunch of not only lots and lots of hours of gameplay, but also character build requirements that are honestly too high. And really it should just be you get more tickets at doing it, and if you can't do it, well, that's on you, that's your skill and that's your gear. But that should be the limiting factor more so than just like, holy shit, I have to play for 100 hours in order to even do this thing once, and then I just die and because I can't do it. Yeah,
a couple of other points to just make about this is that when the hardest content is too hard, it actually restricts build diversity because people don't see a build as viable if it can't defeat the hardest content, and therefore effectively reduces the set of builds that are even possible. So that's something that we have to be really careful of, and that's part of the reason you want to try and not have the top end be too high. But then the other issue is
get good news.
That, and I was just thinking about this. What did it slip my mind now?
Al, I 100% agree.
No, it's fallen out of my mind. I'll have to just bring it up later.
And also just note, on the there will be more broken builds. It is inevitable. There's nothing you can really do about that, unfortunately. Especially when we're talking about how we're still making changes and can't post the patch notes because we're still making changes. There is no guarantee that these changes we're making are entirely solving the problem or entirely not introducing new problems. Now, obviously, we're going to do better and better over time, but part of this is that we are just very aggressively making changes so that we can get it to the players to test ultimately. And I don't mean functional testing, I mean balance testing on this level with this many mechanics and overlapping axes of randomness is impossible to test on an internal scale with the numbers we have.
They're just honestly not
actual
fun.
Hundreds of thousands of eyes and hours to even be able to find everything. And this has been the case with Path of Exile 1 forever as well. It's not like it's anything new.
That actually reminds me of what I was going to say, which is that when we're going into 010, we didn't even really know what the right amount of DPS a player should even have was at endgame.
Sure. Because
that's impossible without getting more information about what players are realistically achieving, kind of where the average ends up being and that kind of stuff. It's actually very hard without that sort of data because, as I think I've even said before, we can't invest 100 hours into every test character we make. We have to kind of like either we do a playthrough, in which case we're not getting to the end of endgame on that one character because it just takes too long, or we're creating a character synthetically, which if you do that, you're not necessarily gonna end up in the same place as what you'd end up with if you if you didn't do that, right? So I mean, yeah, we can cheat every item into existence, but like, is it really how it plays out? It's actually very hard to say. So that kind of means that on some level, until you actually get it on production and you're actually putting in the kind of 100, 200 hours into a character and like, seeing what other people are doing and like being part of the meta and like all this other stuff, you don't even really know what the life should be. So just even having this first round, has helped a huge amount now that we have an understanding of where should players actually be in order to balance life of bosses for them.
I'm curious. I think that pretty much everything you guys just said feels really good to hear as well. And we talked about build diversity, more broken builds going to be there. There's an expectation from John Grown and the community and you guys to see really broken builds. We're going to find them. There's 600 plus different minions. We're getting specters that we can use for that. I mean, that's another road we can take, for that approach as well. At the same time, I want to circle back to the topic of actually Temporalis not barely being touched, where the idea was it was too easily achieved because of broken builds. But now you're also at the same time saying, but what everyone else is expecting, that we're going to have even more broken builds. Wouldn't that kind of counteract the whole approach to that and make Temporalis more accessible because of the availability that we're all expected to see with more broken builds available?
Well, okay, so when I say more, what I'm saying is, and I think Mark even might have used this example, is let's say there were 200 broken builds in the last version. Well, hopefully this version we have 100 broken builds, and then the next version we have 50, and then it'll halve each time, and then we'll sort of get somewhere okay, over time. So it's not to say that there'll be more in the sense that there'll be more than there were before. It's that there will be more in addition to all those ones got nerfed, and now people find some additional ones. But with regard to your thing about Temporalis, so I mean, okay, what actually is the exact nerf to Temporalis? I feel like we might as well just mention that.
The reduction to cooldown is lowered. So it's not giving as much of a reduction to cooldown. I can't remember the exact values, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't, for example, fully erase Blink's cooldown now, as an example.
Right. But it's still very good. It's still incredibly good. But the thing that really changed is that we lowered the amount of the relic that's going to drop, so there'll be less of them.
We also given that we had solved at least a good chunk of those problems for the early when Temporalis was spilling out into the economy. We solved a lot of that, but also I think we have made it at least 10 times rarer, that unique specifically, in this patch. So yeah, it is nerfed and it is less accessible, and that's just okay with that one. It shouldn't be doing what it was doing before, at least with Blink and the mobility side of things. That's for sure, though.
That's good. That was one of my concerns here, what you guys talk about, but that feels really good to get that clarified. I feel reassured with this.
Speaking of clarity, on a beach.
One of the questions we had is regarding clarity in maps, because in the reveal footage, there was a little display that most people saw in the top right corner showing basically objectives they could do in the map. So the question with this is this just an indicator of what's available in the map, or is this an indicator of an alternative way of completing maps instead of just getting more rares?
It is just an indicator of what's in the maps. And we still have the kill rare objectives, and so a lot of people will say, oh, why don't you have alternate different victory conditions for doing maps and so on? And I understand why people say that, but the thing is that if we actually had a bunch of different objectives, I believe that you would get tired of those very, very quickly. Killing the rares is already the thing that you want to be doing when you are mapping, and so that's the reason it was chosen as a victory condition like that. If we just have all sorts of random shit, there's going to be ones that you're going to get tired of very quickly. They'll be annoying and various things, right? I mean, effectively, what you'd probably end up with is something that looks kind of because when we're talking about alternate victory conditions, what you end up with is things like what's going on in Sanctum and Ultimatum, right? These are this is effectively what you end up with if you're talking about alternate victories, right? Because you come up with things and you try to work out the stuff, and it's while that is something that is cool to do sometimes, it's not something that's cool to do all the time. And so that's the reason why I'd be really hesitant to do that on every map has a condition like that. So that's kind of where we're coming from that. So what I think that we do need to do is make it so there are more interesting things going on in maps, which is something that
negative.
we will
I am
probably
a meat
focus on
popsicle.
more, in 030 is trying to improve on that. But I don't necessarily think it's a good idea to be like, okay, here's a bunch of arbitrary conditions you might have to fulfill. Like, the rare thing is what you should be doing anyway, and that is why it is a, like, I mean, if you really come right down to it, like, what is the victory condition of a map in PoE1?
We were playing Forge Guard,
the answer to that
Forged
is, like, we don't actually set one explicitly, but ultimately what you're there for is to kill the rares so that you know, and like all of the content, you are there to do the content in the map so that you get more item drops, right? So effectively, that's the reason why that's okay. So there has to be some idea of completion in PoE2 because of the fact that, you know, you need to be able to do the map to move on to the next one. So that's why we wanted to choose the objective we felt that players should have anyway. And so I think that maybe players sort of view that slightly differently than we do, because it's like, you know, but that's, I guess, to explain sort of our view on how that is. It just should be there of like, here's what you're supposed to be doing anyway.
Okay. A question I had.
We did.
Oh, go on.
I just want to elaborate on that a little bit more, because we did try some stuff internally there. Like, we actually did. We had an iteration quite recently, in fact, where we had it that you had to complete the like league. So if there was an expedition, you had to do the expedition to complete it, and so on. And honestly, the internal reception to that was like pretty viscerally negative.
Everyone was very angry that we were taking away their choice with that stuff.
Like, you're forcing me to do a ritual I don't want to do, and it's like, well, ideally it should feel good to do the ritual, but understandably, You
don't know about StarCraft. Get out of here.
So we backtracked on that, and then it's like, okay, well, you could design a whole bunch of encounters, and then it's like, well, how do you know you're not going to create
now I'm missing StarCraft.
Things
Frost,
that are
no
divisive,
chance,
or things
bro.
people don't want to do in the same sense that those leagues came out, and it's like, well, I hate this
You'd
one.
hear
Whenever
nuclear
I get this
launch
one, I hate
detected,
it. I hate
and you would
doing
just
that map.
exit.
You know, I just want the one when I have to kill the rares or some other thing. But to clarify just some of how it works, like if it is a boss map, killing the boss is the completion, right? That is what it will be. If it is not a boss map, killing the rares is the completion. If it is a tower, clicking the tower is the completion.
I actually play Protoss.
And then all of the unique maps, which we're just kind of not referring to as unique maps really, but that's kind of how they appear, each have their own special conditions as to how to complete them. Are there any other types of maps?
No, not really.
Hideout is full clear the area.
One of the greatest games ever made.
That's pretty much it, right?
Pretty much that's it, yeah. And then all the extra content, though, it is displayed on the map. It lists it under extra content. So, like, because often what could happen is you go into the map and you're like, I don't remember what was in here. Like, was there a breach in here? I don't remember. So at least now that is all displayed, and you do know what you have to at least keep an eye out for, and it will display on the top right. Once you've done it, it'll get ticked.
It lets you progress to the next point.
Remaining, where you're like, was there an expedition in here? I can't remember. And then you're like, oh yeah, there is. I have to go and do that one.
Oh, the Scourge.
So did I hear that right? That if it's a standard map with like a boss on it, you have like an overseer tablet or something you put in there, and you kill the boss, that's a completion, and you can leave the other rares on the map if you would like.
Correct.
Okay, so we got a new addition. That's nice.
The rare monsters in that context will appear as extra content that you don't have to do.
But it's worth mentioning that you're going to want to kill the rares because there is the map drop mechanic. So in a boss map, there are two that happens twice. Once on the boss for the upgrade, and once when you kill the rares for the sustain. So just to be clear here, like the killing all the rares, like at the point you kill the last rare, there's what we call a sustain drop, which is the one that's giving you a at tier 1, it's 100% chance to drop a map of the same tier, and then that goes down over time, but then gets countered by the Waystone drop chance. So effectively what that means is that if you're playing with mods, you're always going to get a map from that last rare that sustains your drops. And so in a map boss map, that's the same, like the rares will still give you that, but then you're also going to get a map from the from the map boss too. But
why do they want us to kill rares so much?
If you have excess maps and you're not really caring,
then you don't have to do it, right?
Do the boss, move on. It's up to you.
So speaking of like Waystones and Sustain, is there any chance I could get a teaser out of you for another unique tablet? Because we know one of them, which is you can teleport anywhere on the Atlas. Can you hold this over until patch notes with an additional unique tablet?
Well,
I wish it was in 4 days. You just made me so sad.
Them, right?
Yeah, we don't spoil you. We don't spoil you.
Think
it's on the 17th of April.
There is one. I hope it's there, as opposed to coming shortly afterwards. But I'm pretty sure it is. It irradiates the maps, and then you can complete the map completing the map will remove the irradiation, but not complete the map, and then you can run it again. So effectively, you can use that to be able to run all the maps in Radius twice with all of them effects and modifiers on them.
With the juicing from the towers.
Well, with the, I mean,
Yeah, because you've got
yes,
three.
if they're with the other 2 tablets or any other towers that are in Radius, yes, correct.
Wow, okay, that's quite a teaser. Hey, glad I
That's
asked.
probably the chasest one, I think, to be honest. So,
Okay, so speaking of maps, here's a balance related question for you. So what I heard in the Ziggy
No,
D
they didn't
interview
say
is the
when
Rogue
patch notes
Exiles
are.
can appear in any map, correct?
Yep, they can.
Okay, so are they scaled from tier 1 to 15? Like, you probably get where I'm going at. When you log in, brand new character, your first map, are people going to RNG get blasted with the same Rogue Exile that can appear in the tier 1 or tier 15, or do they get stronger?
They do scale. They do scale their life and damage and stuff like that.
much like any monster.
Yeah, much like any monster.
will.
So yeah, like it'll be it's a hard fight, but it's like if you run into
200
a T1,
divine
it's just a
tablet.
T1 it's
Yep.
a T1 boss.
They
Okay.
appear from part 2 onwards.
Yeah.
The reason we did it that
Me
late is
too.
because they have like the full set of player skills, and I didn't
Patch
want
notes are on the
them to
second?
be
When did they
using
say
skills
that?
that you didn't have access to at the same level. Now we could have done a thing where we disabled those skills, but then you just end up with a thing where they're like not too interesting, but also it just like exponentially amplifies the amount of work to make now every version of them using different skills good, and that was maybe something that would have been cool and fun, but honestly probably too much work relative to what you get out of it.
Right. But yeah, you'll see them in campaign as well. In the second half.
And then they're in maps. It's 1 in 12 maps base-ish, but like, we're still kind of iterating on the amount of content that is appearing in
It's on
maps,
the
so like, we
11th.
might even change this in the next few
LE
days.
patch notes.
And
Yes.
then the Atlas tree to spec into the rest. Now they do scale in other ways, which is just I mean, if you think about the uniques they have equipped, like if there is a like level 70 drop level unique item, obviously they're not going to have that before that level. So they'll unlock the uniques they'll have equipped, and this is for all uniques added for all time. They'll only be able to have ones up to the level that they're at, and then the uniques they'll be able to have. If there's a level 80 unique, they won't be able to have that until they're level 80.
And since they use the uniques actually do contribute to the difficulty of the of the fight. So
or sometimes the ease, because they don't necessarily know if that unique is gimping their build.
Curiosity from my end here regarding the uniques and the Rogue Exiles. Since the Rogue Exiles, it is possible that a Rogue Exile could have killed an in-game boss. Can they wear those type of uniques as well, or that's a no-go?
No, we've kept that off because, again, it's simply because you are right, they could use it, but we're not going to drop them because we don't want boss uniques to come from non-boss sources. Like that's
fair.
And we're much more strict about that now in POE2.
Okay, that's fair. Next question we have is on death effects. Are you currently satisfied with the current state, and do you believe that on death effects are something that is needed?
No. Get rid of them.
Well, what on death effects are you referring to?
Yeah, what's
All
even
of 'em.
left that's egregious? I mean, that is my first question. Is like, you tell me what's not good enough so I can go get it fixed.
I mean, we could take a prime example being like the bloaty guys that explode. I mean, if you have an army of minions, even more so now with Spectres being introduced with bigger
but that's
minions,
different. When
that's
you're
already
talking
hard
about
to
a
see.
specific, when you're talking about a specific monster, though, I feel very differently than
They're
how I
all
feel about
bad,
it on
yeah.
like rare mods, for example. Because
agree.
rare mods you can run into any time and you're not necessarily expecting them. But if you're talking about the bloaters, I mean, like those, you can see those bloaters coming a mile away. Like about that particular one.
Well, to some degree. I mean, it depends on the build you're playing, but I mean, there are multiple non-death effects and ground effects that is exploding, and like after death, like the issue that is being brought up is how the players are getting punished from going up to loot, maybe not seeing because there's loot windows popping up covering wherever the explosion is, and you have minions or expector, you're still fighting something, and you can't see it because there's too many effects going on the screen, and then you move to what you think is a safe spot, but you die.
Yeah, I mean, I 100% don't disagree with the problem. I guess the thing is, I
good.
can probably improve like 90% of it. I just need to know exactly them all, and I mean, it should seem obvious. I understand, but there's a lot going on. I don't know. Give me a list. I'll go through and either remove, change, or make them less punitive. I guess in almost every case, or at least, sorry, I don't want to say punitive. Like They should just be fair. And I agree with you. The loot label situation, like, is a problem where all of a sudden now, you know, if it was a rare and it happened to drop 8 items, well, you don't even see the monster anymore.
I hate after death effects.
Well, in the case
Gosh,
of the
just
bloater, for
get
example,
rid of them across the genre.
At the end of the explosion.
You could, of which all the clear speed junkies will be like, no,
Right.
I want it
But
now.
that's the thing you could do.
Because they want to pick it up and then run away before it blows up. So
Right.
I agree, though. That would be the thing I would have done.
No,
Yeah, I mean,
Ellie
that's
has.
Look, again, it's
We,
like I don't really have a problem with it as a general sense. I have more a problem of just if there is an unfair mechanic, I want to address that. Like, which is not restricted to on-death mechanics or not. It's just everything. If it is unfair, or there's no counterplay, which I guess are the same thing. Then I would
love
like
them.
to
They add more fear to
address it and do
hardcore.
something
Oh,
about it. Similar
brother.
to how I talked about that hourglass mechanic just being garbage. Like, I'm going to be the first to admit that there's a bunch of just unfair, bad stuff out there, which is the consequence of designing so many bosses and so many monsters, like hundreds of monsters. You're going to get some bad out there for sure. So we'll get them all in due time, though, for sure.
The follow-up question on this topic was that whether or not you consider the on-death effects to be something that is needed in the game.
Again, I've never thought of it in that sense of just like, do we want on-death mechanics? It's more like this monster would be real cool if it did an explosion on
Right,
death.
I see what you're
like,
saying.
After it died, like the bloater, I think is a very cool example. But it's not like there's ever a specific mission to be like, we need to add more on-death effects or anything like that.
Frey, don't bring up Dragonkin's
But I would
frog.
say it is somewhat contextual, and I do think that occasionally a thing like that happening is fine on some monsters. I would argue that again, like the things where it's hiding them, making them invisible, or that you can't see them, or again, because there are builds that are moving at way too fast with too many effects, is more of a thing that amplifies this problem, which is what we always see. Like these things are less problematic when you first encounter them in Act 3, and then they're far more problematic in Endgame when there's like a hell of a lot more going on. It's way faster. You can't really process what's going on as much, especially with probably summoner builds. So yeah, I mean,
it really shouldn't be the case that you can't see a bloater explosion coming.
yes.
Like, they're incredibly huge monsters. There's incredibly well telegraphed. It takes a very long time to build up. Like, that one really should be one that you can see coming.
I mean, I don't personally have an issue with the bloater specifically. Like, we got some of these questions from the community and some of the questions brought up from other content creators.
But that's what I'm saying. But
This
it was the
one of
first
those
one that came to your
questions.
mind.
Yeah.
So I wonder if there's another one out there. That...
What I'd like to do is at least do a pass to make it that there is never loot and a death spot contesting. And often the answer to that might be either change the effect or delay the loot. It just depends what that is. There were cases like, for example, Rattlecage, that the first boss of Sanctum, he used to explode on death, and yeah, it was bad, right? Like, how do you know until it happens? And then by the time it happens, you're dead. And of course, you kill the boss, you run in to get the loot. That's just what you do. So that one is an example of one where it were like, I mean, whether or not you could say it was telegraphed well enough, I don't know. It kind of just didn't really work. So there are clear examples where we've removed them because, yeah, it was kind of bullshit. And then there are probably a few examples that are in the gray right now, and probably even some that are still bullshit, and we still do need to address them 100%. That being said, again, not philosophically against them, just philosophically against unfair or like gameplay that's, again, I agree, if you're just covering the monster in loot labels, let alone anything else, and it's about to explode, that is a bad thing. Like 100% that needs to be addressed.
Sorry, I think we...
So yeah, I guess it's just more a matter of like, make sure that you continue to make us aware of the things that feel terrible to play against, and we'll do what we can to fix them. And if we can't get a good solution, then it probably will be removed. Like, that is often what happens eventually.
Fair enough. I have a kind of a different topic here. So there was a specific question related to ascendancy skills. So some ascendancy skills, I believe, have like quality effects, but you can't quality them. And ascendancy skills also can't be put into weapon slots. So like you can't use
This really isn't
weapon
helping for my
switching
life.
with Ascendancy at the moment. I can't put like Element of Storm or something. For some reason, you want to use that. It's like by only using my second weapon, for instance. So we're wondering if in 0.2 we can see quality coming to Ascendancy and weapon swapping, actually being able to be queuable onto Ascendancy skills.
Well, you can't put quality on them because they're not items, but the reason why they still have quality is because there are things that give quality to all skills.
Oh, it's good. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
So I believe that's why it's like that. So yeah, we're not going to change the fact that you can add quality to them because they're just not items, so it just works that way. As for the weapon swap thing, can you not open up the advanced skill thing and turn them usable by weapon set 1 and 2 for ascendancy skills? I thought you would be able to do that. Is that really not possible?
No, I checked it yesterday.
Remember.
And you can't do that?
No, not that I've seen. No. Man, let someone correct me in the chat.
I have
if I'm
a
wrong.
feeling. Now, so that actually surprises me. But now, upon thinking about it, I suspect I know why, and it will be a stupid technical limitation due to the way that information is stored, where there's no place in your character to store it. So I can actually probably get that fixed now that you've brought that to my attention. It just wasn't something that I was really aware of. I can.
Medic,
I can
already
actually get that
messaging
fixed.
me.
Probably not for 0.2, but yeah, that's a relatively easy fix. And as I said, it's because currently the place where that's stored is in the gem, and because there's no gem there, there was no place to store it. So probably it just ended up getting disabled by whoever implemented that. Yeah, that I can get them to fix it.
Great.
All right. We'll move over to some critical strike question. It's about critical strike bonus on weapons, which is currently multiplicative, with other sources of crit bonus leading to higher crit multi than we've ever had, even in POE1. So the question is if there's any changes or plans of changes to that, or is crit supposed to be that strong in the endgame?
I wouldn't say that crit has been first on our mind with regard to the changes we've been making on balance. Like, that isn't to say that there's something wrong with it, but it hasn't exactly been jumping out at us as like, oh, we've got this big problem with crit. The big problems have been other things. So, yeah, like I wouldn't say that we certainly haven't made any changes there. As for whether or not it should be like this, I think that'll be a question that will start to come up once we actually have that jumping out as a problem if it does. I mean, our intention was...
Nothing going on.
So just to be clear, though, about why we made that change, because we want it in general that items are always multiplicative with everything else. Like, it's supposed to be that your tree is multiplicative with your items. So, therefore...
Diggler, I have a little window in my studio now. I put a camera
Whenever that's not the case, that's kind of a defeat. Like, we want it... Yeah, that's just our general philosophy. So, ideally, we have it that way for as long as we can. If we then run into an issue, maybe we'd change it. But we haven't noticed any particular issues yet with that. So, we'll just leave it that way for the time being. The concern would be, of course, is if every weapon builder is playing crit characters, which, I mean, like... I don't know if it's the case right now. It possibly is the case, but I don't know if you've got any feeling about that.
Every, I mean, a lot.
Right.
I mean, this is ironically just like the eternal battle we had in POE1 of crit versus non-crit.
Right.
And we did like a million changes over time, and we're effectively just starting that battle again. The good thing is, because we've done that, we know exactly what we would have to do, which is... There is almost certainly just an imbalance in the ease of getting chance relative to the amount of crit damage you can get. There's no way that is just like right on the get-go. So, but however, it's not on the certainly the current. I wouldn't say it's not on the radar. It's more that it's not the most imminent thing for us to be fixing, given how much we have to be addressing right now, and which we're actively doing as we speak. So, well. Other people are actively doing as we speak.
We're getting our questions answered, people.
So yes,
Have
I
some
would
respect.
expect changes, but I don't know if that will necessarily change for O2O. That being said, everything's changing at like a base level, or a lot is changing at a base level, such that this will obviously... It's not like these builds are going to be identical in power after this, right? Because at the end of the day, it is a multiplier. What it does allow you to do is get so much burst glass cannony that, again, you're just evaporating the bosses in such an insanely small amount of time that you can turn that battle into not a battle, and that is a problem that might still remain. And if so, we'll fix it. If the base things that are pre-crit multiplier are also addressed to enough of a degree, at least the boss fight will last long enough that all of a sudden your glass cannon nature might reveal itself as a weakness. We'll have to kind of just see how that plays out, but I would say there's a 99% chance that we're going to have to change something, but I don't know if we can do it in 020. At least specifically to do with the
People aren't getting mad, they're getting bored in chat. That's all.
And we might still, by the way, I won't say that we're not. I'm just going to say that there is still technically 2 or 3 days
They would like
left,
different lines of questioning.
And Pastos were Thursday in New Zealand time, so a little bit time left. Another question we have is actually, again, about scaling, and it's about de-leveling of skill gems, if this is something you'll reconsider allowing us to have that tool accessible. An example of this, I believe this was Fubgun's question. A lot of current builds will currently use a low-level spirit gem because the attribute requirements level 20 can be too high. An example provided was Deadeye using a low-level cast on Shock as an example.
Well, a couple of things about this. One of them is that in general, we don't want people to want to use lower level gems. Now, the requirements in terms of mana is a valid reason for that to be that they want to do it lower, or mana or spirit cost or whatever it is, so that's I suppose that's reasonable, but like I guess the way we initially thought that was solved, the reason why we were okay to remove down leveling is because you could just get a new like level 19 gem at any time. It's just that it's the quality that doesn't move over, so I guess that's the reason for the request.
It's more that people want like level 8 and they don't want to have to go back to some random.
You don't have a level 8 gem just lying around?
Not always.
I assumed it was the quality.
Certain levels that are just like you want that exact thing, and then they're like ultra annoying to get. But the intention was that every gem is worth. You should want to level up every gem no matter what, and the fact that some aren't, like the fact that you're getting so much power out of using lower level ones is an error, and one that I would address rather by saying that having such a low level version of it at in-game should make the gem way worse. Like it shouldn't be good. It's just that a lot of these things don't have scaling over the levels. Like there's a lot of problems that have. I mean, you even see this in things like curses, where it's like, well, the mana cost skyrockets and the attributes, but like the power, it doesn't go up too much. And so you end up with a bunch of low level stuff everywhere. And I would say all of those are failures in that regard, and we should be making the level of them way more significant.
You shouldn't want a low level gem, but in the case, I do have some sympathy in the case where like I leveled this to 20 and I actually wanted it at 19, right? Like I totally understand that that desire. And it's really only the quality that would be a barrier there for that particular case. But if you're telling me that people are wanting like actually level 8 or something, then that's like not right.
There are some valid reasons, and then there are some things where it's like been designed or balanced poorly. And there's going to be a combination of fixing as to whether or not we need to revisit, I guess, whether or not we want to allow people to de-level uncuts or something like that. I don't know. But I mean, neither do I. But
you know what's pretty crazy? We're how many? Almost an hour in, they have not asked Druid when. I thought that was going to be like right out of the gates.
Quite a lot of work in this direction, because that was a big problem in POE1 that you had with quite a lot of things. So yeah, we do try and make the levels matter more.
I think one of the the primary concerns, and you touched on it a bit there, and it was a topic for later, but I suppose this is a good segue into it, is mana cost on abilities. Like for instance, 1 mana left at 22,000 mana, Spark costs 700, but then you had Hammer of the Gods.
No Druid question.
And it costs 1,180.
Zero.
So I suppose some of the questions would be like, how do you guys feel about mana costs of certain abilities and how it deprioritizes the suffix of like bonus levels specifically on classes like Warrior that already have reduced max mana on the tree for some reason? So what are you guys' feelings on the current state of like mana costs in relation to that?
Well, the few rules or things that we had before discussing what some stuff we've changed is that it was intended that obviously the cast time of this, the lower the cast time, the faster the cast time, the lower the cost is for one. Hence why something like Spark is relatively low. And then there was like a how frequently should you be using this, which is understandably somewhat subjective by us, but it is our design goal of how frequent. Now, not every skill fell into that correctly. So a good skill there, for example, is like Toxic Growth, was meant to be way more of a like, occasionally you use this and then you work a little bit to blow up the pods. Now, in reality at endgame, it's you use it inside a gas arrow and the pods explode it literally in 0.1 seconds. right? So you end up just doing gas cloud spam, 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 spam. That's just like one example where it's like this skill is now being used as a spammable and not being used as the infrequent thing that we wanted it to be used at. Now, when it was infrequent, by our design, it had a multiply the mana by 1.4 because that's how we expect to use it.
Yeah,
And
Diggler,
ideally
I
be
remember
balanced around
that. With
and
the
then,
scissors.
So yeah, the
right?
goal here is now, okay, do we either change Toxic Growth's role or do we make it more into what we intended for it to be? Obviously, we're going to start with that direction, and then hopefully we can achieve that. And then if that fails, obviously, who knows? Whatever happens afterwards. That being said, that just explains why something like Hammer of the Gods has a much higher cost multiplier, so to speak, as the frequency in which you use it is much lower, and Spark's cast time is much higher. However, there was a few things that happened in the mana cost balancing. So, for example, when you were a spellcaster, there was a level of assumed plus gem level you had, because if you didn't have that, then all of a sudden you get +4 gem level and your mana cost skyrockets, and you're like, what the heck? I can't even use my weapon or my skills because I'm running out of mana because I got some plus gem level. So we assumed at certain intervals of the game you had, say, up to +4 or something like that. But for attackers, because of the gem level, at least for stuff that isn't using flat damage, the gem level matters a lot less, and we didn't make the assumption you had any, which was an error, because all of a sudden now you'll get like +3 projectile levels or something, and now your mana costs are out of control, and you're like, well, this sucks. Like, you get probably like 40% more mana cost for 15% more, 20% more damage, and it's like, this isn't proportional at all. So we have lowered all the attack mana scaling in O2O to account for the same amount of, or some amount of gem level. I think it's slightly less than spells. But it makes a pretty significant difference in game. Because it's an exponential, it was like 12% per level. Now it's like 9% per level, which over 20 levels is like a pretty significant drop in mana costs. So yeah, there's a few things going on there where there were skills not being used as we had intended. I mean, you're talking about the 22k mana. That is a separate problem, which we're also addressing. Though.
Medic, this controller they're sending me is a $200 controller. I had no idea. Sorry.
Whatever. Whole different thing. Ingenuity, breach rings, and all that. And then, yes, you have... So anyway, what am I saying? Attack mana cost down at endgame, and then just explaining some of the philosophy and how some skills aren't used as intended. And ideally, over time, we'd be either adjusting their mana cost because the role they now play is spammables, or we would
I'll show you guys
more
after this.
or we would change the skill of the design or the build,
actually, I got to show you
the
right
archetype to have it that the skill is actually.
They are sending me Nacon because I helped them with Dragonkin. This is the new Nacon Revolution X Unlimited. It is a $200 customizable weighted PC and Xbox controller. You could like switch. I have no idea. I'm not a controller guy. This is what they're sending me. I'll check.
That have exceptionally high movement speed and some slower cast animations from the player side of things, and mobs being able to push you around, etc. So I think kind of where people are going with this is, where do you guys see in your perfect world the in-game pacing of Path of Exile at? Obviously, it's not going to be the Gemlin stat stacker, stuff like that's getting destroyed, right? That's not the intended pacing of the game. But how much faster than campaign? What's your philosophy behind the pacing when you're developing abilities? Like we see with the Huntress with leaping backwards and stuff like the pushing of the mobs and the fastness of the mobs seem to outscale your pacing of the player.
Well, I always this is sort of one of those questions that we get all the time and asked in different ways and so on. And it's like it's always very hard for me to answer because I'm not sure what I can't exactly give you the speed in miles an hour, right? Like it's sort of hard it's hard to sort of quantify exactly what we're talking about. And I guess that's why I always tend to fall back on the feeling of like, okay, well, we want you to feel like you're always getting power growth. But we still want combos to matter, like these kinds of things. Like it's all those really design philosophy things. One thing I will say is that I heard from someone, and then it made me think about whether or not there was a concern that like from what we talked about in the
I
Z
agree.
interview, because we talked about like nerfing a lot of things and like how that was all happening, right? And then we had someone who said to us, "Oh, I like, someone internal testing, like, oh yeah, I'm playing in game in 0-0, and the pace feels exactly the same as how it felt in 0-1-0." And the thing is, and they're talking about some random build that's like not some crazy broken meta build. It's just a rando build, right? And it's like, well, yeah, if you're a rando build, then like the pace isn't really changing. And I just want to make sure people understand that like we're not.
It might even be increased.
Well, in some cases, sure. Like, like if you're not playing the like, ridiculously broken shit, it is, yeah, in fact, pretty similar to before. But like, so long as the engagement of like making sure the combat is engaging is ultimately our goal. And so, it's like, yeah, it's the bosses take a little bit of time to kill, and then you have to engage with their mechanics and like all that sort of stuff. And like, that's the only way that we would ever look at it, right? So
I can hit you with a little bit more of a specific to make it a little easier to answer then. So I think it's kind of two questions mixed together, and the more specific side of it is mobs being able to push you as a player.
Sure.
It's kind of a new addition. You got the rolling mobs that can hit you and move you halfway across the map. Where's your guys' stance on this? You know what I mean? It's been a common question.
Well, that's a different question. I don't. Okay,
well,
like
there are specific issues with the old roly-poly monsters because they're not meant to just take you freaking for the ride all the way along. They're meant to just like shunt you to the side.
Right. So I think that's more of a case of fixing those specific things.
I think those are fixed now. Well, as in now as an O2. I think. I hope. Please, but the system seems to be quite volatile in a way where it likes to.
Well, I mean, even we had that issue with. I feel like. Did we even fix the lumberjack guy at the start of the game? I can't remember his name. The Miller. Because that for a while in 020, that was just like randomly taking you for a ride.
Yeah.
So I think that
is a volatile system.
Yeah.
You change nothing, and for some reason now the monsters are taking you for rides across the level, and then
sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, look, we don't want it to feel like
out.
you're just as I said, getting taken for a ride when you're not supposed to be. And so that one, ideally we're fixing cases where that occurs. Now, the reason you want a little bit of impact from monsters is just because it makes you actually feel the abilities. And there are monsters that feel if they don't have a push on their abilities, they feel just terrible. Like, I mean, there's things like the Devourer where like until we added the like pushback on the hit, it just felt like it wasn't even hitting you really. So there's stuff like that that's just really important just from a physical nature. So generally speaking, for the pushiness, we're trying to just make it so it feels physically correct. But yeah, we don't want it like pushing you half across the map, as you said. But yeah, and then the other part I guess you were talking about maybe was to do with the abilities that kind of like where the character's moving.
Oh, the other part of it, your characters get shoved a lot. And it feels like the pushing is a new concept for a lot of players, and where is its placement in maps? I get the Devourer argument, where it's like, okay, it's a Devourer, it's a big impactful hit earlier on, I get it. But then when you get to like in-game mapping, it starts to feel a little weird when you got these little mobs that are way faster. They're also like, kind of shoving you around a little bit.
Right. I suspect that might be a case of certain monsters just not having correct adjustment. I mean, like, I'd be interested to know a specific example because, I mean, so you've got stuff like those werewolf prowlers, right? Where it's like when they attack you, they do a little push there. And once again, it feels like from just a mass perspective that feels all right. But I guess I could imagine a scenario where because your character is moving so fast, at end game, that you might get into a situation where that push might feel a bit off. So like I can kind of see where you're coming from in some of those cases. So I mean, maybe we do need to do some adjustment to some of those monsters based on level or something like that. I don't know.
I think also when you have...
I hear a bird.
There will be monsters that are wrong that don't appear as much in single player as well.
It's nothing.
I mean, this is just on top of that.
Nothing.
Because you won't know they're wrong until they're not only trying to attack you, they're trying to attack something behind you. And all of a sudden you're getting moved by something that you don't like. Probably, again, it could occur in minion cases, kind of a summon
when a
cases.
bird is more interesting. That's not what I said.
It certainly happens. Yeah, I mean, there's no way that all the monsters have the correct pushiness value, so to speak. So,
right.
That's fine.
But I mean, it's good to get that as a thing to specifically focus on because, like, it's something that probably would need some attention. We just need to get someone to like do an audit specifically thinking about that.
It requires, for some reason, a quite difficult eye for detail because, again, you want it to feel physically correct and make sense from a physical perspective. And
it's all in my head.
I don't know. I found it quite hard to find someone who can actually assess what would happen if this werewolf jumped on you. There is stuff like that, which I mean, sure, maybe it is kind of difficult. But yeah, we need to go over it with a fine tooth comb.
I do think the context though of like when you're, because I mean normally when a monster is being set up, it's being tested in isolation, and you're not necessarily using like a crazy fast build on it, right? You're just like playing it in the context of the era originally appeared in, like that is to say during campaign when you don't necessarily have like some this like crazy move speed and all that stuff. So I suspect that the interpretation actually probably would change a little bit in the presence of having that sort of faster play that you get as your stats increase. I think it is something we should look into and like do it and recontextualize it with the idea that we should be looking at it from with
Mung, there's not knockback in POE2.
So I suspect there might be some ideas. I think there might be something there. Yeah.
That works. We can move on. Okay, so the next portion here is kind of around ailments. So ailments in particular scale off of on hit, which means that ailments very often ends up feeling not so much as a build in and of itself, but as additional damage to a build. So the question would be, and I have a couple of specific questions as follow-ups here, is where do you guys see ailments placed in Path of Exile? Do you want to see, like, I'm doing a bleed build, or do you want to more see it as bleed as additional damage to a build I'm already doing?
Well, I personally, when I'm designing, I'm looking more about the combo potential of ailments and what they can do for other abilities. But that being said, that ideally we're in a situation where both of these things can be true, where it can be that you're playing a bleed build, but also then someone else might be playing a build that's relying more on consuming the bleed to do something else. And there's like a few different approaches you can take with it. Ideally, it's like, we can get all of these situations to be true depending on how you speak your character. It was intentional to make it so that the ailments depend more on the original hit. And I guess, so why did we do that?
A lot of that is somewhat, to me, intuition, right? Right. Like, there's a little bit of a confusing level where you're like, I got the skill that applies a bleed, and I'm going to increase my damage, and it happens to say increase damage with hits. And like, I don't know if anyone at that time is thinking that, oh, this is a hit and the bleed isn't a hit, even though it's applied by the hit. Like, there's a level of just like unnecessary complexity that occurs there where it's like, it's nice to just have more damage is more damage and it affects both. And that's just like nice on some level. Like, that is certainly helpful. But I think also part of the problem is like, you want the thing where if you take increased attack damage, for example, like that affects your damage over time is applied by those attacks, right? Like, you get again, you don't want all this like really.
Desk up right now.
You have to take global damage, and you can't take kind of certain types of damage, and you have to work your way around it and know all this like hyper specialized details about which stats work and which stats don't. And looking at that from like just a new player, or not even new, from probably people who have hundreds, if not thousands, of hours into the game, are probably still uninformed unless they've read a specific thing explaining how it works.
I tried. So it hits this thing over here because I moved my desk last night.
POE2, it should just be if you increase your damage and the hit is harder, then the bleed applied by the thing is going to do more damage. That is certainly an upgrade. However, there isn't exactly a design goal to say, no, you can't be a build that's like hyper bleeding or igniting or anything like that. And whether or not those are entirely supported or supported enough is obviously people's opinion, or maybe not necessarily opinion, but it's not. There's no specific goal to not go one way or the other. We just wanted to make sure that you can, if you increase the damage of the hit, the ailment applied by that hit is doing more damage.
It makes sense. I think where the feedback ends up coming from is you're increasing the damage of the hit. So by the end of it, you're not really playing an Ignite build because you like Ignite the ailment. You're playing a Hammer of the Gods build. You know what I mean? That's applying the Ignite. That's, I think, the end result of where scaling the hit comes from.
Well, the Hammer of the Gods bleed thing is...
That's not how last Epoch does it. Sorry.
As a side note.
My bad.
Yeah.
Something is needed to be done.
Something is needed about that.
I really don't want to do the whole, like, 80% less damage with ailments and all the skills. And all. I feel like it's all a bit tacky. It should be, but painful. Honestly, I don't even know an alternate solution right now, and we need to delve into for. So, there's probably a way around something like that. But yeah, you're right.
It is unfortunate that Hammer of the best way to do a bleed. Like, it is counterintuitive and not amazing.
And an ignite.
And an ignite. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it weaves back to what we had talked in our previous Tavern talk, specifically about ailments, where how the thematical approach of the harder you hit, the harder the consequence of that hit becomes in form of an ailment, right? And we talk about ignition, we talk about bleeding, all those things. But at the same time, we also put the players in the boat where we now are starting to scale, or we have the perspective of thinking, why would I stop scaling that on-hit damage if I have to stop scaling my on-hit damage to do more ailment damage? Why can't I just continue scaling that on-hit? And then you have these outliers like Hammer of the God, for example. Whereas in POE2, there's like separate ways of scaling. If you want to scale ailments, then the on-hit is kind of meh in comparison, but now your build is actually focused on ailments. So like you guys want to get to that point where there's actual
that
full
might just
focus.
be a matter of making sure that the increases to ailments are more effective than the increases to hits. In that case,
Yeah.
I think in general.
I mean, it
they
is
You know what
the
they
case,
should
but
do?
might need to further
Since this
do
is
that.
Tavern talk, everyone should be required to hold a beer.
Right.
And then in the
we
middle,
might
you
just
have
need to
like
fix
3
that.
code words. And if that word ever comes up, you have to drink your
So
beer
basically what you
since
guys
you're
were
in the
talking
tavern.
about-
I don't know why I was
sorry.
just thinking about
Basically
that.
what you guys were talking about was that you wanted hard hits to apply this. It's the same thing we talked about in the last Tavern talk. I was just curious to see if the plans are to find another
Shots,
venue
good
to actually
idea.
make ailment builds possible contenders in the game, because they feel kind of lackluster outside of what we just talked about.
An alcoholic, I don't
Part
even
of the
drink.
issue is as well as the
It'd add a
the
lot of
goal,
excitement.
and an achievable goal at that, where it's like, well, why do anything else? Well, why not do the ailment if you can have that?
Be a lot more
You
interesting.
start the fight, you drop your Hammer of the Gods, and now the fight's over, because it plus the ailment is enough to kill the boss from full life. All of a sudden, the cooldown of the skill is irrelevant, which is meant to be the major downside as to why it's allowed to deal so much damage. And so, as long as you can do that, like if it did 10% of the life of the boss and the ailment did another 10%, this wouldn't be such a problem in the context of Hammer of the Gods, because all of a sudden, yeah, you've done 20% of its life. Like, that's a decent chunk of damage. But just because of the fact that there is the capability to get it to be so high damage that it will just one-shot them.
3
Again,
sheets
and
of
crit is part
time.
of this problem as well. Yeah, then
It's a
why, of
sad
course, why would you not do
tavern.
that? You don't need to spec into any defense or anything else at all, right? You don't have to care.
True.
So, yes, there's like part of a problem where this is where I'm just like, how much of this is just nerf Hammer of the Gods because that's how it's played?
Well, I mean, it
Um,
isn't even. I mean, I feel like at some point you just want to put cannot create ailments on Hammer of the Gods.
Well, yeah, but we always try.
I know,
and
we're
find
saying
ways
that.
around
Talking about
some
ailments?
arbitrary
But the more we have this
restrictions and-
conversation, I'm just kind of
Well,
becoming
that's what I
more
was saying
convinced,
before.
yeah.
As opposed to cannot apply, you put 80% less, and
Well, I feel like cannot apply is just
wow,
cleaner,
they both
right?
suck.
They do, but at least cannot apply is just like it's just a clean rule. This is what it is, and they're kind of done. You know, like as soon as you start getting, I don't know. I feel
Well,
like the 80% thing.
I
is-
know it's on
yeah.
the list right now of things we still have to discuss in more detail. So
Right.
and I mean the today/tomorrow list. So well,
Speaking of the list and ailments, I am curious because we also had this conversation in the last Tavern Talk podcast, and that was bleed on ES, and it was the contradicting
Yeah,
line.
we were
the
wrong.
idea, yeah. Okay.
we were wrong. Well, there was a few things we did change around that. I'm still not entirely happy with it, but it was a decision we actually made. I remember being like, okay, you can't bleed things with ES, which actually is the case. You can't bleed things with Energy Shield.
Right.
It has to be damage to life that causes the bleed.
Yes.
And there's some reason for that. I can't remember why.
Was it a dumb technical reason or like an actual design reason?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
But, and I was like, what the? There's no way it works that way. And we were talking about how we were going to make sure it isn't the case. And we were just wrong. And then it was like, yeah, you guys decided this. And I was like, oh, and then I had flashbacks to crazy discussions we had. And yes, indeed, we did decide that. Now, all that being said, there were some extreme cases of Energy Shield on monsters where it was like,
Makes me appreciate how energetic Mike is, and he's always
the
standing
way it
up.
was working is the map mod was like, 25%, and then it would multiply with all the life modifiers that unique monsters have, and it's like, okay, now the monsters have legit 2.5 times the amount of energy shield that they have life, or like 1.5 times, so that, there's a million life, they have 1.5 million energy shield. And it's like, well, that's of course just terrible. I think we've changed all of that since. So at least like now when it says they have 20% energy shield, it is at least their final life multiplied by 1.2, or 0.2 and added as energy shield. So at least like there's a lot less to deal with there. Now I'm not entirely sure if I'm happy with the fact that it works this way and it is just a nice downside for bleed builds. Or if it's like, well, this is just annoying because of, I don't know. I don't quite know how I feel. I like it in some regards, and then in others, I can see why it's frustrating is the thing. But at least we've fixed the freaking energy shield problem, which is just things having all of the energy shield. But I do like the idea that monsters with energy shield it is a weakness to a bleed build. Now, whether or not it is a
every death means
warranted
something.
weakness is a different story, because you could argue that that isn't factored into bleed's power. But yeah, I'm not quite sure where I sit on this one, to be honest. Now
We are
but I did- at least
75
we did
minutes
address the
in.
energy shield problem, at least,
75
to
minutes.
the major degree.
All right, so one more last question regarding ailments before we move on, and that is actually regarding Ignite proliferation. It feels very short. The radius isn't very long. Are you guys happy with the current state of proliferation effects of ailments such as Ignite?
I don't even remember the radius. Too many numbers. I honestly can't say I have enough familiarity with this to even be able to give you an answer as to whether or not I am happy. So I guess the real thing is, if players are unhappy, then there's probably a change that needs to be made, right? So if that is the case, I'd have to look into it, honestly, which wouldn't take me long. It would take me like 10 minutes. I just need to refamiliarize myself with it, but obviously not in this moment.
I believe the radius is nearby, so that would be, in this case, 1.2 meters, I think it is, or 2 meters or something. It's very, very short. That's why I had to bring it up. Well, let's move on from ailments. And one of the questions we have was cross-weapon skills. Are there any intentions in making skills be able to be used with multiple weapon types?
Generally speaking, no, because we see the skills that you use with your weapon as being like innate to what it means to use that weapon, and that was like a major difference between POE1 and POE2. So yeah, the plan is to keep that. I mean, that being said, there's still a few skills. I mean, things like marks and stuff like that. We just have them work across things. But generally speaking, no, the skills are supposed to be associated with the weapons.
There'll be like unique item territory that might bend the rules there a bit, but
Sure.
Otherwise, yeah, wanting the skills and the weapons to be quite linked was one of the main design goals of POE2, and having that different weapons feel different from one another when they can be quite melded into the same concept in POE1, where it's almost like it doesn't really matter if you're using one or the other necessarily. It's just a matter of what gives you the highest DPS.
Mm-hmm.
So the next question on the list, which we touched on just briefly here previously, about boss spawn rates. So you said that you've increased also the rate that you're going to see monsters, or I should say bosses, be accessible. Does that include things like Audience for a King and their drop rates in like Ritual?
That is explicitly what I'm talking about. So that is the Twisted Domain, is that what it's still called? The rate of which Olroth appears, the Audience with the King frequency, and Simulacrum frequency.
Big W then. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll follow that question up with the current boss drops. There's going to be 100 uniques being added to the game. Will some end up being boss-specific ones? And are there any changes to what items the endgame bosses can drop currently?
So we're not adding new boss-specific drops to bosses that already existed, but there are some of those uniques are boss-specific for new content that we're adding.
Possibly Skymaster. It's possible.
The intention, though,
Druid one has
not
to come.
Add a bunch of boss-specific stuff. Mostly,
There's
it's
no
add a
way
bunch
they
of
don't ask
stuff to
about
the core
Druid.
drop pool, which is
No
what
way.
needs, which is what needs it, I think. So
last Epoch, they're not asking about
most
last
of them are core
Epoch. No chance.
So with the addition of 7 new maps, I believe is what you said, is coming to the game as well, has there been any retuning or touching of the previous maps? And the follow-up to that would be, are there any plans to have something like a Horizon Orb, or potentially you could change one map into another? So if you see one that's like an Augury, you can change to a Vow Factory, or what have you.
Oh, I hate both of those
So we
maps.
haven't done that. There's been probably a few touch-up to maps, but I would say it hasn't been the major
Jonathan's
focus
yelling now.
of 0-0. But I do think it's going to be a much more of a focus in 0-3-0, that we want to try and improve the mapping experience of just the core maps by quite a lot. So yeah, like that'll be more of a thing we do then.
We had a huge discussion about this the other day.
Yeah.
I think we did briefly talk about it in the Q&A with Ziggy, but like effectively there are just some maps that are just like, you know, very mundane. There's not a lot going on, and yeah. So part of this was also okay. Well, at least adding all this new content, like the exiles and the wisps and stuff, will alleviate the level of things not going on in certain bad maps. But yeah, we had a pretty massive discussion about how we could improve it. We just need to do it, and there's no way we were going to do that in time. So
Stonks, thanks for the 5 subs, sir.
Current objective there.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, everybody that got
another
one.
Atlas question regarding maps. Sometimes they're broken. Like there are map nodes that are 100% out of reach. Is this addressed in point 2?
There's been we told the person
Maps
who
are not
works on
getting
that
smaller.
to
They already
fix
said
it.
that.
They said that there was improvements. So as far as they know, it should be fixed.
There
But
there are improvements to the full like.
Thank you,
can't
Zim.
exit
We're
at
not
all.
playing
Like, you're in
Polka.
this
Nice
block and you're like,
try.
I literally can't escape
yeah.
this island. I don't think there's. I think there will still be just like very rarely random disconnected maps that you can't get to. Because that is technically less problematic than the people who are literally unable to play the end game because they're trapped.
Polka
The other
after
thing that we've
Lady has
done,
spoken.
a very recent, which I checked yesterday, was a pretty drastic improvement. Is just there's like bits that are just improving the general connectivity between blocks.
Thanks, Zim.
A concept of a
Appreciate
block
you,
is
sir. Thank
probably
you.
not very observable to a player, but effectively you'd get these like kind of lines where it's like I can't map across this entire section. There's 0 connections. That's like kind of because it's a gap between what we call blocks, and we've increased the connectivity between those like dramatically. There is one bug left, which I don't think we're going to fix in time, which is currently a node is only meant to have a total of 4 connection in and out connections. And I think once they get more than 4, one of them, they look like they have 5, but only one of them will just straight up not work. This is a bug. We are going to fix it. I just think it might go out with that bug. It's already on live, that problem, where sometimes you're like, I've completed this map and it connects to this one, but I can't get there. And that's because it has more than 4 total lines. We just need to fix that. So it's just that person has been excruciatingly busy. So if it's not there immediately, it'll be there shortly after.
What is the sub
Good
goal?
to hear. A more sought after topic, it was regarding trade improvements, which was mentioned in the Destin interview. My question
I don't
is,
have
do you
anything
mind
extra to say
sharing
about
some more
this.
details?
I don't have
anything
anything extra to say about this.
Okay.
All right, so then moving on to crafting here. So we're hoping you could walk us through the process of coming upon the solution as Recombinators to be the next addition you guys wanted into the game.
Well, effectively, we were looking for things that could increase the ability for there to be more interesting stuff you could do.
And give each league its own crafting
mechanism. And I mean, recombination is something that kind of like is sort of, well, I should say multiplicative with kind of other things that go on with mods, because it sort of allows you to do some interesting stuff
and utilizes ground items in a good way.
Utilizes ground items in a good way. Boxes as far as like what we need a crafting system to do. Today I'm actually going to be going, because we had that last minute change of how we wanted it to work, and so today I'm going to be going through the math of that pretty significantly. That's my plan for after this podcast. So we'll see how that one turns out after this. But effectively, like recombination will change, I think, its role a little bit from POE1, because it'll be more about getting the good set of like 3 to 4 like 2, 3, 4 kind of mods that you want on an item, and then going from there with the exalting the remaining. That's kind of the intended like place where it kind of ends up being most useful for you. It isn't going to be something that you are going to make a perfect, like 6T1 item with, because like the percentage chance
Stop it, Stonks, I see you.
To the point of like not being worth even trying. So really it's more about those like a smaller number of mods that you can definitely pick, and then like hoping to get do well with the remaining 2. So that's sort of the value. But ultimately, it's that sort of stuff where we need our crafting systems to work well with ground items, and to fit into to be multiplicative with other crafting that you can do, and having it be on a system that on a league that didn't have
looking better
crafting
and
as well
better
was a
for
big bonus
Ellie's
too.
launch.
I mean, we have so many more other ideas and other
Mm-hmm.
things we do, and all of that with future leagues, future content, and expansions to the ones we already have. And it's just going to be a matter of we wanted to at least for now give Expedition 1, because the vendor thing is there, but it's not really achieving. It's not really equivalent to the others where they have again an external
God, that
crafting
is, it's
system that
not
interacts
coming.
with dropped items or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So adding that means at least now they all have something, and then now it's either make them better or add new ones, which there's no shortage of ideas of things we want to actually do there. So
Fair enough. We have another question we got from the community as well, and that is regarding your stance or plans for resistance swaps, craftable option. Is that something you guys want to see in the future of the game?
Sorry, what was that word? I missed it.
Resistance.
Resistance swap.
Well,
Swapping
it is
similar to Harvest in POE1.
it's meant to be the roles of runes. Your runes are meant to be the thing that's doing that, as opposed to just changing the mods on explicit items like that. The context there, I don't know if you're aware, but there is a harvest craft in POE1 that allows you to change a cold to a lightning or a cold to a fire, etc. in the resistance thing.
Yeah, that really is what runes are for.
Okay. Next question we have is actually starting to touch on Ascendancy specifically, and we have starting with the Amazon. And there's a node called Critical Strike, and it's referring to additional crit strike chance from 25% of excess chance to hit. The real question here is is this going to be like a base crit strike chance or increased critical strike chance to the player?
I would assume that
We think it's base.
probably base, but honestly, I'd have to ask someone specifically about that. I don't know the actual answer, but it's probably base.
Getting more and more a chance to, because the chance to accuracy has diminishing returns, so
I know,
gets harder
Diesel.
and harder
That
and harder
was
to
my
get higher
idea. What do you
values.
mean?
So I should, in theory, be okay to be adding as base, because could get quite aggressive, the fall off there. So I believe it works that way. But this is the exact kind of thing where someone might have been like, oh my god, this is unacceptable and imbalanced, and we have to change how it works to be some kind of final value or something, and which the description will be updated and it will be made clear, but that might have happened literally as we've been doing this for all we know. As far as we know, last it worked, it was adding just a base critical strike chance that then gets scaled with increases.
All right. The other node is also from Amazon, and that is Penetrate. This
Mung,
is
send me the link on
attack,
Discord.
adding 25% of the accuracy rating on the weapon's added base physical damage. Question here is simple. Is it going to be added as local damage modifier that will then be scaled with the weapons mods, or is it just an added flat number on top of the total damage?
I don't think it adds it to your weapon. I just don't think it would work that way. Because I don't even think the stat is phrased that way. I think it's more that
I think it's the same as if you got added physical damage on a ring.
right.
That's
I'm
fair.
pretty sure.
All right.
So one of the things I was most excited by when I saw the reveal was the Tame Beast, kind of something I was not expecting to see when I saw it. And when I heard you guys talking about, you had to, in the Ziggy D interview, you had to change some of the affixes. It got me curious. Did you guys run into any scenario where some of the affixes you thought would be, absolutely busted, like invulnerability aura or et cetera? What was some of the cases you ran into?
Yes, 100%. What other ones? There's definitely some that were, but I think
the
that
temporal bubble
that
was
one in
another
particular pretty crazy. Yeah, I mean, we've had to do things where we had to reduce the uptime on some of them and change how frequently they use them. But on the other end, we've also taken the mods that would have been really, really bad at killing monsters and made them a lot better as well. So it should be a bit more uniform.
Diesel's getting banned.
Yeah, it's certainly a kind of. Well, on top of that, I mean, aside from being a difficult balance task, there's also just making sure it's not annoying when you're AK or looting.
Here?
It's not
a more sought after topic.
Doing things too. I mean, one problem you're gonna face, which I want to address, I just don't know how to do it imminently, is the fact that you might often see those things coming out. Like, for example, if you are
a more sought after topic, it was regarding trade improvements, which was mentioned in the Destin interview. My question
I don't
is,
have
do you
anything
mind
extra to say
sharing
about
some more
this.
details?
I
That's
don't
it?
have anything
Okay.
extra to say about this.
Okay.
Effects so that you can at least distinguish them apart. Put some wispy stuff or change the color of it a little bit. But for now, that's kind of a lot, and we didn't get time to do that. So that will happen, just as a forewarning. That being said, it obviously doesn't damage you.
Oh, the look on his face.
Well, actually, it did at one point. It won't. It won't damage you. We had that with specters as well, where there are some monsters like the ones in the ziggurat, where they create they send forward like a little sun orb, and it's like, oh yeah, that's just a normal projectile, right? And then the specters are using it, and all of a sudden it's killing you. And one of our audio guys found that the other day and was like, I'm getting killed by my own specters. I'm like, oh, no. This is not the point in the pipeline we should be finding this out. So hopefully there's no more of those going on, but be careful.
The funny, because the reason why the audio team is because the audio team have to do a whole pass on every monster for the case where it's your minion, because otherwise you get really annoying audio that's like 5 minutes a monster.
Dude, that's tonight's
but when
short
they're next to you all the time,
sure.
it's like really irritating. So it's like that's actually one of the things we had to do to make specters work was do a redo of the entire audio pass for that. So it's kind of a funny one.
All right,
I'll
one
play it
last
again
question
after.
for Tame Beast for you then is so it's a spear scale. Obviously, it shows up on the spear scale screenshot you got there.
You can just use it on any class. It's just there because it's
Awesome.
associated with the Huntress. You can use it as any character.
Okay, that's pretty awesome then.
Amazing. Moving over to Ritualist, we have a couple of quick questions here, and I'll start with the first one. The extra ring slots, we saw the answer to this regarding Calandra's touch ring, not being able to copy it, but how will the extra ring slot interact with Ingenuity?
It just works with its nice new nerfed version.
This works.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Gotcha.
There was a list of unique rings that we had to do specific implementation for, like Thief's Torment and random stuff. I don't know what state these are all in, and the can't use other ring slots stat, I should say. I can't remember the exact decisions that were made on all, but ideally they should just be the most intuitive thing. It's just they all needed pretty specific handling.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so then the other question I had is a common question people were having was on the screenshot where you were showing the ritual sacrifice where you got the mods from the monster. It was stated as you get one of them, but then in the video you got
you actually get all, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's gone through a whole bunch of balance. I don't know if you get all. I think you get four if you stab them and something if you stab yourself. There's some I can't remember the numbers, but I want to see it again. It might change tomorrow. We do these live streams and it's not like we've stopped developing on the game. So yeah, you get little inaccuracies like that are just wrong, or that change in the last week or 2 weeks kind of thing. And it's not like we've written that thing literally hearing that thing for like a month. And so yeah, sometimes across that time you've recorded a thing and you don't want to have to re-record every single little thing, or you just miss a thing. And so yeah, you get little inaccuracies like that. But it is certainly not what it was represented as. So.
Kaiser, no.
All right.
No.
We can move over to the Tactician. And the first one is regarding the focus fire notable, basically where you attack, your totem starts attacking. We've seen this as it exists in POE1. It's not been very popular in POE1. So I wanted to ask what the differences are from the POE1 versions to the new version in POE2, if any.
I don't think it is different. I don't think it is different, and I don't disagree with you that it might have even been adjusted since, because I also, I'll go check that out after this.
We're
because
at
I also don't
93
disagree that it is on
minutes.
my list of I
93.
don't think this is actually very good. So,
Okay.
It might have already been addressed though.
Fair enough. The second tactician question we have is regarding the supporting fire minion. Now, can you elaborate on how this minion will actually function, as it states that they will trail you, but they will be literally off screen? And will this have an impact on them being within presence?
I have to tell you a secret. The minion doesn't really exist. They're not actually following you.
Go
It's just
figure.
that there's effectively a skill being done.
It's got a Johnny mechanic where it
Yeah, yeah.
scales with minion modifiers.
Exactly,
It's
right? Like so
ultimately-
yeah. damage is done as if it was being done by a minion. But yes, the minions don't really exist. They're
It's
not
just
really
rain of
following.
arrows.
So this breaks they are not within presence then, because they would have to exist within your vicinity.
Exactly. Well,
Is that
yeah,
correct?
they're off screen, right? They're not in your
They're
presence.
outside the borders of the map.
Exactly.
Artillery.
Yeah.
All right.
No, we've ruined the illusion.
Exactly.
Oh, I'm not making a recap for this.
Okay, so Smith
No.
of Katava, Temper Weapon. This one
I
looks really
can't rewatch
interesting
it.
because based upon the way it works is depending on how much people are really going to use it. So we were kind of curious about how the Temper Weapon actually works, if there's more details. Is it a time period? It looks like he hits it 4 times and gets multiple attacks. So is it, do you want to give us more information about how Temper Weapon is going to work with that ascendancy?
I can't remember all the exact numbers because they probably have been changed. But effectively, yeah, it is.
I believe it's a number of attacks, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it was meant to fill a role similar to meditate, where it's like you do certain things, and in this case, it's meant to be not like you should be able to hit a few times and then get to use it for quite some time. Sure. Like it shouldn't be just like a really annoying where it's like literally between every pack I got to be sitting there hitting my weapon and
Right.
But I believe, some number of hits of the weapon gives you a much greater number of actual fire explosions going off. So again, without all the numbers in mind, I can't really explain exactly what that balance is because they would have changed since I last saw it anyway.
That works. There's some guesses on whether or not it was going to be duration or on hit. How many hits you get.
It's not. It's on hit though. It is on hit.
Okay, that answers that then.
Yeah.
All right. Another note from the Smith of Kitava is Manifest Weapon, personal favorite of mine with Animate Weapon POE1. Now, the question would be, how will this ability work? Is it preserving spirit? Is it copying your weapon? Could you elaborate on this?
It copies your weapon. Whether or not it is using spirit,
I don't think it uses spirit.
I don't think so. No,
it doesn't.
But yeah, it's a copy of your weapon. I think each different weapon type has a skill. So if it's a mace, it'll occasionally do a slam, and if it's a staff, it'll occasionally, quarterstaff, it'll occasionally do. I don't remember what all the skills are, but the idea is that it doesn't just melee attack only. It has like an extra ability it uses on periodically.
If you're dual wielding, do you get both weapons?
I don't remember. I think no. You probably just get your main hand. It's probably
that'd be cool though.
I mean, it would be, but technically that is way more damage. Unless you're saying it's one minion that attacks with both, in which case that would be cool. I'd have to have a look. In fact, it could. Maybe it is doing that. I actually, I don't know. I don't know.
Last question. Sorry.
Often what happens there, just for context, we're involved in their like initial design. We have it at hands off. That level of detail we won't necessarily figure out. If you hand it off to a designer will come back a few times asking intermittent questions about it, and then sometimes you don't see it again, and that's fine. You test it on live, or you play it on live. Like other people have seen it, you trust the process, it works. It's just that like it's hard to retain literally
these are,
details
like,
about
very
every single
technical
ascendancy
questions
node
for
and
the
all of
top
that when
dog.
you have so much going on. So
Sure.
I have one question I have to bring up, my friend Pox here. Since everyone's referring to Smith of Kitava as the chieftain of POE2, are we getting RF soon?
Not you'll have to wait until the class that's most associated with is ready to come out. Unfortunately,
Fair
so
enough.
yeah, it won't be.
Sure,
It won't
that
be.
answer.
It won't be the.
Log out
Unfortunately, won't be the next
wants to know
class
in chat
either.
what he missed. Chat,
Maybe-
catch him up
maybe-
on what
maybe
he's
the one
missed.
a little bit further down the line, I think.
I had to ask.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so last question we have for Smith of Katava is a pretty basic one. The Heat of the Forge skill looks kind of interesting, and there's some debate. Does it work on like every hit you're casting a skill, or is it basically energy gain, sort of like the cast on ignites, cast on shock?
I guess Mjolnir isn't out to talk about that right now. So, I mean, I believe it's energy build up, very similar to how the arrest will work as well.
Just say it works the same as Mjolnir.
Yeah,
Leave
but
it at
it's,
that.
I don't think that had been released.
Yes, I
so,
know. I'm just joking.
well, Mjolnir will work the same way, but lightning. That I know. Pretty sure it is like energy build up, but again, without knowing all the numbers, I can't exactly know the frequency in which things trigger and proc and whatnot. But it is like, look, it's going to be energy based, similar to, and so will Mjolnir, I guess. So.
Okay.
All right. We'll try to speed up a bit. We don't want to take you too much time like we did last time. So we'll move over straight to the Lich. Now, the first and big question I think most of us are having is regarding eternal life. Basically, when you read it, it more or less tells everybody you're going to be immortal. So could you elaborate on this will work?
Which one was that again? The names. Is that
your life can't change if you have energy shields. So if you have like Zealot's Oath, you have a little bit of energy shield region, you're not gonna die. Mechanical stuff that you combine with modifiers such as Zelthos, Eternal
Log out.
Youth,
They're moving
or
through
Demon Stitcher,
each ascendancy
Serious Disdain,
and
the
asking
whole list
specific
goes
questions.
in terms
Like
of how
this.
that would operate.
What's there about this? I mean, we acknowledged it was powerful. That's for damn sure. So many mechanics around this. I mean, the name is fitting, I guess.
These are like the top people
I
of
agree.
GGG.
We had a massive discussion about this and like figured out that it was strong but maybe okay. Now whether or not we're right about that, we'll see. I don't know, again, without looking into this more and talking to people, I won't be able to get an exact answer. But like, look, we're not going to intentionally release something that makes you just actual god mode. So either people are now going to tell us about what we messed up, and we're going to go change something,
hear a bird.
or counterbalance something, or maybe there's some misconceptions about how it works or something like that, which we probably need to clarify.
Nope.
They again might have already addressed something to do with this.
It's
as well.
beginning to hurt.
I'd have to have
Painful
a
to
look.
watch. No, it's fine.
I have certainly, since the thing not been entirely like up to date on what ascendancy class changes.
I can
have been
hear
happening,
it.
just because again, there's too much other stuff going on. So
It's got to be close.
Well, two quick
you might be
questions.
immortal, you might not be. As the summary of it, we'll see.
Hopefully, I would imagine you're not going to be fully immortal. I believe that it should be okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not just going to add
Thanks,
that
guys.
without some level of.
Yeah, if there was a bit of a tip to the cap to it, I'm assuming, because they had like stitchers. When you showed the showcase, had stitchers he was wearing that Serious Disdain. So I'm like, okay, it's a bit of a inside nod to it, I suppose. Okay, so a couple questions here related to the other ascendancies. Conduit, when it says you lose 5% of mana per second, we're assuming that's current mana, or is that actually 5% of maximum mana?
Sorry, which one was that? Sorry,
Necromantic Conduit, where it says as a modifier where you're going to lose 5% of your mana per second is sort of the downside of that one there. So
I mean, if it doesn't say maximum, it should be current.
got it. And then
But I won't ever. Again, we're getting into like the level of specific that I am not able to stay entirely up to date on or informed of nowadays. But I'm pretty sure it would be current if it doesn't say maximum. But again, I will not say that there isn't just a mistake in the description. But we do have several people check all of that, so it should be current if it doesn't say max.
Gotcha. Well, the last one we have for you on the ascendancy here.
Is this what mine's going to be
about
like?
The jewel socket, which
my
is pretty cool. You get
podcast?
the extra
No.
jewel socket, you go in the lich there. Can that be used with Adorn? Not putting Adorn in the socket, but does it calculate?
no, I
with
just
the-
tuned in, and
I
Aaron,
think
you have
it's
your
non-unique jewels only, right?
Yeah, basic jewel. So it's the basic jewel that you put in there. Can the Adorn outside on the passive
can
tree
you do?
affect the jewel?
Good question. I want to say yes, but I don't know why I want to say yes. I feel like I want to say yes because that's probably what you'd expect, but that might have been handled if it was in a case that was unacceptable. There's a good chance someone they would have tested that and found out one way or the other and made it either work or not. But
it's just really interesting. I love Darth and Ghazi. These are my friends. I would call them my friends. On our podcast on April 11th, it would be like me and Frosty LaRue asking Judd, the top CEO of EHG, about a multiplicative math node in Heartseeker and expecting him to give me like a detailed breakdown. It's like we've had 100 questions that are like ultra specific dev questions.
Just actually have the time to affect the enemies before you reach them. Would that be an issue for minion builds and other builds like Dead Eyes and whatnot?
They do move pretty fast when you're in front of them. So and they don't get blocked by monsters or anything like that. And the radius is relatively high. So I don't think it should be much of an issue. So I guess I would say just if we're tweaking those parameters correctly,
we've done a few things like when the wisps start to possess, like when they get in range of their target, they make their
No,
target
Blood
unable to
Spectre
die,
does not.
so that you can't kill it just as it's
Blood
possessing
Spectre
it.
does not.
There's a few little things like that, but yeah, they are pretty generous with it. I'm not going to say it's impossible. Like, there's always going to be some kind of killing edge of screen. Well, hopefully not always, but there is always the possibility of that happening, and thus, yeah, you're going to be able to just like obliterate things before it happens. But it's pretty difficult to do, honestly. At least you can't, unlike torment spirits, kill the spirit on accident to start with. So at least there's that. One step in the right direction. That being said, yeah, I'm not going to say it's impossible. Like, it's obviously if you are extremely powerful in like an underleveled area, there's a good chance you're just going to kill everything with a single tap. The moment it not even approaches your screen. That being said, it should be that we've done enough to account for this. If we haven't, there is always more we can do to account for it. So we'll just have to see. But I'm pretty sure it's in a decent spot right now. Hopefully, it won't be a problem.
So we have a question that's sort of a follow-up from one of the previous updates. Minions got an AI improvement around body blocking, and we were wondering if there's going to be any further AI improvements to body blocking in 0.2.
I don't think we've got anything else in 0.2. I think that was...
Poll? There's a poll?
Yeah, not
what do we got?
0.2.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that hasn't...
I know, like, the raised specters have a thing where because we don't... if they get too far away, they, like, become like a spirit form and, like, travel over to you and then reappear as the monster and stuff like that, so they don't have to even die and respawn when you get too far away. But there is, like, an extreme case where that can still happen, but we do try and at least keep them from having to do that. That is also mostly because, like, most monsters, if you start to like speed up their movement speed, especially with
Twitch
the whole
chat,
range of
top
monsters,
of
start to
chat.
look ridiculously
Lady Medusa's
absurd.
put a poll. Top of Twitch chat.
Whereas I guess with a skeleton, you get away with it a little bit more, so you can be a little bit flexible. But in terms of the generic minions, no, I don't think we've changed anything else there yet. We did the 2 changes, right? It was the
when was that door thing we did?
We did that.
When was that? Is that in?
I'm pretty sure that's it.
Okay, right.
And what was the other one? Main one we did? The whole, like, if they get off screen, they immediately revive next to you.
So I don't think there's any other changes. The thing was done.
Man, after the last 2 interviews, I'd rather them not do these. Oh, man. That was good info.
A quick question is regarding minions in the early game, mostly referring to first 20 levels or so. For minions to be able to perform and feel like you're playing a minion build, the minions need to stay alive, and an 8-second revive timer whilst they're dying as soon as something looks at them in the wrong way in the first couple of levels is kind of a question that's being brought up several times. So the question is survivability of your minions in the early couple of levels something you've looked at?
I don't know that I see it currently as too much of a problem. I was actually playtesting minions last night, and I mean, one thing I will say is that the Witch probably has one of the easiest times in the early levels compared to many of the other classes overall.
That's fair.
At least in my opinion. So I don't know that I'm looking hugely to buff anything there right now. Yeah. I don't know. I sort of think it's sort of at an alright place in that regard.
Yeah. There's certainly nothing on the radar because it is true that the class doesn't exactly feel underpowered.
Right.
The question is whether or not there's maybe like a couple of bosses here and there that are maybe too punitive, or a couple of monsters, that are too punitive to minions.
Well, the one that I noticed as I was playing in the very early game was just the ground, the on-death ground poisons. Are pretty
mushroom.
Yeah, the mushroom things are pretty ruthless against minions.
Yeah. Well, that is a. We do need to address a lot of those. Yeah, because again, I mean, in an ideal world, you'd like not just stand in it.
Yep.
But
we are approaching 2 hours into this interview. They have not asked D4 when or Act 4 when.
Specific, and there'll be a few more of those trickled throughout, and a few like there'll be one specific boss with one specific skill that is just like unfair, and 100% we need to keep adjusting all of those.
So the next one is sort of a report from the previous update where it was a controller update for offering skills to make the targeting a little bit easier.
Act 4.
The result of that was that offering skills are now auto-targeting like the lowest HP minion, kind of making offering skills a little brew though there sometimes. So we're kind of wondering, is there any update for this in 0.2, or is it on the radar for future updates?
It's pretty hard to solve from a like controller
Yeah.
versus non-controller standpoint there.
Oh, you.
Without adding in like all these extra layers of what I would consider to be hopefully unnecessary UI. But I think
wasn't there that support gem?
Yeah, we have the
Yeah.
sacrificial lamb support. That's new, right? Which you can put on a minion, and it will now always make that minion a priority target for anything that targets minions. So you can chuck that on, like, summon a couple warriors, chuck it on that, and now anytime you use an offering, they will be your priority target for those skills.
It's a solution.
Which, pretty useful. It's pretty strong, honestly, with things like even DD and they're using sacrifice and all that. Like, it 100% is
Chicken
like,
bake
pretty,
from Costco.
pretty strong right now. But yeah, it also, at the other hand, solves, like, honestly, what I would express as a quality of life problem. So...
No, for sure. Speaking of warriors, why are they gone? In the footage, they were gone from the occult skill gems.
I noticed that last night. I was going to ask you about that.
Well,
They're not in the T1 list anymore.
I suspect what's happened there is that there was that thing like way back where it was like the scepter should be the thing grinding that, and there shouldn't be both the skill and the scepter because you get the weird things where you have you to support both, and you.
But I don't know. I don't know.
Well, no, I agree. I actually don't think that was on purpose. I suspect that was a mistake.
Okay. Yeah, but I did notice it last night actually. Yes, you're right. But that probably just needs fixing.
Fair enough. No, I saw it. I was like freaking out. I was like, they took them away. But we're going to move on to the last part of the minion stuff, which is more pressing for the 0.2 release, and that is specters. The first question we have is that I was unable to spot in the reveal footage whether or not we can basically unbind a specter from a bound specter. Do we then
Not
have
currently,
to have...
but we are going to add probably just like you chuck it in the disenchant window and it changes it back, kind of thing, something like that. That'll probably be coming like immediately after launch, just because we haven't had the time to quickly do it. But it'll be the same for Tame Beast as well, where you can turn both back into the original gem.
Perfect. Next question is that an image that we saw on Reddit about a week ago showed the Jamandra Act 2 boss being spectrable, which we can only assume was a bug as it was shown in the
That
0.1 client.
is a bug. And I honestly, it is the greatest mystery to me. I had that happen on live where I like killed him and then it came up with the Ray Spectre UI.
Diggler, I understand.
And the skill's not even like out. And I'm like, how in the world? We genuinely cannot even comprehend how this has happened. And like, there's this level of reproducibility that is, but there's just nothing.
Well,
it doesn't make any sense.
You know the bug I run night, which I've had on live before as well, and I've like no one can do any explanation as how this is possible. But sometimes when I go back to Act 1 Town, I just get the POE1 UI for all of the NPCs, like the old conversation UI from POE1, and no one has any explanation as to why this can occur. And it's just so random. I was like, why that? I've run into it like 3 times in all of the playtesting that I do. I've had it like happen like 3 times. I was like, what the hell, man? Like, how is this even possible? Like, sometimes it's just really, really like that. It's just incredibly bizarre.
Well, anyway, you're not going to be able to raise the boss as a Spectre. I don't know why in the world that randomly UI is appearing. One day we're going to figure it out. There'll be something that happens, and we'll be like, oh my god, this explains this thing, and it'll be some number of years down the line, and I got no clue.
Yeah.
It's funny. Another question is gem scaling. Will higher levels bind spectre gem have scaled the minion's power and or spirit cost or something else? What are we looking at?
I don't think it scales the spirit cost, but unless they've done that recently, it definitely will scale the power, like 100%. I just don't exactly know how, but I suspect it's your traditional, like, the level of it kind of thing. So
it'll change the level of the monster. Yeah.
No,
and there's some special lookup table that relates to what level the monster is versus the spec level is, and I don't know what dark magic was done to derive that, but effectively it scales the monster.
It happens
level.
with this. the exact same thing, by the
Right,
way.
right.
So it'll work the same way as that.
Oh God.
Fair enough. And one last question with minions before we can move on, so people who don't like minions can settle down. What determines the spirit cost for a creature? There's some theories going around. I saw one being based at the experience multiplier, another one that seemed more accurate, which was based on their percent life modifier, based on the data mine information, that is. But what determines the spirit cost for the specters?
It is
I thought it was just determined by designer for every case, isn't it?
No, it is sort of. Generally speaking, it is just a some sort of multiplier, or there's some sort of math applied to, yes, how much loot or experience it would have given, which we call the effectiveness of a monster. And it is relative to that, which it's not information we hide, so it's not really relevant. It's not like a problem or anything. And then I know I think as it gets up, it kind of squishes it so that you don't get such extreme values. That being said, there are some cases in where we've taken the base monster, made a specter variety of it, and adjusted those numbers slightly to either intentionally make it cheaper or intentionally make it more expensive based on other external factors. There's not a huge amount of manual work like that going on. Most of the time it is just straight up relative to the amount of XP or loot they drop, which I know specters don't. I mean the base monster.
Fair enough.
All right, so we're on to the final section here. We have some rapid-fire questions, just a few of these, and we're done, boys. So we're kind of on the last portion here. In the Q&A rapid-fire section, the most common question that I got so far was a perfect jeweler orb drop rate. Are you guys satisfied with the drop rate of things
Druid,
like perfect jeweler orbs, or did you want to have some adjustment done with these?
I think they are certainly a little bit too low. We're increasing them in kind of various ways, but there is at least one other change which I don't know if I've talked about, but right now in 020, if you use the one that 6-links it, you don't also have to already go 4-link to 5-link to 6-link. It just bypasses all the steps at least. So at least now when you have the 6-link orb, you don't also need a 5-link orb, and I mean the 4-link orbs are relevant, but you at least don't need that one in between. So that will at least help in that axis, but yeah, I would say they're a tad rare, especially the 5-link. I think that should be a bit more accessible. I don't mind the 6-link.
Well, the 5-link will become more accessible by virtue of 6-link.
That's true. By virtue of that, it will be, economically speaking as well. So yes, yeah, I mean, sure.
All right, that answers that then. Go on, Gazi.
Visual clarity, rares versus blue monsters, being able to spot them without needing to hover over them. Like maybe a hue around them or something. Is there any plans for this?
I'm personally not a fan of the Fresnel glow thing that POE1 has. The intention was to make it so the mods would make it visible enough. There might still be a few that need some adjustment.
I have something I want to try, which is like, it's going to make it feel a bit more in-world, but I need to try it to know if it's the right answer. It won't be like a, again, just a color shift or a Fresnel. It ends up looking real tacky, honestly. Rares were always meant to have one mod that is visual. Maybe it's not recognizable immediately, but something that at least can make you say, oh, there's a rare because some skill is going off or it has some visual. Whereas magics do not, which I agree is a problem. So yeah, we need to do something there. Me and an effects artist spoke about something and we want to test something, and I'll see, but it'd be nice to be able to solve that in a way that doesn't like make it just feel like there's all these colors on your screen, and you're actually again still caring about what the monster is more so than just like whether or not it's gold, yellow or blue kind of thing.
It's full.
But again, it did really look tacky. Like
I have a particular hate for Fresnel glows in games. Like people use them because they make things really visually obvious, but yeah.
Last
they look
Epoch
lame.
has those on champion enemies. They're orange glows.
So this next question here is a follow-up from the previous Tavern talk we did. It's about lockstepping. You guys said you were making a hybrid version of it, and so we're kind of curious of the status of that, and if you guys have any information to share about the.
Unfortunately, we haven't.
Oh, you scared me. I thought I was opening CT. No, I would have known.
Right now, right?
Not that there's a difference in the login screen. That's not what I meant. I just meant it would have said it at the top.
Nodes in the passive skill tree. It's currently very hard to see what nodes apply to your search prompt in the passive skill tree. Will this see any improvement?
I 1,000,000% want to improve this. It's a matter of just finding time for the UI programmers to do so. It is pretty bad. Like, it's especially with the new size as well, with it just being a lot larger. It is pretty awful to try and search for very specific things. Yeah.
The next question
I'll make it happen. I just hopefully it won't take too long. Is all.
All right.
So another question that we've seen is about API improvements potentially. For instance, being able to the current NeverSync can't use this filter where you can't do like tiers 1, 2, and 3. You can't hide them individually. So improvements around that specifically, or additions to API in general. Is there any update on this?
So you tiers 1 like.
I suspect the rarity tier of the dropped rares are not exposed to the item filters.
Really? Was that not done?
That's the implication there.
That is the implication.
That's
I
what
was
I've
actually
heard,
not
yeah.
aware of that. And if it isn't, then we
sometimes
can
we just miss the obvious things.
Yeah,
yes.
well, that would be trivial to add, though. We could probably do that.
There was something we did that was also obvious and very beneficial. Oh no, it was the tier of the skill gems or something. I think we were adding, if not already added,
Right.
as well, because that was another thing you could filter by skill gem, but not by the.
But rarity
tier of
tier should be fine to add.
it. That should be 100% should be fine to add.
All right. Next question we have is localization improvements, as in different language support. It's been asked by multiple people. Is that something we're looking at for 0.2 or forward or future?
I mean, certainly 0 to 0 isn't going to have any extra languages, I believe. I think there was a list of languages that we still were planning on adding, but it's not
Void
like
Portal
in the
2.0 when?
immediate time horizon. There's nothing on 0 to 0 though.
So it's kind of a random question, but currently how hardcore works, because there's no league, there's just the standard, is if you run hardcore SSF and you die, you become softcore SSF, right? So I'm assuming that if you die in hardcore Dawn, you're going back to the base.
Actually, no. So we are actually going to make it so you go back to the non-hardcore Dawn of the Hunt League, and it's funny because the reason why originally we made it so that hardcore of a league went back to standard instead of back to the lower vision is that we actually had people in standard, the league were getting annoyed that people would die in hardcore and then be above them on the ladder. Because the people in hardcore were actually better players at the time. This is a long time ago. People in hardcore were better players than the people not in hardcore, and so we actually made that change because of people getting angry about that. But I think these days that won't be a problem anymore. So it's probably fine to just have that.
Even if it is, or we could just delist them from the ladder.
Yeah,
for
we
some
could
amount of
probably
time.
delist top of this ladder, and then now someone from hardcore came and went above me. That was the reason that was originally like that.
All right, and next question here, and I'll send it over to Ghazi, is visual clarity specifically in regards to delirium affected maps. So sort of in the in-game, you're basically going to be deliriousing most of your maps if you're juicing, and it can be a little monotone in color of the saturation. So
I mean, I'm iterating on this. Like, I literally multiplied the delirium fog intensity by 0.5 yesterday, just as like. Now I'm going to look at it again, and then maybe today I need to even lower it further or whatever,
Sure.
100%. It should be addressed, at least mitigated, if not all the way addressed.
It's an L interview? Why?
Yeah.
You don't like it?
thank you.
Awesome.
What's the takeaway after 2
Two more
hours?
rapid fire questions. First one being private leagues. Will we see the possibility of this during the early access stage of the game?
Should be in early access, but not in the near future. We just the web guys need to get time to sort it out. And once that's done, we'll get it in.
All right. Last question. I would like to circle back to the API question, and that is regarding being able to see your character on the website that we have at POE1, but it also opens up the possibility for patho-building imports.
Yep. So that is something that is being worked on. Same team. There's, we'll get there soon. I mean, even internally, it would be nice for us to be able to look at characters on the website because, we can just look at anyone's character as like admins, and that's just nice to be able to do. Just for investigating things like why is this character OP and that kind of stuff. So yes, it'd be nice if we had that.
All right, well, that pretty much concludes it. I have one fun question for you on the way out the door, which is what do you predict the most commonly played class is going to be for the first week?
well, obviously the Huntress, right? Like, obviously, there's going to be a million people wanting to try that out. So, yeah, I mean, look, it'll probably be some ridiculous number, like 70% Huntresses or something. I don't know what the number will be, but something like that.
I mean, you would assume so, yes.
Yeah.
Right?
But I mean, after that,
yeah, after that
is that tougher to understand?
So Amazon or Ritualist then? What are you going with?
Oh, okay, right. You mean in terms of
Yeah.
sanity? Well, okay. I reckon Ritualist for some reason. I just reckon. But maybe that's just 'cause it appeals to me more. Like,
I
problem is
feel
if
like I
knew
must
why
have
one
missed
would
something.
be getting way more played than the other, then I would go and solve that.
right. But I mean, to me, it's like I immediately taken the slot.
I'll pick the other one. I'll pick the other one just because I can't both pick the
No,
same. So
I feel like
I'll
I
pick
must have.
Amazon,
Right.
and I'll do it just because of
Are you telling me that after 2 hours and 5 minutes, the question Druid when and Act 4 when was not asked? It's impossible. I feel like we must have missed it.
I didn't have a ring in my inventory.
It's impossible.
So I just forgot about it, and then I was like 20 levels later. I was like, "Oh crap! I still haven't put a ring on my third ring slot yet." It was like completely pointless. But yeah, hopefully the top too
it's
many
not
players
only
do
just
that.
pointless because
Yeah.
the nodes.
Because there's a
before it
downside,
You think it was scripted?
So I was like
Literally just
sacrificing
hindered your
I forgot to add the ring. Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see who's right come the launch. And thanks for all the time and answering all the questions. Anything last you want to say on the way out the door here? We're done now.
I think we're good. Thank you very much.
Good.
All right.
Yeah.
Cheers. Thanks
Thanks
for your
for
time,
coming.
everybody.
All right.
Thank
Later.
you.
Thank you.
And-
All right.
all right. Everything.
Okay, come on. Come on. Ziggy did it better. Okay, if anybody missed it, this was the funny clip. I wasn't even paying attention at the time.
Trade improvement here. A more sought after topic. It was regarding trade improvements, which was mentioned in the Destin interview. My question
I don't
is,
have
do you
anything
mind
extra to say
sharing
about
some
this.
More details?
I
That's
don't
it?
have anything
Okay.
extra to say about this.
Okay.
He did not want to talk about trade. Link the clip. Okay. I just want to say this one more time out loud. We just watched 2 hours and 5 minutes. The first thing the DM said is the most requested question, and literally I scream, Druid when? And he asked some other question, and I was like, oh, I thought, that would be right out of the gate. It was patch notes when, is what DM said. And I was like, oh, I thought Druid when would have been the first question. I swear Druid was not brought up one time. I think we must have missed it because it feels impossible. Right? Good evening, sir. What's up, Vay? Why would that be the first question? Well, if you look at Reddit, if you look at forums, if you look at their announcement reveal, if you look at X, a lot of people expected the Druid. It is currently the #1 most requested thing. So I just figured, even in just my smaller community, everybody wants to know when the Druid is coming. I could be totally wrong. Like, maybe I've lost my mind. I know that might seem like, if you're not following it, like, why would that be the first question? That's a stupid question. It's a lot of people are curious when it's coming. You think that they have been instructed not to ask? The more I see and hear about 02, the more I'm thinking about skipping it. Why is everyone so fixated on Druid? I think it was blown up, Skoji. You know, it was on everybody's bingo card that Druid was coming. People just thought that it was coming, and it didn't. I don't know. I guess there was something in the teaser trailer that showed, like, the Druid boss, so everyone thought it was, like, GGG's little, like, Easter egg. I don't know, some crap like that. Druid's probably for launch. I think that's exactly what happened. Shin, what's up? That was a good one, but I will have to watch it back without all the distractions. I had stuff running in the background. People making assumptions based on nothing is what happened. I also think, Skoji, that, you know, GGG has high expectations, which is, you know, that's a good thing. People expect a lot from Grinding Gear games. You know, the community gives them a lot of respect. And before early access launched, they said, we really wanted to launch with Druid and Huntress. We just didn't quite get there. So 4 months after early access launch and Huntress and Druid not coming, people just expected for both of them to be in the next update. I mean, it's no big deal, but I'm grabbing a bunch. Look, I'm doing COF right, I think. I'm grabbing... For them, the first person in the history of Last Epoch to grab mace prophecies. Because I need to get a good mace so I can make a set item. I need to craft my own sets. Right? I think it's a mace. God, I don't even know. Is it a mace? Yeah, it's a two-handed mace. We got to make our forged weapons mace. They were still, yeah, patch notes are coming later. They did not, I don't think they gave a specific date for patch notes. They just said, like, when it's ready. Yes, they literally showed the Druid gameplay multiple times on the first trailers. It was playable in Germany Gamescom. To pat myself on the back a little bit, I was one of the first people, non-GGG, literally in the world to play Druid. So I got to play Druid 1 day early before the first public time in Gamescom 2023 because we had access to the POE tent. I played Druid. I literally played Druid in 2023. Sorry, Void Portal. Yes. I played the Druid in 2023. Here's another pat. Everyone, in case you're curious, the community thinks it's very funny. They could put in 50,000 channel points to make me use the Void Portal in Last Epoch. The community thinks that the design of this portal is funny. I don't get it, but... All right, we'll play some Polka too. It is indeed funny. It's not that funny. Oh, here we go. That is the premium looking portal, sir. It's familiar. You get it. I don't get it. Sure. Og wants to see some controller too. Oh, jeez. That clip about trade just had me thinking, OMG, an arrogant answer. Mike and Judd would have handled that a lot better. Sure. It's a euphemism. All right, hold on. Let me catch up on chat really quick. Then I owe you guys some polka. All right, let's see. What else do we got here? I missed the beginning. Did they say when the patch notes are dropping? They did not. Skoji overhyped and more features added 2.0. Gazzy was so happy asking about his minion questions. He loves his minions. Druid didn't come out because Witch's demon form still needs work. They want to fix it before they go to another shifter class. Yes, they literally showed the Druid gameplay. Yep, Gamescom. People made expectations of Druid before they said Druid was almost ready. Ellie should change their release date. They built up the hype, and more hype means higher expectations. They got to rise to the challenge they built. They were still updating things. Patch notes was still changing. A lot of people in chat were saying patch notes on the 2nd. I haven't. I don't know if that's official or if that was. If I don't know where that's coming from. Patch notes on the 2nd is what people were saying in chat. I feel like they couldn't answer a lot of questions. Yeah, because there's a lot of technical questions. Are set items still going to be a chance, or is 100% on your exalts? Well, if you have an open slot on an item medic, all you need is one tier 1 reforged shard. So the chance of you putting a tier 1 shard on is, 100%. So as long as you have forging potential and an open affix slot, you're good. It's indeed funny. No, it's not. Lose, have a good one. Did Aaron explain when Polka? I will. What was the trade question? All right, I'll play it one more time.
Here. A more sought-after topic. It was regarding trade improvements, which was mentioned in the Destin interview. My question
I don't
is,
have anything
mind
extra to say
sharing
about
some more
this.
details?
I don't have
it?
anything
Okay.
extra to say about this.
Okay.
Not having it. Not having it, Toxic. So Gazzy just said that there is no trade drama. Jonathan just didn't want to say what changes are coming to trade, but some are coming. LE patch notes when? April 11th. April 11th. NZ Thursday for patch notes, which is Wednesday for us, so the 2nd. There you go. Aaron Action RPG, say what you want about GGG. It's not the same without Chris Wilson. It just feels different. So if, as much as I like Mike, I feel like if Judd left EHG and Mike took over, it would not feel the same. As much as I love Mike. Chris was very well spoken. I'd be okay with Mike. Mike rocks. No, Aaron hates Mike. No, that's not what I said. I asked Gazzy's channel, why no druid question, new axe? I got answered, waste of time for 02 questions, lame. Confirmed, I'm telling Mike you hate him. Traitor? Me? I want Ellie on the 2nd, please. I want that portal to be summon void port minions so bad. Oh, geez. Aaron needs help. I need help? No. Okay. All right, I'm good. Sorry, I just got a bunch of people messaging me. All right, everybody. Right now we are playing Forge Guard Forged Minions. Forge Guard Forged Minions. Now, during the Tavern talk with Gazzy and Darth Microtransaction, we had a hype train. And anytime there's a hype train, we play polka. It's written in the bylaws of the channel. If there's ever a level 2 hype train, the polka must flow until the hype train is over. So I owe you guys some polka. Enjoy. Now I'm awake again. Polka saved Aaron's life, obviously. Oh, the fly killed me. Oh, the fly killed me. It just landed on my face.
Clarkson!
$600 right now.
Where you going? Nowhere.
Come here. Come here. You good pupper.
Prepping for the 4-month subathon.
What? Controller player! That is a...
Hello, is this season 2 gameplay? No. I would literally be dead, physically dead, if I logged into season 2 gameplay. Done. For the new subathon, though, we are slowly working on a nature camera that's very bright right now. Anyways, we're gonna get a little bird feeder, and we can't figure out the damn settings on the camera. It's like, I don't know, but we're working on a nature camera. That's really bright. Not the sun. I know. Get out of here, sun. We've got all new polka songs, including Subathon song, Wifey song, Action RPG Army. Brow has been hard at work. We have new sub goals. Some of the sub goals include me shaving my head, me flying to San Antonio, Texas to have a day with Judd, me flying to Florida to go fishing with Hog, and me getting a Last Epoch tattoo. So we got some good sub goals on there, including all the daily goals and activities. It should be a fun event. Subathon 3 kicks off on the 17th. San Antonio hype. With Judd, is that confirmed if we hit the sub goal? Oh boy, I know. My wife's like, you'll never get a tattoo. I was like, yeah, the tattoo is definitely one of the more unrealistic goals, but it's on there. Okay, we're blasting through that. What are you talking about? Hog said if we hit the goal where I have to fly to Florida to go fishing with Hog, just get a one-way ticket, because I'm never making it home. So there's that as much. Avoid portal tattoo. Oh man. Ah, the old slow spinning character. We definitely need some points to Warpath so that I can get these 3 points here to make me move faster. Oh. That didn't count. I was showing you guys points. All right, Mike, send me a leak. Actually, I could just do it myself. That one didn't count. Hog has gators, right? Yeah, we're going gator fishing. Should have used a controller. Oh my gosh. See? Just send Aaron the patch notes. I mean, if EHG told me, hey, Aaron, you could leak this, I'd go haywire. He's going to shave his head and then tattoo it there. Wait. What? Here's the leak that EHG said that I can show. You guys get it? It's a leak. Oh, 11th hour games, you have such a sense of humor. Got him. Everybody, if you'd like to say hi, senior developer, co-founder of EHG, celebrity of the Friday dev streams, fitness model, Mike, is currently in the chat. EHG dad jokes, right? Dude, Mike, I looked at a picture of you the other day. I pulled up like I don't know, it was like dev chat 56, which is years ago or whatever. Anyways, you have really transformed yourself, man. Congratulations. Can we talk about trading? Sure. Oh. Mike, did you see the clip from Tavern Talk? Someone linked the Hot Wings video recently, and it was tough to watch. Should make you feel good about where you're at. Mike, they're all talking about this. I'm sure you probably saw it. This was the question asked during the Tavern Talk for GGG.
Here, a more sought-after topic. It was regarding trade improvements, which was mentioned in the Destin interview. My question
I don't
is,
have anything extra to say about
more
this.
Details?
I don't have anything extra to say about this.
Okay.
I haven't watched it yet, but it's in my queue. Well, buckle up for 2 hours and 5 minutes of very detailed questions. Supposedly he was not mad. That's what the Ghazi team is saying. He was not mad. It's just there are changes to trade, and they don't want to talk about them yet. If that is true, which, you know, at face value, sure, that was not a great response. You want to leave people, like, on the edge of their seat. We have awesome and exciting changes coming to trade. We have made some decisions there as a updated philosophy and design for trade into the future. We are just currently not ready to share any of those updates. It means there's none? You think there's none? Seems like nobody wanted to be there. Thrilling gameplay? You don't like spin to win? My spin to win special. Look, I'm making animated weapons. You see all the little weapons floating around? I make these floating weapons as I spin, and then they kill everything. Which means this is even more boring, because not only am I spinning, I'm not hurting anyone, and the minions are hurting them. It's like double boring. But it's good, right? I can't stand up right now, guys. Mike, please make a void summons minion MTX. Please make a void portal a void summon. There is no void minions. I asked this question and I got a carve answered. It's BS. I asked why there is an affix on weapons for minion void penetration when there is not a singular void minion. And the response was, you can use sigils and you could transfer sigils into void, and then that would put void damage on your Sentinel minions. I was like, that doesn't count. That's no, that is BS. I was like, that does not count. That was Carve's answer. Doesn't count. Hog, what's up, brother? Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody, from Hog TV's stream. Shout out to It's Hog, baby. That's what he sounds like. Oh, hey. So, guys, I was looking it up during the podcast because I was having a hard time focusing. This controller they are sending me is their new Revolution X PC Xbox controller. It's $200. It's got the weights and the sticks in the back. Unbelievable. Let's look at the trailer for it. Pretty cool. We were looking at this earlier. Nacon is sending me this controller because I supported them with Dragonkin. And Hog was all pissed off earlier, so we were just joking around. Hog's like, where's my controller? Hog is already starving the gator, so they are ready for when you visit. Oh, brother. It's Nacon, so it's bad. Okay, controllers with trailers. Really? Yeah, you got to build up the buzz. No one buys one. It will go on clearance quick. Yeah, it comes with aimbot. Perfect. Medic approved. What's up, Rook? If those console players applied the $200 of controller, they could have just bought a PC instead of a console. Overly expensive controller. Yeah, so if you bought... What's the most expensive console? $500? Then your $200 controller, you're up to $700? You're getting into PC territory at that point. Not quite, but almost. I always get left out. No, dude, I'm going to fly there. You said we're not allowed to stop fishing until I reel in a 5-pounder. It could be that one where, like, you're like the dad and you hook it and then you hand it to the son and then I reel it in and I fall off the boat. It'll be perfect. You know? Hog? Get eaten. I mean, that can easily happen. Oh, geez. Natural order. What's up, Suda? Good morning. What's up, Raylit? Thank you for the tier 1 sub. 33 months. You're going to catch Hog's 5-pounder. Everyone, we're joking around. The next subathon, we have shaving my head. Flying to Florida to go fishing with Hog. Flying to San Antonio to spend a day with Judd. Getting a last Epoch tattoo. That one is very unrealistic. That's more of like a funny goal. Oh, sorry. Flying to South Georgia. A good friend of mine is a huge COD and he spent $1,200 on a Scuff modded controller. We were messing around with modding a controller on Scuff. I think it came to like $400 when we were done. Dude, that thing better have, if you're spending $1,200 on a controller, that thing better have like a lifetime warranty. You better be using that when you're 90 years old. Aaron, if you go to San Antonio, Logout's going to come see you. I know he said. I said that's awesome. Aaron, if there's a $1,200 controller, better do things. Can I repeat that in chat? Will you stop it? You guys are all spicy today after the POE2 Tavern talk. Oh, no crap. 3 LP. And it's 3 to lightning skills. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, that's pretty good. Streamer client for sure. I'm not on the streamer client, guys. Hold on, wait. Let me read. There is no streamer client. I'm not saying I'm not on it, because if I say that I'm not on it, that would mean that it exists, and it doesn't exist. So there's no way. Prove it? What do you mean, prove it? Mike, turn it off. No, Mike. Streamer mode was on. No, guys. There's no streamer client. Guys, you believe me, right? Guys. Sure. Sure. We had a triple exalt drop today. Sure. You guys believe me. Don't forget, as long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. Aaron, you started the wrong LE client. Show us the other one. You want me to log into season 2? Hey, Mike's a co-founder. If he gives me permission, we could show off some stuff. I'm sure they wouldn't care. It'd just be good marketing. Like, what's the big deal? I log in, we check out some of the new stuff. Who cares? Do it. Yeah, right. I don't even know what would happen. No, you guys didn't even triple dog dare me. I'm probably going to play Ellie on the boat tomorrow. Don't be scared. Nobody here will say anything. Okay, listen. If you guys all agree to not take any screenshots, no video, I won't upload the VOD. Maybe we'll be okay. You guys will be good? What about a quadruple dog dare? Oh, man. How do you increase my chances of higher LP? Mine are all 1. Play Circle of Fortune and play High Corruption. Kiss your #1 supporter badge goodbye. Hits record. What? See, Hog already ruined it. Sure. In another multiverse, you weren't a scaredy cat. Just plug in the new patch and let us rip it now. The 17th out of... Yeah, they should just drop it now, right? I gotta get ahead somehow, I see. Just talk to Nacon. They'll hook you up, dude. Hog? GGG is horrible at answering questions. I don't know. It felt like the wrong type of questions. I don't know. Drop the patch right now. Surprise GGG. Bro, could you... I wonder what would happen. So, tomorrow morning you wake up to patch notes and the patch being live. Season 2's a go. Have fun. That would be insane. Epic? We say epic. What would be actually the ramifications of it? Fired? F? Mike, do it. We just got to keep double dog daring Mike. He'll do it. Bro, I sold a 2 LP of this Blood of the Exile, 65 million gold. Yeah, there wouldn't be any Twitch drops. Twitch would be mad. Mike doesn't have hair on his hiney if he doesn't do it. I'd be slightly upset since I didn't have a chance to look at the patch notes before it went live. Nah, they're gonna do something new, you know? Play it blind. They're starting a trend. Quadruple dog dare you. Trevor, what's up? Trevor, just so you're aware, yesterday I pulled my entire studio apart, put it back together. I cannot make my desk stand currently. I will have that fixed tomorrow. Freaking nightmare. But just FYI, I'll have it fixed tomorrow. Sure. Yeah. I've been standing and going on the treadmill during streams, and just today, I'm gonna lie about it while we're watching a 2-hour podcast. Mike, by the way, if you're still watching, you're don't respond to any of these heathens. Don't worry about it. Sure. Hey, Diesel, if you type in caps one more time, you will be banned from this channel. No, he won't. Does Mike know about the polka music? Yes, EHG knows about the polka music. Poor Mike is... So during the subathon, when we watch the Friday live streams, I feel bad for Mike because he's just spammed idiotic subathon questions that he reads out loud. When are we getting a polka character? Can we get a bagpipes? MTX? Hey, Aaron wants to know when just all this later hosen crap the whole time. Mike, God honestly heard you talking crap. No. You know he loves us. I don't know, maybe. But you want to use the ban handle. Have I ever... There has to be times. I'm trying to think if there's ever been a person I have literally gone in and banned from this channel. When we used to allow links in chat, we had to deal with a lot of that crap. That was always bad. But like, you can ban me. You ban bots. Yeah, I'm talking about like a real like, dude, this guy's just a jerk. Get him out of here. I can't think. I don't know. I can't think of anyone. Oh my gosh! Medic's gonna drive me nuts. All right, we're on a damn controller. Look at that hybrid controller support. Bots have feelings too. Uh-oh. What the hell? It's not working. It's stopping me. Look, medic, I'm pushing up right now. Look at how I'm moving. Oh, it's pausing every time it makes a weapon? Some maps do that. I've noticed that too. I've never seen that. We had a trio of individuals spouting racist comments that we banned outright. Oh, yeah. But I mean, that was That was when there was a bunch of people that were like typing the N-word in a different way, and it was like making it through chat or something. But those, like, I'm not talking about bots or trolls or people posting porn and all kinds of I'm saying like a legitimate community member that were like, all right, dude, you're done. All right, well, I'm not going to give up on controller yet, but this map is busted. Yeah, it's for sure something's wrong. It, like, won't move. Well, we're going to test it. We'll beat this map, and then we'll go to the next one. We can void cleave our way through it. Literally, next map, you'll be fine. I can't remember if there's been a mention of tuning down poison damage in LE. So the main way people die is damage over time, so an enemy hitting you with the dot, that has been tuned down. No, it's for sure jacked. Look, I'm pushing to the left right now. It's a broken controller. That's what it is. Good thing I got a new one on the way, Hog. That was a joke. That was a bad joke. I was kidding. I was kidding. Hog. Unplug the controller, plug it back in. Wow. What? Mean air. No, I was... It was, never mind. User issue. I like how the response is unplug it and plug it back in. Ban him. Wait, ban who? Not me, right? Guys? He's not talking about me. I'm sad I missed the stream. Restart the computer just real quick. You didn't miss anything? OMG, I've died 4 times now in Heist. You're getting killed, bro. Ooh, it's almost what we're looking for. Not lightning. I took a bunch of prophecies for... two-handed maces, because we need to find an awesome two-handed mace which we could turn into a set for this build. Log in a test for a bit and see if the controller's fixed. Bro, if I logged into test within 3 seconds, people would be like, oh! No, I haven't drank any. My wife made me drink nasty smoothies on the daily gold crap. What are you doing? Come here. Come here. Turn around. Come here. Oh, say hi. Say hi. You being good pupper? You good girl. Yeah, you're a good girl. Okay. Good girl. Look, we've had both dogs come in. We got the nature cam. Not a lot of nature today shown. Biggest house cat ever. Sorry for repeating the question. Just wondering if you think Void or Lightning Forge Guard will be possible in Season 2. No. I do not. Nice white wall. We're going to add stuff to it. I just got the camera working. This is the nature cam. All right, forget it. Diesel said he's going to figure out where I live and then during the nature cam, go take a dump in the field. So it's very silly. I mean, you could run like, I don't know. If I'm going to run a Void character and it's going to be a Sentinel, I'm going to play a Void Knight. And it just, like, that's, I mean, obviously in Last Epoch, you can do whatever you want. That's what makes the game so great. But Forge Guard, I'm going to play Forge. If I'm playing Forge Guard, I'm playing Shield Throw, Shield Bash, Fire Spin to win, or what I'm playing right now, Forged Weapons. Weather cam, perhaps. So the story is that I'm in my new studio space, and in this new space, I have a window. Literally, like, I can almost touch it. It's like right there. And someone's like, oh, during your subathon, you should set up a nature camera. So I was like, that's actually a fantastic idea. So I grabbed my extra webcam, and I plugged it in, and I pointed it out the window. And that's what it looks like. That's my view outside of my little window. So the wife's going to get like a little bird feeder or a little squirrel thing. And we're going to set up a little nature shot. I don't know what the hell we're going to use it for, but she thinks it'll be funny. I don't know. Yeah, it'll be fine. It's a fence. You know, I only have access to one window. They all can't be winners. Yeah, it's the fence cam. Zoom in on the neighbors. Is that what it's going to turn into? It was barely Aaron's idea. It's a flashbang cam when the sun comes out. That's exactly what it feels like. You should hide season 2 leaks in the nature cam. Oh my gosh. I mean, there's not a ton of leaks left. So after Talkative's Tries podcast on the 8th, At that point, we're at like, 90, 95% you know everything. You're just waiting on the real detailed info in the patch notes. Now, Town Portal podcast with me and Frosty LaRue will be on the 11th, and that will be the patch notes Q&A. So that's where we'll be answering questions from the patch notes, and we got a couple of little surprises. But yeah. I mean, there is some stuff, but for the most part, a lot of everything's known. Aaron's got nothing left for his stream, yeah. Yeah. I picked the last date, and I ended up screwing myself, but it's okay. It's all right. It's already a metaphor. The grass is greener on the other side. Oh, jeez. Dude, that's exactly what I should do. I could easily zoom in on the fence for the nature camera, and then I could put the chat on the fence, and you guys could see like the squirrels and birds and stuff, and then I could just go and leave for a few days and just let the timer run out. It's an excellent idea. Wait, what? Nothing. He's cheating. I'm not cheating. It's an Idaho potato hunt. Exactly. Yeah, self-entertainment. Exactly. Mods, tie him down. Put a birdhouse on the fence. That's literally what we're planning. Maybe hummingbirds, maybe a little bird feeder, squirrels, and the dogs would be jumping, trying to eat them the whole time. It would make the fence cam probably more entertaining. I don't know. I'm on the fence about this idea. Oh. What's up, Cotton? It's unbearable? Correct. More entertaining than the GGG podcast. You didn't like it? Aaron, have your dogs ever tried to eat a bee? I don't know. They're obsessed with squirrels. They try to get squirrels all the time. Luna the other day knocked a squirrel off the fence. And in my head, it's like, there's no way that big brown dog I was just holding could catch a squirrel. That squirrel could not get 1 foot of distance from the dog. Like, not even the squirrel had no chance. Where was it going? Nowhere. Where's he going? Nowhere. I had to body slam the dog from just crushing this squirrel. Aaron, you were literally passed out during the Q&A. Wait, was the Q&A today? Well, Aaron, fence off the idea for a season 2 client stream. Oh, geez. Aaron couldn't cheat even if he wanted to. There's too many people in here that would rat him out. Me? You guys wouldn't do that, right? Guys? They wouldn't. You guys wouldn't do that. Right? The Q&A was Aaron's sleep cam. So when me and Frosty LaRue were breaking down, brainstorming the Town Portal podcast, the reason why we decided to have 3 different scenes was that idea of, like, changing things up, pacing, hopefully some entertainment value, long podcasts, something different to look at. That's why we have one scene, then we have look at something together, then we have hot seat, then we have Q&A. The idea is like we're redirecting all the time and trying to play videos and music to add a little bit of entertainment value with hopefully, you know, an informative podcast. That's how we always wanted it to be. I don't know if that always translates, but like we do think about that when we're going into the podcast. No, we're not doing bear and fence puns. I can only handle so much. "100% Aaron, orientation is essential as people are easily get bored in the same thing as they're seeing from our screens." Yeah, it's just different camera angles, different things to look at. Yeah, that was the idea. That was barely a pun. Oh, man. Oh, man. Same with marketing. We're too damn slow. This leech doesn't do crap anyways. What you doing with this character? What I'm doing right now is I'm hunting for set items. You're probably saying, what? So I'm building Sunforged sets. And I'm trying to find a good helmet, two-handed mace, and body armor so we could create a Sunforged set when Season 2 hits. This is the Forged Weapons set. Not that I know or think it's going to be good. I'm just, yeah, that's what we're doing. He leaked. No, that's not. I'm just saying that you're going to be able to build your own set, and one of the sets is Forged Weapons. That's all. So I'm just testing. I'm testing to see if this could have potential into the future. Taking notes, go on. No, that's not what I said. Dang, he's already playing the new POE2 Ascendancy. Right now we are on Lich for POE2. Oh no, we're playing for the blacksmith. What the hell is it? Blacksmith? What's it called? He leaks even when Mike's in chat. No fear. I'm not leaking. We know we can make our own sets, and we know that Forge Guard has a set. It's not a leak. Gosh. He's testing with insider knowledge. No, I'm not. Yeah, the Smith of Katava. You're over 40, you're probably leaking your last comment. Oh, brother. Mike, he's leaking. Mike, I'm not. You guys believe me, right? Guys? They believe me. Right? All right, someone get Frosty. What? What do you say he's barely leaking? Oh, it hurts. They won't stop. He's on the fence about barely leaking more information. I'm probably the only one who does Aaron, but wait. I'm probably the only one who does what? Not give me crap because I've known you for too long? I know, they all give me crap. Thanks, Shin, for being a good friend. You guys are all monsters, dude. You guys are all monsters. Actually, no, they'll treat me worse if I say that. You guys are all nice. You're all so nice. You're so nice. Guys. I told Solo my Sunforged set idea last week. I walked him through it on Discord. Aaron, you should grab a one-handed sword build since you're proficient in fencing. Oh, man. Oh, that was a bad one. Oh, that was a bad one. I just got here. What's the leak? There's no leak! I simply made a statement that in Season 2... as everybody already knows, you're going to be able to make your own sets. And ForgeGuard has the Sunforged set, which supports forged minions. And I just said that we're pre-building a ForgeGuard with that set. And they're saying I'm using insider knowledge like I know it's going to be good, which I don't. Guys. He's cheating. I'm not cheating. Duh. Angry old man, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you, thank you. Insider knowledge is a leak. No, it is not. He's on the fence about admitting it. But it was barely a leak. Also, Chad is obsessed with fence and bear puns today. That's actually good. Why don't you guys do all the fence and bear puns you can? That way they're out of the way come the next season. That'll be good. Aaron might as well have posted that leak. No. He enjoys walking through that void portal. Oh, you wish. Aaron, we've barely gotten started. Don't get defensive about it. 10 days. Subathon. 10 days. Don't slip up while you're using the void portal. I heard it can be a nasty fall. You all have a real problem.
Hello, traveler.
A real problem. Defensive. You guys, I'm literally just working on a build. Is that okay? Can I do that? Just take a few seconds to myself and work on this. Is that allowed? Is that okay? No, it's not. No, because you're cheating. What? On which server? I'm on the regular server. Old Faithful. Got physical res, cold, endurance threshold.
Do not dwell on regret.
Forged weapons can now use Rive. Yeah, I know. When Rive kills an enemy or a boss, you have a chance to summon a forged weapon. The problem is it requires a kill. That is the problem. All right, let's take it up a notch. Is Forged Weapon build good for Paladin? It feels so bad. Forged Weapon build is for Forge Guard. Forge Guard is the minion class. Forge Guard is the minion class. You're thinking bug? I find that offensive. I'm not reading offensive anymore like that. Offensive. All right, let's jump up to 330 corruption. We are going to get smoke-defied right here. We'll have the damage. We just don't know how to stay alive. That's the trick to this build right now. Forged Weapon is a minion. Yes, it counts as a minion. I have boosted up our endurance percent, endurance threshold, life, and now gave us some crit avoidance. Leech is not working. I do use Manifest Armor. He's in there running around. So you do no damage until your minions hit the mob? That's no bueno. What do you mean? Minion builds, you don't do damage. You buff your minions that do the damage. And these minions are pretty damn strong. I fell asleep during the interview with super juicy stuff for POE2. Yes, there was a lot of good stuff announced. They how do you generate forged weapons? You want to see? We have no forged weapons, only manifest armor. And then we do this. Just keep swimming, swimming, swimming. All you got to do is spin. And as you can see, top left, our weapons come to us. We are here, master. What do you want us to slay? Oh, we got an axe. We got an axe. And then what you do is you void cleave into them. And now they're very blinky. And they're super weapons. Which node in Moorpath? While spinning, you summon forged weapons more frequently. Oh, sorry, this one. While spinning, you summon a forged weapon every 5 seconds, and that's cut down by 150%. Show us the new set bonus. It's not a new set bonus. I'm making this because there's a Forge Guard set right here, Sun Forged, that gives you basically 6 to skills. And instead of 11 weapons, you get 14. So you get 3 extra weapons. It's not that big of a deal. It's just a small little upgrade. Uh-huh. You guys wouldn't believe me even if I told you. I don't even know which affixes. Every single set item in the game, EHG has selected 2 affixes that are the reforged affixes. Believe it or not, I did not memorize them all, nor care. I didn't. They really, that part doesn't matter. What matters is the set bonuses. Sure. I'm serious. Ow. Holy crap. What the? Prophecy fulfilled. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like this before. Log out? What does that mean? Log out? COF be praised. Oh my gosh. Never mind. COF be praised. Mariphage. Hey. Yes. Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah, it's okay. It would be easy. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do it later, honey. Love you. Oh, it's a magnet. Okay. No, that's a good idea. Okay. Love you. I will. No, I don't know. I'll probably only stream another 30 minutes. Is working for Ellie your main job? Wait a second. Was that a question to me? Which kid? Mia walked in for a second. My 9-year-old is going through a big Roblox phase, which is scary, but she wants to get the computer working and upload videos, and I don't know. Me and the wife were like, this is probably a terrible idea. Nothing weird happens on Roblox. I understand the fear. Yeah. It's like, 1, do we want her spending her time on that? 2, do we have time to gatekeep it? I don't know. It's just like one more thing. So Single target damage on this thing is nice. Very nice. All right, do we get another $65 million hit? Oh yeah, we're not playing MG. 1 LP. Hey, it's actually tradable. Is it better or worse with the new set? What? Is this a preview of season 2? No. It looks good though, doesn't it? People keep saying like, man, have the visuals improved in the game? Yes. Looks pretty good. She needs to go through her LE phase. If I could have a job with 11th Hour Games, what would it be? I would guess I would want to be on the design. Actually, you know what? The design team would be fun, right? Making new skills and doing stuff like that. I don't think I would be valuable as the leaker, but kind of. I would go into marketing. So if 11th Hour Games reached out, hey Aaron, we want to bring you aboard on the team, I would ask to be a part of the marketing department. Be a part of trailers, releases, working with other content creators to get the word out, timing of patches, communication through socials, stuff like that. That's what I would want to be a part of. The leaker, he does that already? EHG should really hire you. I actually think I would be able to make a difference because I follow the genre obviously very closely, and I know other ARPGs inside people. So just, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'd actually be pretty value added in that regards. Action RPG as a community manager? I don't know. I think it would be fun. Will you be able to kill Abby with this build? Maybe after the update. Not that I know that it's going to be strong after the update. That's not what I mean. I mean, Abby is getting nerfed. So because of that nerf, maybe this build could kill it. Kill it. Her. Him. Oh no, more leaks. No, that's not a leak. That's not a leak. Guys. It's not a leak. I'm just saying that there's going to be some power creep because we're going to be able to build our own sets.
Hello, traveler.
Does that make sense? Health buff, Abby nerf. We're going to be able to add a set to this build. That's what I mean. Super excited that this build is getting buffed.
Hello, traveler. Do not dwell on regrets.
Yeah, sure, buddy. Wait, regular Abby is getting nerfed. They're bringing Abby down a little bit. It'll still be a hard fight, so it's not as big a jump once you unlock the fight at 300 corruption. And then they're adding Uber Aberoth, which unlocks at 500 corruption, which is a much bigger step up than the current Aberoth. So regular Aberoth's coming down, adding Uber Aberoth that is a much, much more difficult challenge.
not dwell on regrets.
Now I get it. Great explanation. You're welcome. As we all know, Uber Abbey can be attempted at 500 corruption. Now, there is one difference between Uber Aberoth and regular Aberoth. Current Aberoth, you need an eye. This is the key to unlock the fight. Right here. The Harbinger's Eye. Uber Aberoth drops a woven echo, which then you put on your monolith map, and just like anything else, you could fight him over and over again. So all you need is one Aberoth, regular Aberoth kill to get a woven echo that you could put on your map at 500 corruption, and then you could fight him 1,000 times. So you don't need to farm these eyes. Does that make sense? All you need is a streamer client and 1,000 corruption. It doesn't matter because he cheats. I don't cheat. I die all the time. See? If I was cheating, I wouldn't die. Ha! Bet you didn't see that coming. You know what I mean? You don't lose XP, you cheater. No. Mike is predicting it will take hardcore 9 days to kill it. With the fight being released offline and legacy, I give it 3 or 4 days. Okay, so that was a question we forgot to ask on the last Friday stream. I was told that it was announced that Uber Aberoth is not coming to legacy. I don't know where that info came from. I have not seen it if that is true, but that's what I was told. Uber Aberoth is not coming to legacy. It's being held back until he's defeated. I don't know if anyone else heard that as well. It is coming to legacy and offline right away unless that changed. I assume this build is not on your website. What do you mean, Jelly Bean? Forged weapons. Forge guard. Huh? Bundaba. Yeah, it's right here. Wow, no sets yet. No sets yet. Not that I want sets. I haven't decided. I just no sets yet. Why not? Well, I can't build them out yet, you know. Guys. What? Loth what? So you have known about the buff for a whole month. Wait, what buff? This build? No. Forge Guard has a set that you are going to be able to make in the next update. That's it. It's not insider info. Guys, you guys know what I'm talking about. What's today? Monday? Today Monday? When's the POE launch? Is that Friday? Oh my gosh, is it this week? Oh my gosh, I feel sick to my stomach. I just realized that we should be 2 days away from last Epoch. Oh. My wife's screaming in the background to start the subathon anyways. No. 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 17th will come fast, no worries. Just start the subathon right now, get the timer up. Forget it. Like this second, the timer starts. That's a terrible idea. My wife says she believes in me. You can't, since it'll only run for 10 days. It'll be over before LE starts. Bingo. That's exactly right. Sure. Sure. The wifey does understand that when you start the subathon, she'll never see you again, right? Maybe that's why she wants me to start it. She says, duh, I'm sick of you. She said, it's been too long since I've been away. You're just kidding, right, hun? What do you mean, no? I stink? Like, wait, physically stink or just, like, I stink all around? Don't listen to her. I was glad to move my PTO to the 17th through the 21st. Nice. Don't ask questions you don't want the answers, you filthy bear. Brutal. Honey, Mia wants me to set up the other computer so she could start her Roblox channel. Play the wifey song? Oh my gosh. Brad would have to send it to me. I don't know if I have that. Maybe I do. After I built the new computer, everything got like reset. I got holidays now for nothing. I'm sorry, man. That is brutal, dude. That death didn't count. I was reading. You got the wifey song? Send it to me. Everybody, this is my wife's tribute song that was played when she would take care of me. The last subathon went for 65 days. 65 days.
Well, Aaron's on the stream and he's gaming all night long. Wifey's in the kitchen humming to a country song. She's bringing him some snacks with a smile so bright while he's deep in the action. She's keeping things right. Wifey keeps the wheels turning, keeps his life in gear with a plate of food and a little cheer. She's the glue that holds it all in place with a tender touch and a smiling face. She's the one behind the man we see. Wifey action RPG. She's got a way of knowing just what he needs when his timer's running low or he's out of energy. From a cold sweet tea to a hot plate of fries, she's the reason Aaron's streaming never dies. Wifey keeps the wheels turning, keeps his life in gear with a plate of food and a little cheer. She's the glue that holds it all in place with a tender touch and a smiling face. She's the one behind the man we see. Wifey action RPG. She don't need the spotlight, she's happy in the shade. But without her love and work, his world would surely fade. She's running all the errands, she's keeping up the pace. While Aaron's in the game, she's saving him space. Wifey keeps the wheels turning, keeps his life in gear with a plate of food and a little cheer. She's the glue that holds it all in place with a tender touch and a smiling face. She's the one behind the man we see. Wifey action RPG. Yeah, wifey keeps the wheels turning, makes the whole thing run. With her by his side, life's a game that's never done. Wifey action RPG, she's queen of the show. She's the heart of the stream, and now y'all know.
It's my wife's tribute song. Yes, Trevor, I know. This warms my heart. "65 days. How does that work? How did you live?" It was crazy. Proud of you, sir. Do we know release time? They always release around the same time. I think for me it's like Mountain Time, 10 a.m. But I don't know if they put out, when they put out the patch notes at the top, it'll give their release times. Yeah, we already have some songs set up for the next subathon. Can you actually see the emotes from 7TV, BTTV, or do they look like text from OBS? Did you? I don't see any of them. Oh, like clap as an example. No, I cannot see them. No. New song is amazing, different vibe. Yeah, the new song, Brow really went a different direction on the new song. I let him do it all. I don't, it's fine. Whatever he comes up with is great normally. Where are we at? 5 hours and 13 minutes. Yeah, it must be weird on your end. Sorry, I'll try to use other emotes. It's fine. I can see what you're writing. No big deal. As long as everyone else could see it, it's fine. I don't mind, sir. But I appreciate the concern. Did EHG add Twitch integration yet? No. No Twitch integration. They are giving us 5 free skill MTX, which is pretty cool for Twitch drops. They really stepped their game up when it comes to their cosmetic store this season. Tech and I are guinea pigs, and we both approve. There you go. Hey, one other short note about why this build will also be better next season. Sigils of Hope is turning into Symbols of Hope, and they're auto casts. So me having to hit W 4 times every, 12 seconds, you don't have to do that either. So one skill is auto cast automatically. You'll have a new set. What else? It's just better. Cotton, how have you been, sir? Board Portal can be auto-cast in Season 2. It's in the patch notes. Perfect. I've been waiting for that update. Trevor, I challenge you. You guys are fighting each other now? It's weird playing a character that is not level 100. Like, actually gaining experience feels kind of weird. Good man, really busy with work. But it's like, is it good busy? Like, work is a good busy? Disintegrate is not a good skill for Sorcerer? Question mark? I mean, it just got a big update. I think it's pretty good. Just depends. Like, there's something really cool about last Epoch. As a very simple example, Summon Bear is considered one of the worst offensive skills in the entire game. Okay? And we were able to take Summon Bear and kill the Pinnacle boss, Aberoth. You could make anything good. It's just some skills have a higher ceiling. Or some skills are a lot easier to get online. Disintegrate's a fine skill. It's beautiful to look at. You could play it a lot of different ways. It's so annoying. Gosh. Oh my gosh. It's so bad. Spires are getting a complete change. And in that situation where I'm just trying to look at the items on the ground, all those items would have transferred right here so you don't lose them. Oh, it's so horrible right now, the way they do it. Oh, it's terrible. I don't even know, like, how the hell COF do it with these big loot explosions? The Spires just nuke you? Terrible. They haven't really announced how they're changing Spires. They're just saying that they're way, way better. It's funny, if you told me what would I rather play, I think Spires or Arena. I think I'd rather play Arena. Yeah, that's the worst. I know. So anyways, they're completely redoing Spires. And when you die, your loot transfers with you. So you don't have to worry about that. So 2 big quality of life improvements. And all your shards and keys and woven echoes auto transfer, so you don't have to hit this transfer materials button. There are like 3 huge quality of lives that I could have used in the last few seconds. Is EHE going to put out patch notes for the new season before release? Yeah, the patch notes release on April 11th. The patch notes release on April 11th. That is the same day as my Town Portal podcast with co-host Frosty LaRue. And that podcast, we will be doing the patch notes Q&A with a couple of other surprises. April 11th. That'll give us 6 days, which is a good amount of time to dissect the patch notes prior to the new season. I think that feels good. Normally they give us like 48 hours, which is not a lot of time. So they are definitely giving us a lot more time. And the patch notes are going to be a lot bigger. Seeing the bear laugh in the face of the Pinnacle boss will be a core memory for me in LE. Well, I'm going to try and recreate that core memory, except instead of the bear killing Aberoth, the bear's going to try and kill Uber Aberoth. I don't know if that's possible, but we're going to try it. I'm excited for the new Town Portal. It feels like it's been forever since the last one. The last Town Portal was not actually that long ago. It was for Dragonkin the Banished, which released February, March, first week, I don't remember. Maybe a month ago. So this Town Portal will be episode 10. So me and Frosty with EHG, this will be episode 10. We continue to say we want to do them more regularly, and we have a lot of guests that want to come on. It's just like, we need to just do them more. I was going to say it's a lot of work, but it's a terrible excuse. We just need to do them. It's even going to be harder because Frosty's about to be a daddy. If you kill Uber Aberoth with Bear, I think you can be named the GOAT of this game, hands down. I mean, I appreciate that. I don't know if that's true, but we're going to try. So regular Bear is considered the worst offensive skill in the game. It is terrible, and it really is pretty bad. And we killed regular Aberoth first try, and I know the changes coming to Bear. They're not big changes, but I mean, well, they are big changes. Basically, Bear is going to be able to swipe almost every hit, and it's going to have a base strength damage, base damage. So you'll strength stack and be able to swipe almost every hit. I would venture to guess you're going to get a 2x in damage. So current Bear hits for, at the training dummy, about 1.2 million. I think I'll be able to push it to 2, maybe 3 million damage. And then on top of that, you should be tankier. More leaks. No, that's not leaks. That's all public knowledge. That's all public, guys. Right? That one's public. That one's public. Yeah, Summon Bear. Maybe we'll play Summon Bear tomorrow. I think I want to make a build guide for it. Play some Summon Bear tomorrow. Get it ready for a build guide. What? More build guides? Who else will be on besides Judd? I think they said Ross and Judd, but that might have changed now. I'm not sure. This is my favorite stream for LE2 leaks. There's no leaks. I'm just telling you what's already been announced. Oh. Guilty, tell him that that's true. Guilty? Dude, you can't even leak things correctly. We come here for the leaks. They're always trying to get me in trouble. All I'm saying, Summon Bear is going to be able to swipe more often. And it is going to get a base damage boost off your strength, which has all been announced by EHG already. I am just saying what they have already said. Okay? Guys? Guys? So you're just repeating the leak. No, I'm just giving information that has already been announced. Yeah, that's, yeah. Sure. But anyways, Summon Bear should be a beast. I mean, it'll for sure be better. The bear will be better. It'll be more ferocious. He's re-gifting information. What are you saying? I'm an anti-dentite? What the hell? Is this why people like COF? Because all this crap? Yes. If you start Bear, you can switch to Sabretooth after. That's literally I'm gonna play Bear, then switch to Sabretooth after. It is the exact same build. It uses the exact 5 skills. Well, same 4 support skills. Yes. And then we would immediately switch masteries, and we would go to Druid. Actually, no, we would go to Shaman, and we would make Cold Machine Gun Spriggan. There's some love there with Spriggan. Which is what we were playing yesterday. Forge Guard sets good next patch. Yes, it is. We're trying to find a good mace right now. It's literally what I'm playing this for. I'm trying to build the set now. Which sounds like it's like I'm preparing. They keep calling it cheating. I'm just saying I'm preparing. I know the way I say it makes it sound like it's cheating, but it's not. Thought I heard Dead Knight. No, Dentite. Yeah, it's a Seinfeld reference. Skull gets it. Did you just reference an Evil Dead? No. Kramer calls Jerry an anti-dentite, like he's against dentists. Aaron, we want you to get the help you need. You guys don't watch Seinfeld? This is where someone says, no, we're not old like you or something. Bryan Cranston's the dentist. Correct. Seinfeld was horrible. I watched every episode twice here. I'm old and I hated Seinfeld. I never watched a single episode. I despised that show. What an interesting take. Let's all decipher that. I have never watched a single episode. I hated that show. Right. Show just wasn't for me. Does not compute. You see the Atera Monthly? The EHG sent it to me, but I haven't looked at it yet. Patch notes when? Pushback. Patch notes on the 11th. Mike's teasers. Man, oh man, did I pick the wrong podcast? Stupid. Finger of God. Healing Hands Paladin. Oh, hey, I'm in it. And they spelled my name right. That's not Smive. Wait, is the stream down? Can you guys hear me and see me? How do you misspell Aaron? They always spell it Aaron Action ARPG. Aaron Action RPG. No? Okay, good. How I made an LED wall light. That's nuts. I could do this, guys. You don't think I could make this? I could make this. A last Epoch LED light. Honey, could I make this? What do you mean, no? Okay. She said, hell nah. That's... You can get a tattoo of that little tiny thing? What do you mean it's dope? You don't think I can make it? A community guy? You don't even know how to make a sandwich. I could make a sandwich. Get it right on your face. Not in a million years. I could make it. What the hell is this? A master jeweler. They made the crab ring? Unbelievable. Oh. What's next? We'd like you to all keep your eyes out on the forums for patch notes you've all been chomping at the bit for. We know the wait has been long and frustrating, but we thank you for your patience through it all. Your unyielding support has not gone unnoticed. This has been the Monthly Atera, a report on what's happening and changing in the world of Last Epoch. We hope you enjoyed this month's report, and we will see you again soon. Who is this? Look at this guy. What an idiot. Oh. Oh, crap. I literally don't even know who's coming on. Mike, Ross, and Judd are coming on. I literally don't know anything. I mean, I knew that. That was a joke. I was testing you guys. No. My wife keeps screaming at me. I know. But they buried Carve Out back. No. Oh, you can't see it. As well as she should. Carve, Judd, and Ross are on Talkative stream, and you know Carve's gonna spill the beans. I'm not even gonna go there. Not even gonna go there. It's my fault. I picked the last time slot. It was a terrible decision. It was a terrible decision. It was a terrible decision. I made a mistake. Last is best. Talkative Try doesn't know that much about LE, I reckon. No, he does not. They're all 4 time slots. Aaron, which one do you want? And I know what each stream is about. And the initial iteration of these, I was like, I want the last time slot. And then everything got changed and scrambled, and it's nobody's fault, but yeah. It's someone's fault. Well, I guess it's my fault for picking I picked it. No, it's GGG's fault. No. I'm just talking about like the, Ziz and Rax got this insane, literally sets and idol crafting and all the freaking Uber drops and, with theirs. And then Gazzy got Carve going off the rails, literally showing Season 2 gameplay. Talkative Try gets full itemization breakdown and all the final hidden things. And then coming up the rear is me and Frosty LaRue reading patch notes. Oh, yeah. Thank God. But you're going to be able to read patch notes, correct? It'll still be great. It'll still be great because we got a couple of surprises. But, yeah. Dude, I'm going to have to make a whole new scene for Town Portal. There's going to be 5 cameras. Aaron, will the surprises redeem you? Well, my wife is screaming no in the background. Now she's quoting Billy Madison, "Don't put it out with your boot." Don't tell me my business, devil woman. It's poop again. She's savage. Yeah, I'm aware. 6 cameras, because don't forget the bird cam. What's going on with the nature cam right now? Oh, I'm on the wrong side. Not a lot happening on the fence cam right now. Hopefully Diesel's not watching. He'll be like, not the fence cam again. Diesel in the community said he's going to find where this is. And while this is on, he's going to go take a dump in the field. So I hope you're all ready for that. No, I just got the camera set up. We're going to put a little bird feeder and try and do something fun. And then my wife said she wants to set up a spotlight. And then at nighttime, like, pretend UFOs and stuff are coming. She has, like, all these grand plans. So you'll be able to scrap set items in the new season and uniques, too. You'll be able to scrap sets to get reforged shards and then put those shards on any exalted down. So a champion item, a exalted item, a rare item, a experimental item, any item that has an open affix slot. And when you put a reforged shard on an item with an open affix slot, it turns it green, and it is now a set item, and it gets the set bonuses from the set you're using. Basically, you have the ability to create your own sets, but they cannot be on uniques. You cannot create a unique set. But you can re-roll uniques. That is correct. You can re-roll uniques. Yeah, it's an avocado. Hell yeah, I go through so much bird seed. I have like 8 feeders. Are those weeds or plants coming up? They're weeds. Okay, we just got done with snow. And we haven't started working on the yard yet. It was raining today. Jeez, don't look at the weeds. Here, you guys can... Is the sun starting to set? These are all monsters. There, now you can't see the weeds, huh? What do you think of that? Huh? Good job. No more weeds. I took care of them. I just weeded them all myself. Aaron is in a dungeon after all. Correct. It kind of looks... Man, it's so quiet. It almost looks like a picture. He pulled them himself. Those are some clouds. Maybe it is. It isn't. See? No, the weeds are back. The window is like a foot from me. You guys like the nature camera. Just kidding. You guys probably hate it. It's an earthquake. Is this a real or is this D4's chance to wow? D4's chance to wow us. Basically, when we play Diablo 4, I'll just put up a poll every day. Do you guys want to watch the gameplay while I play, or would you rather have me have the nature cam up? And we'll just see what wins during the D4 streams. Let's see. The nature cam. Oh, no. I wish the set didn't require a staff. At least you can have a good staff. There's more context in the nature cam. What's actually really cool about this is when the sun's setting, we could turn on the nature cam and watch the sunset. That's going to be nice. Right? Yeah, maybe not. Diablo 5 should be a movie. Change my mind. Does the outside view have its own cycle content? Of course. Baby tasting lemons cam. I legit don't know the name of the new season. Ooh, we need the bear set. We need the bear set. And boardman set. What? I mean, legitimately, what's the name of the new D4 season? I just call it Boss Powers. Does it actually have, like, an official name? I'm not even trying to be, like, a jerk. I have no idea what it's called. Or is that being a jerk that I don't know what it's called? Oh, it's on the wrong base. Man. Called Season 8, Vampire Powers Revenge, so it doesn't have a name, I'm guessing. Oh, it sealed the tier 4. All right, now we're back in business. One LP. All we need is 5 tiers to go through. First click. Oh. All right. It's the season of bosses. I don't think it has a name. Right? I don't know. Maybe it doesn't have a name. All right, everybody. We're going to be We're going to be winding up the stream in a few minutes. We're approaching 6 hours today. It's already after 6 for me, but I thought we would go a little later because I started a little later and we watched that 2-hour and 5-minute POE2 podcast. Tomorrow, I'm not sure what we're playing. We might actually still play more Forge Guard. Maybe instead of playing Spin to Win, we could test Forge Strike as the way to summon our minions. Maybe that'll feel better. I don't know. But it's actually nice leveling a skill and building it for the new season. Tomorrow we'll draw the next giveaway, as long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube. Costs you nothing. Type in !giveaway. And yeah. On controller. Yeah, I got to reset. I'm going to unplug the controller like you said. It's all jacked up. Come on. 2 LP helmet. 2 LP helmet. Get him. Get him. Don't be red. No. Oh. Which one is it? Oh, mana. Ooh. You guys don't know what this means on the loot filter. Pink capitalized. That is what we call a triple exalt. Resistances. Mana. Lightning. Fire. Ugh. Pretty common on COF. Is it really that common? Man, why don't I play COF more? COF's good. Maybe I'll rock COF for the next update. I was just kidding. Streamer client doing its thing again? No. COF for a while, and I spent more time staring at gear than playing the game. Not funny. What? But he's a jokester. Why don't you like COF? I just like messing with people. If I didn't like COF, why would I be playing it? COF's fine. I just always use the same, I guess you could call it an excuse. Time is very important to me. Updating 37 builds while maintaining a relationship with my wife and children. Time is a very precious commodity. And COF is just, 10x easier. So it just saves so much time. He has a shopping addiction. I actually do not have a shopping addiction, and I am rarely shopping. And I'm only shopping when I need something. What's COF? COF stands for Circle of Fortune. It is one of the optional factions at Chapter 9 when you pick your faction. What were we playing? Yesterday we were playing Machine Gun Spriggan. And I didn't have a good armor for Machine Gun Spriggan. So I went to Merchant's Guild. I was looking through body armors, and I ended up getting a tier 26 that I crafted for 200,000 gold, maybe 300,000 gold. Now, in order to find that armor, right, it could take weeks. Maybe you get lucky, you get it quick. And again, it's just a big time saver. Temporal Sanctum, you cannot slam sealed affixes. It'll only take the prefixes and the suffixes. You cannot slam sealed affixes. Why did I start another echo? This is the last echo of this. Oh, perf. No, we can't end on a death. No. One more. One more. That one didn't count. Merchant's Guild is better time saver if you have the gold. Well, I mean, you'll have the gold if you know the market. We've never been out of gold. What do I have? 624 million? Yeah, if you have a basic understanding of the market, you'll never... Also, most people that don't like Merchant's Guild, just truth be told, this isn't meant to be disrespectful, have just never played it. They normally say stuff like inflation or gold duping or something that they heard from a content creator or read off Reddit. Probably 95% of all items in the game you could get for free right now. They cost you 0. Not like costs you 0 as in it costs you 100,000 gold. It costs you 0 gold. So you have access to about 95% of everything for free. Now, you could argue it's an unethical way to play. What's the point of playing the game? That's normally the argument people take, which is fine. Like that's a fair argument. But when you're comparing the two, you know, they're not comparable. We were messing around and because somebody, again, it's always the same item, Apathy's Maw. And there's 179 pages of Apathy's Maw. And literally the first 20 pages at 1 LP are free. So you can go get, you could fill all your stash tabs with Apathy's Maw. I tried controller twice and it was bugged. You saw me try it. You saw it. I've been called out to come back to the hunt. Haunt me, Apathy's Maw. Yep. It's always the #1 item because it's like such a quintessential item for Void Knight, and you have to kill Shade of Orbis to get it. So someone's like, dude, I've spent, what was it? The one guy came into chat and said, I've spent 300 hours trying to find farm Apathy's Maw. And I was like, just go buy one. And he's like, oh, I was told you can't get anything in Merchant's Guild. And I showed him 20 pages for free. And he's like, I feel lied to. I feel so upset and mad. I want my 300 hours back. What you're saying is MG is cheating. I see. No, it's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that for whatever insanely weird reason, I don't know, like, how, I don't know. It just kind of boggles my mind that, like, solo self-found in action RPGs somewhere, some way has become, like, the ethical way to play. Like, I don't know when this morphed. It's like in POE, you no longer trade, and Torchlight, you no longer trade, and Diablo, you no longer trade. It's like, what? I actually always thought the opposite. Part of the fun is trading the gear that is good that you can't use to somebody that wants it, and vice versa. That's like, I always thought that's so fun. Like it's, and I don't know. I guess I grew up like in a different genre. Or every once in a while, someone will be like, well, in PoE, you're required to trade. So that's why we trade in PoE. You're required to. But in LE, it's unethical. And I'm always like, what? Like, what are you talking about? Unethical. Storm-carved Testament. It's elitism? I don't know what it is. But people are always like, I can't believe you play Merchant's Guild and not COF. And I'm like, you've probably never played Merchant's Guild. They're like, no, I heard you can't buy anything. And I'm like, there's 2 factions for a reason. And by the way, as you could see, I do play COF. PoE revolves around trade, exactly. It's exactly right. Get out of here, man. Damage. I feel like damage, we're cooking right now. We can figure out how to get a little more tankier on this build. Oh, the fly killed me. I've never played MG. It just landed on my face. MG is nice, of course. All right. Let's catch up on chat and finish for today. Aaron, serious question on Torment Warlock. Good with Acid Skid and Poison conversion to Fisher? I've never tried it. I've never tried Poison with it. You could try it. But remember, then you're moving into, like, real Poison dot territory. So Merchant's Guild is better time saver if you have gold. Yeah, but again, you don't need gold. Of course, it's better if you have gold, but if you're following meta builds so you know what's good, if you have a general understanding of what T7 affixes are desirable, I mean, you can't spend all your gold. Okay, so the item still works. Thank you. Yes. My smooth brain is no good with trade. That's fine. That's why there's two options. I'll say one last time, yeah, should have used controller. It's broken. The only problem with MG is price checking. That's true. Man, they talked about how they wish they had a price checker like Torchlight Infinite. Going to start COF and farm Glyphs of Envy and then transfer. Aaron taught me that. That is what I use COF for. My absolute favorite crafting material is Glyphs of Despair. And when I used to play only MG, I would have to use these sparingly. And now I've got 1,200 because I farmed so many from Prophecies. I love Glyphs of Despair. They're so good. Most people say MG is unethical for elitism. Or for what reason? Oh, for what reason elitism? I don't know. So, I don't know. Like, last Epoch totally took it to the next level. Hey, you want to play solo self-found? We're going to give you a very cool faction where you can look at the stars and get prophecies and target farm and get better drops and get all this insane gear. And they're going to be adding on top of that with awesome crafting materials. Like a full way to deck out your character with the most insane items. Like long-term grinders, COF is way better. So if you're dedicating your entire season to one character, COF really is better. But for me, I'm talking about 37 different builds. You know, I just need so many different things. I'm still waiting for D4 to get solo character found. I have like 1,000 Glyphs of Envy after stealing the tech from Aaron. PoE revolves around trade. People like farming aspect from past games. Yeah. PoE people legit say the best and ethical way to play is solo self-found hardcore. Correct, it's fun. I want the timeline where LE Season 2 releases in a couple of days. Me too. Yeah, ARPGs are trading loot hunter games. I feel like SSF really isn't really playing. ARPGs are loot finding games. I feel like trade isn't really playing. To be honest, I love your take on it. It's a matter of time. Sync potential. Have time. SSF is a great way to spend your free days. Tight schedule. Trade is just as much fun. That's also a good way of putting it. Testing new builds, tinkering with items, trying out different things. That is unlocked so much faster with Merchant's Guild. Like, you get an idea and you immediately want to try it. Like, you have access to that. Instead of like farming the favor, getting the prophecies, knocking out the prophecies, hope that you get the loot drops, and then start piecing it together. It's fun for tinkering. It's fun in a different way. Loot explosions is why I play COF. I got pretty deep in the POE2 solo self-found, by the way. Do you like it? Don't ask Jonathan about trade, though. MG is nice. I might play SSF and POE2 because trading makes me want to blow my brains out. What? You don't like messaging the person and then them responding and then you going to their hideout and then you putting in the currency and then them putting in the item, and then you have to make sure that it's the right item, that they're not trying to dupe you. That's if they actually respond and it's not a bot on the website. You think that's a bad system? What? You are insane. It's next level. Next level. The reason I'm farming and killing monsters is to trade, though. The excitement is finding something valuable to trade. It's like finding your divine. I love the little noise after. Oh, of the fly. Hit a wall, went back to trade. Now I just one-shot everything. Thanks, trade. Aaron, check DMs. What do we got? RuneScape Dragon wins the worldwide teaser trailer. Oh, brother. All right, one sec. Yeah, we haven't had a copyright claim in a little bit. Wait, what? What are we doing looking at this screen? I could be wrapping up the stream with the nature cam. See, the clouds moved some. Definitely need a price checking, not listing trash for free. Others say the market is dead because no players. It's so funny. I sold 2 items yesterday. I sold a pair of boots for 65 million. And that's in Legacy. Trade shortens the season. If your goal is to not play, then Merchants is for you. I mean... I mean, that is a pretty... It's an interesting take. I don't know. I don't agree with that one, Robert. You don't think people quit out of frustration? Hey, I'm following this build guide. It has 2 red rings in it, and I can't get it. I quit? I don't know. MG is so much better. You still have to find your stuff yourself. You still have the option to buy and sell if you want CO, if you can't. Correct. I swear the messaging bots half the time. Yeah, interacting with others in the world through trade or a market makes games more interesting to play. They improve trade in PoE? No, probably not anytime soon. Fake clouds, they're real. I've made 2 billion since 3 months after the cycle refresh. See that? Guilty, I'm gonna need a loan. You got 3 billion gold right now? You want me to run outside? I'm not running outside. By the way, Mia ran outside the other day. It shows it's not fake. I've been playing Cycle all week. Sold over 20 million. Not dead. Yeah. There you go. I may or may not have bought a bunch of good 3 LPs. You monster. I knew it. I knew it for God tier build plans. You are a monster. You're a monster. Every once in a while you can see a car driving in the background. And it's not on a loop. Not like you could see a car and it's the same car. I didn't mean it like that. You know. You guys know what I mean. You know what I mean. Wow, it's a loop. It's not a loop. It's a live camera. Okay, cool. Oh, I said I would look at this. All right, I have to watch this. You guys get to watch it with me, I guess. Lucky. It's from Maxroll. Oh, I mean IGN. From IGN. don't even tell you guys. This is RuneScape Dragon Wild's official world teaser trailer. This is just the teaser. You're not going to get anything but nature. Oh, there you go. Wish list now. RuneScape Dragon Wilds. Huh? Who's going to play? Guys? This was posted and once people are like, what the fudge? Welcome to the family. Maxroll as IGN Entertainment brand. IGN officially is the owners of Maxroll. IGN Media Group is now the owners and operators of Maxroll GG. In case you didn't hear the news. They swear nothing will change. I mean, of course, like, yeah, sure it'll all be fine. Got so many games on my plate at the moment. Wow, not surprising. Run? What do you mean? Aaron, this is where you plug your website. No. IGN's desperate attempt to stay relevant. I have no idea. But yeah, IGN is now the owners of Maxroll. It's wild. Okay. Giveaway will be tomorrow. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in ! giveaway. That'll be drawn tomorrow. If you are not in my Discord, you should be. We're over 4,600 members. I just put the link in chat. Movie nights and game nights coming for the subathon, including the sign up for the next community event, which will be on April 17th. This is the 8th treasure hunt event for Last Epoch. We'll be looking for Shattered Worlds. A lot of cool stuff happening in Discord. And if you haven't checked it yet, I have soft launched my new website, actionrpg.com. The website is currently 100% unmonetized. So I'm not telling people to go there because we make money. I want you to go there so we get different reports and information and bugs and all kinds of crap. On the website, we are updating news every 48 hours. We've got an event calendar. So on here, you can see everything that is happening for April, everything that did happen for March. This is kind of the first iteration of our event calendar. Last Epoch is currently 100% done. So when you click on Last Epoch, it takes you to the wheel. Click on the class, click on the mastery, shows you the current up-to-date builds. And then up here, it breaks down the entire build for you. Each game has a custom CMS attached to it, all custom art. Everything is laid out in the most easy way possible with frequently asked questions, loot filters, video, everything you need. Right now, Babbling Bike, The Curse, Frozen Sentinel, and myself are taking care of the Last Epoch section. And content creator for Diablo 4, his name is Sladra, has signed on for Diablo 4. We're working out a couple of bugs in Diablo 4 before the builds come online. But they are coming. So we're finishing up Diablo 4. Same thing. Everything is all custom art. So that's pretty cool. And we're in the design phases for POE2. And we're building the team section and the little live button at the top and making it faster. So there's just a whole bunch of cool stuff coming. ActionRPG.com. It also works on your cell phone. I know that guy. What about Dragonkin? Nothing happens until the first 3 are done. So Diablo 4, Last Epoch, and POE2 will come online. We're going to get hover quicker. We're going to get rich text boxes. We're going to get the team section. We're going to get phase 2 of the event calendar. We're going to get the live button at the top. We've got all the back-end CMS stuff kind of getting fixed and all the bug reports. We're getting response to comments at the bottom. I don't know, a whole bunch of different stuff. We had a meeting. We had our design meeting today, and the website should get an update every 10 days. So our new contract with the engineers and designers is every 10 days. We're going through it, so. Yeah, it's so much work. It's insane. Your D4 section is clearer than max rolls. Thank you. Thank you. We're working on it. We are working on it. So, I know that guy. You signing Hog for Dragonkin? So I've already talked to Hog and Frosty. You know, this is all like future stuff, but we're going to be creating a parody section for all of their videos. We want to have like mini games on the website. The website's going to have a lot of soul. It's a lot of character. Other than the 3 big ones, D4, Last Epoch, and POE2, we really want it to be a website for the games that don't get as much love. Grim Dawn, Titan Quest, Dragonkin, No Rest for the Wicked, Dwarven Realms. Like, we really, you know, obviously the AAA websites are not going to bother with the little action RPGs. So we want to be a home for those up-and-comers and be a home for up-and-coming content creators that are hungry on Twitch and YouTube as well. So yeah, it's just going to be, you know, we're going to be the last epoch of websites, and we're going to be very functional, very quick, information not through novels, and it's going to be a fun little site. It's going to be a fun little site. Delete D4 and you'll have me sold on the web page. Unfortunately, I mean, this website has been in development for a very long time. There's already been thousands and thousands of hours and investments and contracts and all kinds of crap done. Diablo 4, Last Epoch, and POE2 will be featured on the website as the first 3 games. That is why, like, literally 7 months ago, people were like, Aaron, why are you playing Diablo 4? And I'm like, I have to. I kept saying, I have to at least stay knowledgeable on what's going on there. You know, so. I know I'm pulling your weight leg. It looks great, so. Yeah, and we're hoping if it's a success, then we can move into like further investment with API tools and builders and logins and all that good stuff. But at first, like that stuff, you start getting into the 7 figures, and we're not at the 7 figures of investment capital yet. So either way, totally fine. Website's really cool. I'm glad you guys all like it and check it out. He's the hero we need. I'm trying. All right, I'm done for the day. Thank you guys all for hanging out. Tomorrow we'll be back playing Last Epoch, and we're a couple of days away from Dawn of the Hunt. If you need anything, hit me up on Discord. If not, I'll see you tomorrow. See ya. Bye.